Everyone a second to find their seat. Let me just check if I can hear online mic. Mr. Fishman, are you on? Are people available online? I just want to make sure you guys are in.
Now I'm on.
Yes. Viva. Let's give it another second. Mr. Fishman, are you on? Or if anybody is online, think someone can unmute their mic for a moment, and just so I know that the online mic is working. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment then. Okay. I'll give it 3 minutes.
Can I answer any credentialing questions if people have?
Sure.
I'd say put them on the secretary.
Okay. Yep. Oh, they can't hear me on Zoom? Oh, okay. Mr. Valente. Mr. Valente? Oh, could you relay that message to the back to the AV? Can you relay that message to the... Okay. Oh, as a couple other announcements, just before we get started. There are these motion forms provided graciously by Mr. Brown. So if anyone wants a motion and they want to make sure they give it to the secretary ahead of time, these motions will be on the secretary's desk. Yep. And also, there are copies of the bylaws report right here. So if anyone needs a copy of the bylaws report, it's right here at the foot of the stage. Oh. Okay. And also, I just wanted to make sure that anyone who was planning to, there was looks like there was a typo on the schedule online, and they show that the Libertarian Congressional Caucus was yesterday night and tonight. It was only yesterday night. So the Libertarian Congressional Caucus event is not tonight. So if you were planning to go to that, that was last night, just to be aware. Okay. Online mic, is Ken Molman there? Online mic. Online microphone, is Ken Molman there? Paging Ken Molman. Aisle 3.
You don't drink coffee, do you?
Oh, is Ken here? Ken Molman? Oh, okay. Got it. We need Ken Molman. Does anyone know where Ken Molman is?
You know I've had stomach problems. It's not nerves or anything. I can have it. Well, it could be a little of that, but I know. It'll get better as the day goes on. Right now. Okay, but I don't want it up on the screen. I'll do it when I. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'll.
Got it. Understood.
Oh, thank you. Right now, the little one.
Got it. Okay. So I'll see if I can get that message out. Okay. Has anyone seen Ken Molman? I do have a phone number for him, so let me give him a call.
Could you have them not share my screen right now? I'm doing stuff that I don't want up there.
Oh. Can you unshare the secretary's screen for a moment?
Oh, no, I'm going to, yes. Yeah. No, I will. No, I can come in and be mad. Well, actually, when we need to be mad more so
Okay.
Remote? No, I'm saying this remote world must do this.
Let me go look again. Where did I? Okay, if you go to in templates, that's where each of these. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. If you want to rename that something complicated,
Yeah, understood. Well,
it was the middle of the night. It made sense in the middle of the night. Yes. Oh yeah, I'm getting through and there's a bunch of people. Okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now. So I told him to stop sharing my screen because everyone's emailing. Okay, good. All right. Well, as long as you see Josh done email. Yeah. You definitely don't want your email on the screen because you know what happened to me. Oh, I do. Yeah. Oh, you'll get catbacks. Okay, great. Because I got that, and both Susan and I. It's quite interesting. Not 100 of them.
Well, that's true.
It does stop after a while because I almost was like, am I going to have to change my number? Because there's no way to opt out. Yes.
yep, go for it.
Right here. I'm going to do it right now.
Good morning, everyone. I have just a few quick announcements while we have some downtime. Mr. Teeter is available in the back for group photos, candidate photos. Please see him for prices. He'll be around all day, pretty shortly, here in just a couple hours. Both bars in the back of the room will be opening. Please utilize them. Please tip your bartenders. As far as our online auctions, as of this morning, the high bid on the Hospers high-res scan is $1,000. The current high bid I'm showing on the trophy is $91. However, I'm told a $500 bid has come in that hasn't registered yet. I will inform you as soon as I see that. And the trophy says, the only true libertarian, and you know you all want it. Only one of you gets to claim the title. We'll see who it'll be this year. We did add one more auction item. If you'll look at the auction tab, you should now see an official 1976 ballot signed by all the first candidates on the first Libertarian ballot in the state of Arizona. And that is now available on the auction tab as well. Thank you.
Dan, can you confirm for me if I have someone who is an alternate who was elevated to a delegate? Are they supposed to put an A?
Is that
or
the
a
online
D?
mic?
That I don't really care about.
Okay, online mic,
as
you
long
are
as-
live.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. And let's begin. Hey, everybody. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so let's start off with the credentials report.
Jesus Christ, I gotta get everybody in.
Guys, I'm going to admit everybody so that
Thank
we can
you.
cut the list down low. And then please go back and
Good
pair
morning.
your list.
Thanks to Dan Fishman and Emily Salvet for getting up more early this morning and getting this report, the numbers together. So we have a total of 801 delegates credentialed and 202 alternates. You probably want the breakdown by remote and on-site. So we have on-site, we have 339 delegates and
Damn it, I
51
muted the room.
alternates. Remotely, we have, but close to us, 462 delegates and
Dan, we can all unmute ourselves
151
and then remute
alternates.
Yes,
ourselves.
that is correct.
Yes. For those in the online, please mute mics. Again, any sound going over there is going over the whole room right now. So please only mute mics when recognized. I mean, unmute mics when recognized.
Can I ask how I change my name?
You're gonna please.
One
you're
moment.
live, Mike.
I'll explain everything in just a moment.
I'm not done.
Look it up online, please.
Thank you. We have a quorum, or our quorum number is 320 delegates. So I move that, wait, what's that?
Microphone 1.
Move to accept the credentials report. Matthew Long, Connecticut.
One moment. Repeat what you're saying.
I move to accept the credentials report. Matthew Long, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
Wait,
So,
wait.
yeah, let's let her finish the report.
Oh, we're done, sorry.
I was getting there. Okay, let me go through the numbers one more time. We have 801 delegates with a quorum of 320. Of those delegates, 339 are on site with us here, and there are 462 remoting in. 62. Sorry, I have a lisp. We have 202 alternates, 51 here on site, and 151 remote.
This is the online.
On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move that these numbers be accepted as the credentialed delegates for the body.
Second.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Now, without objection, can we adopt the credentials report as is? I hear no objection. Okay.
Objection.
Mr. Fishman, is there any objection online?
Sir, we had a dead microphone. If you could read it to us again, please, I apologize.
I can. I'm missing my 9 hours in the spotlight. We have 801 delegates for a quorum of 320. Of those delegates, 339 are on site. 462 are joining us remotely. We have 202 alternates, 51 of whom are on site and 151 of whom are remote. On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move that this report be accepted and these members accepted into the body for today's business.
Okay, second. And is there any objection to the credentials report? Point of information, Mark 2.
Just Christopher Gill, Ohio. Just wanted to know, one, what these numbers are specifically based on, like how we're determining online versus the online delegates.
One moment.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Hogarth?
And then for quorum, how are we determining quorum when a large number of our participants are online?
Okay, so I can answer the second part because I heard that. Can you repeat the first part? I'm sorry.
First part is just how are we determining that delegate count? In person, obviously, it's credentialed versus checked out, but online is just how are we determining that?
Yeah, so those are the numbers of the people who were participating yesterday on the participatory Zoom. So we have a report from staff, and we compared, when I say we, Emily, thank you, we compared the numbers, or the names of the people participating here and took out the names of the people. We had the people participating online separated from the people participating here.
Okay.
So, Mr. Brown has corrected me. Sorry, we can't have 4/10 of a person, so my apologies. Our quorum is actually 321, and that was determined, that was the second part of your question,
yes,
from the total number of delegates, 40%.
Are we going to have any issues with a changing quorum count midstream here, or is that going to be the same as always?
That's the number, if the body accepts that, that number, then that's the number of credentialed delegates for today's business. That's my understanding.
Yep, and then tomorrow there'll be another credentials report, and it'll be based on that report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, is there any objection to the credentials report? Okay, Mr. Fishman, we just want to confirm. Is there any objection online? And then we can move on.
There's no objection online.
No objection. And the credentials report is adopted.
We would like the secretary's screen shared.
Oh, yes, and then if we can share the secretary, Ms. Harlos is working on it, so she will have that shared on Zoom in just a moment. Okay. Point of order, mic 3.
Good morning, Dale Thomas from Delaware. Just wanted to make a note on the minutes that it should be 9:10 a.m., not 9:10 p.m. Thanks.
Oh, sounds good. Now, I want to move along. So, here's first a couple quick announcements. Okay, I did make some updates to how the online queue works. I did send out a message this morning about those changes. So now you guys can send messages back if you want to be removed from the queue. Also, to make sure that everyone has more access as well, we're doing a meeting instead of a webinar today on the Zoom. Okay, that means I really need everyone online to be very, very proactive in keeping their mics muted when they're not recognized. Because if it becomes overly disruptive, we don't want to have to adjust. I want to give you guys keep as open access as possible. So that's going to require everyone to work together on keeping the mics muted until you're recognized. And with that, who here wants to keep going on with business? Okay, we got some stuff to get done. So I'm going to in the nature of getting our. Yep.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Fishman needs to allow me to share my screen.
Okay, Mr. Fishman, please enable screen sharing for Ms. Harlos. Okay, in the nature of moving on with our agenda, I recognize Mr. Goldstein on microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. I rise to make the following motion. I move to suspend the rules to amend the current agenda for the following points. Fix the time of today's adjournment at 5 p.m. Fix the call to order tomorrow at 9 a.m. Fix the time of final adjournment at 1 p.m. tomorrow. And fix the time to begin LNC elections today at 10:15 a.m. And finally, to limit the time of the platform debate, should we ever get to it, to 4 hours.
There's a second. It is.
And I'd
yes,
like to speak to my motion.
Please speak to your motion.
For those of you who have been to conventions before, we've never really published time limits on the agenda. The convention committee has always, in conjunction with the convention chair, set time limits in the schedule, and we.
Please, mute mics online. Okay.
Thank you. We have historically just gone with the published time limits in the schedule. Because of the nature of what's been going on recently, we thought we would formalize these time limits in the agenda. I will tell the delegates here and online that the convention committee chair, Betty Rose Ryan, the convention chair, Alex Merced, both bylaws and platform committee chairs, talked frequently about these limits, about the schedule and the agenda, and had agreed to them prior to them going into the schedule. And I beg the delegates' indulgence in getting this done quickly so we can actually get on and do some business. Thank you.
Okay. So is there any objection to suspending the rules to basically make those changes to the agenda and set those limits?
Dan, should we let them know to do mute, not mute all?
Objection, Mr. Chair.
Stop. Everything you say goes over the live mic.
Yep.
If you want to communicate with me, use Slack.
Okay. There was an objection, so we are going to move on to a vote on the suspension of the rules.
Mr. Chair, delegate from, oh, sorry.
Okay. And then right now, if you want to be in the speaking queue online, I am looking at bylaws proposal 13 as the queue, because that was the business that we left on. So if you want to be recognized, please submit there. And I have it in front of me. So if there's a privileged motion, I can see that, because right now we're in a suspension. So, and it's on, and it's a suspension of the rules is not debatable. So we're going to move on to a vote. Okay. So Mr. Fishman, if you can start a poll.
Stop sharing my screen.
Okay, and then, can everyone on the Zoom see Ms. Harlos' screen at the moment? Mr. Fishman?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So start a poll to suspend the rules to adopt the motion as shown on the screen.
Alex or Ken, the Zoom got muted again, please.
Okay. If we can unmute the Zoom mic from our end, I guess. Okay. So a poll to suspend the rules to adopt the motion as shown on the secretary's screen. Okay, just give me a heads up when that poll has launched and finished.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, recognized.
What are we voting on?
Are you able to see the secretary's screen at the moment? It's a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda. And let's see, you have it in writing?
I do right here.
Thank you.
Yep. Were you able to see it? Okay, so basically it's to set adjournment at 5 p.m., start time 9 a.m. tomorrow, 1 p.m. stop on Sunday, and then to start elections
The
today at 10:15.
delegates in the Zoom meeting cannot hear anything going on in the hall.
Can you hear me now? I sound like a commercial. Can you hear me now? Well, can you hear me now online? People in the Zoom room, can you hear me now?
The only way for us to hear you, Mr. Chair, is by following the YouTube stream, but there's a significant delay.
Got it.
It's fixed.
It's fixed? Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, basically the motion on the table is to suspend the rules to fix the time of adjournment.
It's not fixed. I apologize. Whoever's clicking mute all, stop.
Mr. Fishman, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. I apologize. I'm making it clear to everybody to stop clicking mute all.
Got it. Okay. Understood. So again, the motion is to fix time of adjournment to 5 p.m. Start time 9 a.m. 1 p.m. start time on Sunday. 10:15 to be a hard time to start elections. Adjourn at 1 p.m. on Sunday. And 4 hours platform limit, which should be visible on the secretary's screen on the Zoom. And let's start a poll, yay or nay poll, to suspend the rules to adopt that motion. And then just give me a heads up when it launches and when it ends.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me the poll again?
Say it again?
Can you tell me the nature of the poll again?
Oh, it's a poll to suspend the rules to adopt the motion that's currently on the secretary's screen. Can you guys see the secretary's screen?
Yeah, we can see the secretary's screen. That's perfect.
I want to mute myself and do something. We'll still feed to the Zoom. But
Okay, Mr. Fishman, just give me a heads up when you're able to launch the poll, and then
Point of personal privilege.
point of personal
Drew Cook
privilege.
from Oklahoma.
Yep.
I'm not seeing the secretary's screen in the Zoom call.
Is it?
It's there.
It's there. Okay, I'm going to read the motion real quick.
Where?
I can't help you. Everybody else can see it.
Okay, AV, can you share the secretary's screen for 1 moment so I can read the motion?
Thanks, Dan.
Oh. Okay, we'll do the poll again. Okay.
Co-host can't vote. I can take people off.
Okay, everybody, let's take control of this.
I'll send the next one.
Mr. Fishman.
I think I can send it so you can.
Okay.
But it's a problem with this format.
Mr. Fishman.
I
Okay.
can demote people off of co-host.
Mr. Fishman, can you hear me?
I'll start doing that.
Mr. Fishman?
The convention's muted again, Diane.
Mr. Fishman, I can hear you.
Okay, I apologize.
Okay, I'm going to read the motion, and this is the last time, and then we're going to have the poll, and then we're going to do the rising vote so that way we can move on with business. Okay? No more interruptions. Let's get this done. And that's that. Okay. The vote is to suspend the rules to adopt the motion submitted by Mr. Goldstein to fix the time of today's adjournment at 5 p.m., to fix the call to order tomorrow at 9 a.m., to fix the time to final adjournment at 1 p.m. tomorrow, and to fix the time to begin LNC elections at 10:15 a.m. today. We're going to do the poll again anyways. Just close that. Okay, and then the limit platform debate to 4 hours. Okay, now unshare the secretary screen from the screen here. Mr. Fishman, do relaunch the poll. Let's do that again. Thank you. We're doing the thing. Okay, so we'll give that a minute. Okay, so we will give that a minute. Then we will do the rising vote. We'll do a voice vote. We'll see how it goes. And then we'll continue on. Mr. Fishman, what's the update on the poll?
The poll is done.
Okay. Now we're going to take a moment. I'm going to let the secretary get the numbers, clear her screen before we share it. So that way everyone can see the motion while we do the vote. Okay, so again, Mr. Fishman, don't push the poll back up so that way it doesn't reappear on the screen. Okay. We can share the secretary's screen. Awesome. Now, all those in favor of suspending the rules to adopt this motion to fix the time of today's adjournment at 5 p.m., to fix the call to order of tomorrow at 9 a.m., to fix the time of adjournment 1 p.m. tomorrow, so that's end of the convention, fix the time to begin LNC elections at 10:15 a.m., so we'll switch right into LNC elections at that point, and to limit platform debate when we get there to 4 hours. If you were in support of suspending the rules to amend the agenda of this to set these hard times, rise. Okay. And if you're in opposition, rise. Yep. And let's take a look at the online results. That is overwhelmingly 2/3. Let's get some business done. Okay, I'm going to actually recognize Mr. Phillips at mic 1.
Thank you, Mr. Merced. Ms. John Phillips, delegate from Illinois. I have a point of order followed by a motion, or a point of information followed by a motion.
Okay.
The point of information is on bylaws proposal 13. Will we be voting up and down on 13, and then if it fails, taking up 13A separately? Or will we be voting on them as competing motions?
We will separate. So basically what will happen is that if 13 does not pass, then we would then go take up 13A.
Okay, then in that case, I move to extend time on this issue for 5 minutes.
Is there a second? Okay. And is there any opposition to extending debate on bylaws proposal 13 for 5 minutes?
Object.
Object? There is an objection, so we'll move to a vote on the extension of time. Okay. Mr. Fishman, cue up a poll on the extension of time on Proposition 13 for 5 minutes. And then unshared, yep, second, perfect, thank you very much. Okay, and then just give me a heads up when that poll starts and ends.
Mr. Chair, what was the motion?
Oh, it's to extend, Mr. Phillips moved to extend debate on Prop 13, 5 minutes. Okay, has the poll begun?
The poll has just started, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Yep. Okay, I got it. Okay. Update. Is the poll ended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll give the secretary a moment to do the thing. Okay. Now, all those in favor of extending debate on bylaws proposal 13 by 5 minutes, rise. Okay? All those in opposition, rise. Okay. I'll call that 2/3. We will extend for 5 minutes. And okay, so I'm gonna recognize Ruth Bennett online, and then I'm gonna recognize Mr. Montoni on mic 2, and then I will be recognizing Joe Dean online, just so you guys know what the next few in order are. And then I will go to mic 3 right after that.
I'd like to comment.
Is this Ruth Bennett? No, Ruth Bennett has been recognized.
Thank you, if you can hear me.
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
I rise in opposition to Proposal 13. I have served on the Judicial Committee several times in my 40-plus years membership in the Libertarian Party, and I have come to really believe that the Judicial Committee should be the graybeards, the elder statesmen, the people that have served in a variety of capacities across the National Libertarian Party. And for us to devolve this to the regions, while I'm a believer in devolving, I am a libertarian, I think this is a case where we want the Judicial Committee to be above regional politics. We don't want a Judicial Committee member calling around to state chairs to see how he or she should vote on an item before the Judicial Committee. Judicial Committee hearings are generally, can be very rancorous, and because I have been chair of the committee when we've had rancorous hearings, and to have any kind of feeling that a Judicial Committee meeting owes some sort of allegiance to their region, I think is detrimental to the greater Libertarian Party. I would urge that people vote against 13 and vote in favor of 13A, and then tomorrow let's go ahead and squeeze in an election of new Judicial Committee members, and we can do it concurrently with platform debate or LNC today or tomorrow. So I please urge you to vote against 13. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Montoni, mic 2.
Mr. Chair, I believe this is a parliamentary inquiry. As the day goes by and tomorrow, excuse me, the number of people who are leaving the convention is going to be increasing at a prodigious rate as we near the close. So can we have periodic reminders to people if they are leaving the convention, whether online or in person, to please check out?
That's well taken. So again, if you're leaving the convention, make sure to check in with credentials so that way they know you leave, so that way it doesn't cause a quorum problem. In previous conventions, what's happened, people leave the convention, they fly back home, and then we don't have enough people in the room to conduct business because we don't have them officially checked out. So if you do leave before the end of the convention, do make sure you check in with credentials. Now I'm going over to, actually first to Joe Dean, then to mic 3. So I'm Joe Dean from online.
Hi, good morning. I agree with the arguments that Ruth Bennett made, but I see some other problems in addition with this proposal. I don't think it was very clear what it actually does. The people who presented it yesterday made reference to a value of it being that the regions could fill vacancies. This appears to not be true. It doesn't look like the people who put this together actually quite did it right, because you might think that's what it means, that it works the same way as regional reps, but in fact the text specifically says that vacancies are to be filled by the other people who remain on the committee. If you think that other procedures relating to removal of procedures relating to removal of people from this committee work the same way as for regional reps, that would be a terrible idea. The last thing you want for a committee that's trying to deal with nationwide issues, potentially ones that involve some of the state affiliates, is to have state chairs running around pulling people off of the committee while they're in the middle of their deliberations. There's also a problem with the size of the committee. This would leave the size of the committee undefined. There could be 8, which would make it even, which is not a good thing for this kind of committee. So for all these reasons, I suggest we drop this idea for now, consider it next year, in 2022, if people really think it's a good idea, and rewrite it. And for now, let's just have a simple vote on 13A so that we can repopulate the Judicial Committee.
Okay, so we got limited time, so I'm gonna move to mic 3. Then I'm gonna recognize Mr. Robinson at mic 1, and then I'm gonna recognize Dr. Chuck Moulton online right after that. So mic 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm the Michigan chair, and we are having a lot of trouble in Zoom with our delegate list. I wonder if other states are having a problem, and if they are, I would like to call a 10-minute recess while we get Zoom situated.
If anyone online is having trouble, now on the online queue page, there is a message section, so you can send a message, and it can be marked a technical issue. And I do have that where basically that's going to go directly to the right people so that we can address those in a timely manner. So do exercise that feature so that way we can process those issues faster and get along with business faster as well. Mike 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is D. Frank Robinson, Oklahoma delegate, co-founder of the Libertarian Party. Chair, also formerly the chair of the Constitution, Bylaws, and Rules Committee at the founding convention in Denver in 1972. I wish to speak in opposition to the motion 13, but I also wish to remind that it is in order for opposing and supporting arguments to be alternated in the course of debate. In this case, I believe I will be about the 4th person to speak in opposition. I think Proposal 13 misconstrues the original intent of the founders for the Judicial Committee. The Judicial Committee serves as a fact-finding body, like a committee of inspectors general, for the entire membership. It's a place for whistleblowers to appeal and have their complaints explained to the entire membership. The Judicial Committee is not a committee that represents delegates attending any particular convention. The Judicial Committee is a standing committee with the authority under the bylaws to protect the rights of all members. In the beginning, our central purpose was to preserve the ideological clarity of the Libertarian Party by keeping the platform consistent with our statement of principles. The general membership relies not only on the National Committee to administer party affairs, but also on the Judicial Committee to see that the administration is done with justice to affiliate parties, to officers, and to the members wherever and whenever they need persons to speak truth to power independently, not only during a convention, but before and afterwards.
Mr. Robinson, just so you know, we're out of time, but
Therefore,
I'll let
I
you wrap it
ask
up.
delegates to reject Proposal 13.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are now out of time. I'm sorry. We are now out of time on Bylaws Proposal 13. We are going to go to a vote on Bylaws Proposal 13 and then move over to Bylaws Proposal 13A if it is not taken up. On that, let's begin with the vote.
Point of information.
Point of information?
This is Texas Delegate Elliot Sherman. I was hoping that the secretary could show both the language for 13 and 13A on the screen, since there are many in the crowd who would like the plan of voting down 13 in order to support 13A.
Okay, can you see it? Okay. Anyone?
I'd like to move to extend time to debate by 5 minutes to allow Dr. Chuck Moulton to discuss this matter.
Seconded. Okay. Well, I mean, seconded by Mr. Bedwell.
Objection. We haven't heard anybody in favor this morning.
So would you want to amend your motion to extend for minutes of just general discussion so that we could leave it open to? Would you, or you want to keep it the way you had it?
That's fine.
Okay. And please identify yourself.
Mr. Chair, point of
This is
personal
Jeff Wood,
privilege.
delegate from Michigan.
Point of personal privilege. This is Dr. Chuck Moulton. I don't want to hold up the convention, so I don't need to speak on this.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my motion.
I'm going to, we are out of time, but I will indulge you, Mr. Bidwell. If you can do it in 20 seconds.
I'll do it in 20 seconds. My name is Danny Bedwell. I am the state chair of Mississippi. I am the delegation chair. Please do not alienate us. Please do not disenfranchise our orphan state to vote on the Judicial Committee.
Okay.
We have one
Mr.
voice. It is, Mr. Chairman, our one voice is to elect a Judicial Committee. Please, this amendment, what it does is it removes my voice
Mr.
in the
Bedwell.
entire state.
That was 20 seconds. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Mr. Bedwell. Okay.
When you have
Now
to
let's.
pay attention.
Okay, so let's move on to this vote, because that way we can have time to take on some other bylaws proposals before our time is up. Now, Mr. Fishman, prepare a poll to approve bylaws proposal 13. Okay, and then let's unshare the secretary's screen, and then Mr. Fishman, give me a heads up when that poll has started and ended. Okay. And again,
It has started, sir.
thank you very much. And I just want to say again, thank you to all the delegates for being patient and being accommodating to each other. Okay, it's appreciated, and we're getting through that because of that. We wouldn't be getting this far if we weren't doing this together. So thank you. You're welcome. I'm trying. I guess, quick product placement for Gatorade. Update on the poll?
The online poll is finished.
Okay. Okay, and then, okay, let's share the secretary screen now. Okay, all those in favor of adopting bylaws proposal 13 as it's shown on the screen, rise. I'm glad we agree all together. But all those in opposition, rise. With that, I guess we'll begin on 13A. So I'll let Mr. Henchman reintroduce 13A.
The online vote was counted?
It's definitely not.
I know, but
yeah. So we'll put it all online. I mean, we'll put it up. We'll have it on the screen in just a moment. Okay. But yes, bylaws proposal 13.
pursuant to the committee's instructions, if the convention does not adopt Proposal 13, I'm to present Proposal 13A. Proposal 13A adds a short sentence to the existing bylaws authorizing intervening conventions to fill vacancies in the situation where there are no elected judicial committee members. So in a sense, it would resolve the immediate problem resulting from the 2018 election. I have been conferring with the parliamentarian about what the effect of this would be. It would take effect immediately, and under the current convention rules, actually judicial committee elections would be the next order of business after the bylaws and rules report. However, the motion adopted by the convention this morning referenced LNC elections as the next order of business, so there would be the agenda would need to be amended at some point to put this in somewhere. This proposal was adopted 8-1 by the Bylaws and Rules Committee, and on behalf of the committee, I move its adoption.
Okay. The motion has been seconded. We will have 8 minutes of debate, and then also everyone online, I did make a new topic for proposal 13A, so please start putting yourselves in the queue for 13A, and I'll be calling on you. Mr. Seebeck, mic 2.
Okay, there we go. Mike Seebeck, Colorado. Looking at 13A, there is a serious flaw in this proposal. We can fix it, but here's the problem. The way it's currently worded, it only addresses what happens if no members of the Judicial Committee are elected. You need 5 members to have a quorum. What do we do if we only have, say, 2 or 3 or 4 members elected? They can't have a meeting without a quorum to backfill the blanks. We can fix this by amending it later on to cover the 1 through 4 cases, but we got to address that to make this work. If we do that, this will work just fine.
Okay. Thank you. Now, looking at the online queue, Kyle Markley, right now it would not be in order to amend the bylaws proposal because we're in the 8 minutes of non-amendable debate. So if we go to debate where it is amendable, I will recognize you, but I will next recognize Andy Craig. Andy Craig, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My point is very brief and very simple. You can choose between if you want to do any platform business at this convention, or you can choose if you want to do a Judicial Committee election. Putting this back on the main floor time after all the time we've lost is going to eat up 2 or 3 hours that we simply don't have. You know, that's where we're at. With the limited amount of time we have left, either we can try to move on to do LNC elections and get those done, at least hopefully, which I think we all agree is the most important thing. There's a lot of platform business that a lot of people want to get to and want to have time to adopt at least some platform changes. Voting in favor of this is effectively striking platform from the agenda. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Bowen Chappell from Kansas. I move to call the previous question.
Okay, seconded. Okay, and let me just see here. Is there any opposition to calling the question in the room?
I oppose calling the question.
Objection.
Objection.
Okay, there is objection. So on that, let's go to a vote. Okay, Mr. Fishman, a poll to call the question. Let's unshare the secretary's screen. Okay, and then just give me a heads up when the poll has launched and ended.
The poll is launched.
Thank you very much. Update on the poll? Is there an update on the poll?
I apologize, sir. The poll is done.
Poll's done. Okay. This is just called the question, so we won't share the secretary's screen right now. All those in favor of calling the question, rise. All those in opposition, rise. Okay. Take a look at okay. Debate has ended. And we can share the secretary's screen again? Okay. So now we're going to be moving on to a vote on bylaws proposal 13A. Point of order, Mike 3.
After the vote, please announce the results because you haven't announced the results for either this one or the past one. So
I apologize.
Thank you.
Will do. Thank you very much. Okie dokie. And now, Mr. Fishman, begin a poll on adopting bylaws proposal 13A. Let's unshare the secretary's screen. And then give me a heads up when that poll has launched and ended.
The poll has launched.
Update on the poll?
The poll is finished.
Wait, is launched or ended?
Ended.
Okay. Okay, share the secretary's screen. Okay, and all those in favor of adopting bylaws proposal 13A, rise. Okay, all those in opposition, rise. Okay. Can we share the secretary's screen and show the online total? I do think that has passed.
No, that's not it.
No, that's not it. Wait, one moment. Wait, let me just get the...
It didn't, does Mr. Fishman have the totals because it didn't copy to my clipboard?
Oh, Mr. Fishman, do you still have the totals?
I call for a division.
Second.
Okay, there we go. Yep, that looks like that's 2/3. That's 2/3 between this vote and here. So you've adopted the
Mr. Chairman,
bylaws
I
proposal
call for a
13A.
division.
The motion's just passed. You can't call division on something that just passed. That's out of order. Dilatory, you were not recognized. So please, people, do not speak until recognized. Okay? I've been reminded there are gators in Florida. Now, okay. If you do have a point of personal privilege that is timely, you are welcome to say personal privilege. But again, something like division or whatnot is not a privilege motion. Do not hop the line. Be respectful to your fellow delegates.
Personal privilege?
Personal privilege? You're recognized?
This is Catherine Files from Michigan. We have, at least from Michigan, people in the Zoom who are not alternates or delegates. The Zoom was made open for all. So if it's this close of a vote, I don't think we should be just not doing any division or any questioning of it.
I don't think it was that close. Here in the room, it was clearly more than 2/3. I'm going to rule that as it passed.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair. We cannot see the room, so we are actually kind of basically believing what's going on. Is there a way that online can see the room when we have a rising vote?
We'll try to see how we can accommodate. We're doing the best that we can, and I'm trying to act as in good faith as possible. So when I say that, when I see that this passed, I'm saying it in the best faith I can. But we're going to try to see if we can. Again, we'll try to find a way that you can see all the things. But
Point of information, Mr. Chair, isn't it true that in Zoom, there is a gallery view where you can both see the presented screen and the convention chair at the same time?
There are multiple views, but that is not set by us. That would have to be set by you guys in your own Zoom view.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Need somebody to point a camera at the front of the room.
Okay. Moving on. Okay, so what's the next bylaws proposal? Okay, one moment. We will recognize Mr. Phillips on mic 1.
Because of the related nature of bylaws proposal 18 to the one we just passed, I would like to move to suspend the agenda or to amend the agenda to take up bylaws proposal 18 at this time.
Okay, it's been seconded. Okay, that's motion to suspend the rules, so that's not debatable. We are going to go straight to a vote on the suspension of the rules to take up bylaws proposal 18.
Point of information, what is bylaws proposal 18?
Mr. Henchman? Bishop Henchman?
I'm not going to go at length on it because that would only be if we come up. Proposal 18 would change the process by which we elect LNC officers and members of the National Committee.
Okay. Here we go. Mr. Fishman, start a poll on whether to suspend the rules to take up bylaws proposal 18. Let's unshare the secretary's screen.
Point of information, it also affects election of judicial committee.
Is that correct, Mr. Henchman?
Oh, not by its terms, but JC is elected in the same way, so yes, that is correct.
Okay, so just so now everyone knows. Okay, Mr. Fishman, you may start that poll, and then give me a heads up when it is completed. And anyone, please mute your mics when you're not recognized.
Can we have the text of the bylaws proposal?
Oh,
is it too big to show?
Oh, can you put the text? Yeah, I think the text is on the secretary's screen for bylaws proposal 18. Oh, don't share the secretary's screen on the screen. They're going to do the poll in a second. There we go. Thank you.
It's not on the screen.
We don't have the screen. The online people don't know what they're voting on.
Are you in the Zoom? Got it. Also, it's on the LNC website. We'll give everyone a moment to go to the LNC website and get the bylaws report from under convention. We'll still keep trying to get the secretary's screen on as well. Do you see Karen Ann in the Zoom room?
There it is.
There we
It's
go.
on now.
Okay, we're good. Okay. Give me a heads up when the poll launched. Point of information, Mike 2?
The poll is launched.
Did you hear, Dan?
Poll's launched, okay. But point of information, Mike 2.
Yes. Florida Delegate Omar Recurl. With the change of 13A, what effect does that have? Because per the bylaws, the next thing we take up after bylaws is JC at appropriate years. Is this an appropriate year that we take up JC, or do we move to a LNC election?
The poll is supposed to be on suspension of the rules, not approving a proposal.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, is this a
Poll's not
suspension
right.
of the rules or approving the bylaw?
Right now, you're just suspending the rules to take up the
apologize.
bylaw.
I launched the wrong poll.
Okay, so no worries, just relaunch the poll. Okay, Mr. Henchman, would you be able to answer Mr. Requera's question?
Yes, I did confer with the parliamentarian. Normally, 13A takes effect immediately, so it is now in the bylaws. And it means we would elect JC in appropriate years, which is already there. And this would now be an appropriate year because there's 0 members of the Judicial Committee. And under the convention rules, JC is next after the bylaws and rules report. However, this morning the convention adopted Mr. Goldstein's motion, which says at 10:15 a.m. we're taking up LNC elections. So the parliamentarian and I have conferred, and we believe it would that a further amendment to the agenda would need to be made to insert JC elections wherever the body chooses to insert them in the agenda, because right now they're not scheduled.
Point of order, Mike 3.
I would like to remind the chair that he promised Maine Delegate Tyler Rowe online that you would get back to him about a motion after Proposition 13 was dealt with.
Okay, I will make a point to get back to Mr. Rowe in a moment. Yep. Okay, and how's the result? The online poll? Status of the online poll? Mr. Fishman?
Sorry, I'm just muted. Yes, the online poll is ended.
Okay. Give him one for the secretary, then we'll. Okay, share the secretary's screen so that way everyone can see bylaws proposal 18. Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rules to take up bylaws proposal 18, rise. Okay, all those in opposition?
Mr. Chair, I move that we suspend the rules to.
We're midway through a vote. Wait till one, you have to be recognized, and two, not in the middle of a vote.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, you may all sit. Okay, so the online numbers we'll put on the screen in just a moment, but it is not 2/3, so the suspension of the rules does not pass. But I did promise Mr. Rowe that I would recognize him after we disposed of 13, so I will recognize Tyler Rowe online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, I talked about making a motion to suspend the rules to have an up-down vote on bylaws proposals without debate, and so we could get through as much of that as possible before we moved on to the next item of business.
Okay, do you still want to make that motion even though we only have a little over 10 minutes left before bylaws proposal is over? Because it'll take like 3 or 4 minutes just to get the vote done.
Sounds good. I'll withdraw.
Thank you. Point of information, Mike 2? And then I'll go to Mike 1.
Omar Recaro, Florida Delegate. I have a follow-up point of information from the previous question. Why are we assuming that JC, I mean, we're basically saying that the next order of business is LNC elections and then platform committee report, and we just forgot about, at-large platform, and then we just forgot about JC?
I mean, got it. Yeah. So, okay. I think it's already been taken care of. Mike 1.
Hi, Paige Sexton from Tennessee. I would like to move to bring up Proposal 11, which would limit the use of executive session by the LNC.
Got it. Would you still like to make the proposal considering the limited time we have?
Yes, I believe this will pass quickly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second
It's been seconded.
motion.
Okay. So we move to a vote to suspend the rules to take up bylaws proposal. Which number again?
11.
11. Okay. And on that, let's move to a vote. So, Mr. Fishman, cue up a poll to suspend the rules to take up bylaws proposal 11. Okay, let's unshare the secretary's screen. Unshare the secretary's, yep, thank you. And then give me a heads up when that poll completes. Okay, just to give everyone an update, we're at 10:05, so we have 10 minutes left of bylaws before we go straight into elections. And also, Mr. Fishman, on that note, the tellers need you to send them, get them into the Slack channel necessary in order to facilitate elections.
I'm not sure which Slack channel that is.
Mr. Seebeck, could you send a Slack message to Dan Fishman directly on Slack? Just, okay. I will have Mr. Seebeck send you a direct message. Okay, point of personal privilege, Chris Lucchini from New Mexico. Mr. Lucchini from New Mexico, you are recognized. Another moment.
Yeah, my point's moot at this point.
Thank you very much. Okay, status of the poll?
The poll is finished.
Poll is finished. Okay, so we'll get the numbers.
Let me, 1 second. Okay, I got the numbers.
Okay, put on, I'll put bylaws proposal 11 on the screen.
Oh, okay, they didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rules to take up bylaws proposal 11, rise. All those in opposition, rise. Okay. Oh, Mr. Fishman, can you share? Can you push those results again so we can see them? There we go.
They're up.
It's 2/3. It passes. And we'll get the numbers on the screen. So let's share the secretary's screen so that people can see the vote total from online.
Not hardly.
Yeah, you have to see, again, you have to compare the vote in the room to what's online. It's 2/3. And with that, let's just move on to bylaws proposal 11 while we still have 7 minutes left.
Last one. Proposal 11, limitations on use of executive session by LNC and its committees. Executive session is when a committee meets in secret with only the members of the committee and other invited guests remaining in the room while it's conducted. Robert's Rules does provide some limitations on the use of executive session, but not many. Our policy manual, the LNC policy manual, does limit the use of executive session by the LNC. Under the current policy manual, there are specified reasons that a majority of the LNC can go into executive session, and for other reasons, 2/3 of the LNC can vote to go into executive session. Those requirements do not apply to other committees other than the National Committee. Additionally, because it's in the policy manual, it can be modified at any time. I personally am aware of situations where well, I'm not going to go there. What this proposal would do is it would specify that executive session can only be used for specified purposes, which are personnel matters, contractual negotiations, pending or potential litigation, or political strategy requiring confidentiality by both the LNC and all of its committees. And beyond that, it would have a majority requirement and all of that. It would also require that only discussion happen in executive session, and all votes and actions must be taken in open session. The committee believes this would close a loophole for abuse and strengthen the requirements for transparency and accountability. The language was drawn from a number of similar provisions in other boards and organizations. In the survey results, this proposal was very popular. There was an expressed concern about the political strategy prong being too wide, potentially. That is a concern, but on the whole of it, I think we should give it a shot, and it is still narrower than existing practice, where the LNC can go into executive session for any reason with a 2/3 vote, and committees can go into executive session and conduct actions in executive session without a vote at all. So the proposal was adopted by the Bylaws and Rules Committee by a 9-to-1 vote, and on behalf of the committee, I move its adoption.
Okay. Second. Okay, and again, people online, I see we already have people. I'm going to recognize Mike 1.
Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. I'd like to call the current question.
Okay, the question has been called. Okay. I'm going to assume that they're. For the sake of time, I'm going to assume that there's at least one person opposed to the call of the question. So we're going to vote on the call of the question. Point of order. Mike 2.
Point of order, Florida Delegate Omar Crow. There has been no debate? How can you call the question when there's no debate?
Bottom line, he was recognized, he called the question, it was seconded, so here we are. Okay. Point of order, Mike 3?
Information. It's more as a point of information. I want to understand why what was put into this proposal is different than what's in the policy manual. Why doesn't this cover actual litigation, for example? Once you have actual litigation, you need to be able to do that in executive session. This doesn't include that. Why? The proposal, the rationale says you took it from the executive, from the policy manual. You didn't do it.
Point of order. If I could answer.
I'm going to let Mr. Henchman answer it, but I would like to remind people that one, be respectful of each other, and two, don't misuse privileged motions, don't misuse points of information, don't try to sneak in debate as a question. But I do think there's some substance that we need to clarify.
I'll give a one-sentence answer. As I said in my introduction of this proposal is stronger than the existing policy manual.
No, it's weaker.
Point of order, Mike 1.
Mr. Chairman, if you could remind, this is Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from New Hampshire, if you could remind the gentleman from California the difference between debate and interrupting motions. He may have forgotten parliamentary procedure.
Yes. Points of information are not privileged. To be reminded. And, well, that's a reminder. Okay. And that goes for everybody, okay? I know we all have questions. I know we have all the things we want to do. And we're going to facilitate that. We're going to do the things. But we're going to do the best. So let's vote. Okay. So let's vote on calling the question. Mr. Fishman, cue up a poll on calling the question. And let's unshare the secretary's screen and let's have this vote. Although by the time the vote's done, we'll have to vote anyways.
The poll is launched.
Okay. Give me a heads up when it's done. Not sure what's up with my hair in Florida these days. My hair's usually a lot more cooperative in New York. Oh, okay. I was just like, I don't remember getting that frizzy when I left my room. Okay. Yes. Yes, please do.
While we're voting, and because I think we're done now, I just wanted to list the members of the committee and thank them for their hard work over the last several months. Dr. Chuck Moulton, Andy Craig, Chris Crawford, Richard Longstreth, Alicia Matson, Dr. Kenneth Brednolson, Mark Rutherford, Paige Sexton, Chris Thrasher, and alternates Chris Weiss, David Blau, Alex DeBenedetto, and Sean Lavasser. Thank you.
Okay, status of the poll?
1 moment. The poll is done.
Okay. Well, this is just calling the question, so I'll start taking. All those in favor of calling the question? All those in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, I call for the orders of the day.
Orders of the day are, right now, well, we're about to hit the time limit for bylaws, so we're going to go straight to a vote on this bylaws proposal anyways, and then we're going to move straight into elections, beginning with the election of LNC chair. Okay, and now we will move right into a vote on bylaws proposal 11. Okay, Mr. Fishman, cue up a poll for a vote to adopt bylaws proposal 11. And just give me a heads up when that poll launches and ends.
The poll is launched.
Thank you very much.
Point of personal privilege during the break.
A point of privilege? You're recognized. State
This
your name.
is Jack Svinkle with the Texas delegation. If you could please, Chair, after a vote is taken or before a vote is taken, could you please just double repeat what the item is? For example, item 11, that just passed by XYZ. It will help us follow a little bit better instead of just saying, okay, and going on to the next one. If I could just make that request. Thank you so much.
Your request is well taken, and I will do my best to accommodate.
The online polling is finished.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege? Mic 1?
This is
No. Where's
this
that?
is Luke Scabaris, Michigan delegate. On the Zoom, please show the proposal when we're voting on it. It happened a few times yesterday. It's happening right now. It's difficult to vote on something without being able to see.
I apologize. We will be better about that. Okay. Okay. Share the screen. Okay. All those in favor of adopting bylaws proposal 11, rise. All those in opposition, say nay. Oh, rise? So, why do I keep doing that? Okay. And let me take a look at the online numbers. Okay. So it's 307 versus 57 online. So bylaws proposal 11 does pass, affecting the use of executive session by the LNC.
Down to Laura.
And that concludes the Bylaws Committee report.
Mr. Chairman.
State your name.
Yes, Barry Short, Utah.
What a good girl.
I should be up in the line soon, I think.
Say, what's your name again?
Barry Short, Utah.
Barry Short, Mr. Short, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to extend bylaws time by 10 minutes in order to take up bylaws proposal 17, which I believe we would be derelict in our duty not to take that up, as that will prevent, if we pass it, a repeat of Thursday, perhaps the worst day in the history of the LP. Thank you.
Seconded.
Okay. Let's take up a vote to suspend the rules, to extend bylaws for 5 minutes, you said?
Oh, hell no.
10?
10 minutes.
17. To take up proposal 17.
This proposal is the one that gives the LNC more flexibility in determining in the inability to hold an in-person convention, and it sets the standards for that. I believe that's extremely important.
Understood. We're going to take the vote. We are going to take the vote. Okay, and again, a suspension of the rules is not debatable, so we're going to move on to a vote on suspending the rules to extend bylaws for 10 minutes to take up bylaws proposal 17, which would affect the ability for the LNC to have an online convention. Okay, in that, Mr. Fishman, queue up a poll.
The poll is launched.
Oh, then unshare the secretary screen. Unshare the secretary screen if the poll is launched. Okay. Point of information, Mike 2?
Yeah, point of information. Will there be any free lunch today?
I think there is a ticketed event for lunch today on the schedule online. Oh, there is no free lunch. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, man. Off to the Gators for me. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Wait, first I'm going to, a point of information recognize, and then I'm going to recognize Scotty Bowman with a point of personal privilege.
South Carolina delegate Charles Hall. What is taxation?
Taxation is certainly theft.
The poll is finished.
And point of personal privilege, Scotty Bowman. Scotty Bowman? Oh, and also, what's the status of the poll?
Okay, there I am.
Poll is finished.
I'm unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay. Aren't we supposed to get tokens for the chair before there's actually a debate and a vote for chair?
No, there's no tokens for chairs. There was in past conventions there were tokens for the chair's debate, and the debate has already passed, and that's up to the COC how they're going to handle the debates because it's not part of the official convention agenda. So yep, so chair candidates will just be nominated from the floor. So as soon as we get into LNC elections, I will be taking nominations, and we'll begin our list of roster, and then everyone will get, and then chair candidates will have 10 minutes to speak, and then et cetera, et cetera. Okay, but on that, Mr. Fishman, has the poll ended?
The poll has ended.
And we're all good, Ms. Harlos? Okay, good. So share the secretary's screen. And on that note, all those in favor of suspending the rules to extend bylaws by 10 minutes to take up bylaws proposal 17, rise. Okay, all those not in favor, all those in opposition, rise. Okay. Let me take a look at the online number. Show the online results online, but it was nearly unanimous here, and not two-thirds online, and definitely not two-thirds here, so it fails. I'm gonna start LNC elections before I recognize anybody else. Okay, fine, Mr. Requero. Mike 2?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Omar Okoro, Florida delegation. I move to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to add the election of judicial committee after LNC elections.
Okay, seconded. No, a suspension of the rules is not debatable, not amendable. Sorry, that's a. We just have to vote on that. Okay. Yep, recognized.
From Ohio. Before the chair had said that it considered the report of the bylaws committee, then we were closing that
sir, you're coming in really garbled.
Try again.
Yeah, you're overmodulated, so I can't make out what you're saying.
Howard Taft, go now.
You previously stated that you were closing the bylaws report when you were going to move to LNC elections. I just want to understand, for purpose of agenda and this motion, doesn't the bylaws have the right to come back up after LNC elections if not concluded? It didn't really conclude their report.
Yeah, I mean, basically right now, the agenda as it stands, we would go into LNC elections and then have 4 hours of platform. And anywhere in that time, people can amend the agenda. They can bring back bylaws reports, or bring back different bylaws proposals if they want. So basically, after we're done with LNC elections, we can revisit these things if you want as a body.
Mr. Goldstein's motion simply stated that the platform would not take more than 4 hours. It did not
Correct.
state that it would cut off bylaws report.
He did state that it would be a hard beginning to the LNC elections at 10:15 a.m.
Yes, but it did not state that the platform aced bylaws. That's my point.
Well, I'm going to treat it as if one piece of business begins, that means the previous one has ended. It can be brought up, because we're not going to have two things on the floor at the same time. So for something else to hit the floor, the stuff of previous has to technically be gone. So that's how I'm going to rule it. Okay. On that, let's vote on the suspension of the rules. Okay. And then after that, we're going to LNC elections. Okay. Mr. Fishman, let's unshare the secretary's screen. Let's have a poll to suspend the rules to take up Mr. Requero, did you say you wanted the judicial committee elections before or after LNC elections? After. So that judicial committee elections would occur after LNC elections. And one other clarifying question. Mr. Requero, did you want it to suspend the rules to amend the agenda or suspend the rules to take up the amendment of the agenda?
To amend the agenda. So
Okay,
we don't have any debate, just go to it.
So it's not going to be debatable at any step. Okay, just wanted to make sure that was clear. Okay. Now with that, you may start the poll and just give me a heads up when it starts and when it ends.
The poll has started.
And going forward, if anyone else does any more motions to like suspend the rules or whatnot, please stay at the mic until we completed a dispose of your business. So that way, if I have to ask you questions, you're available.
To do what? Oh, amend agenda? Yeah.
Hot mic.
Hot mic on Zoom. Cute sounding baby, though.
The online poll is finished, Mr. Merced.
Okay, is the poll done?
The poll is finished.
Okay, just wait for Ms. Harlows. Actually, meanwhile, we can take that vote. Again, we're voting to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to add JC elections right after LNC elections. Okay? All those in favor of suspending the rules to make that amendment, rise. Okay. All those opposed, rise. Okay. And let's take a look at the numbers. I think. Got it, yep. And that is overwhelmingly 2/3. We got 2/3 online and definitely 2/3 in person. Okay, so let's put those numbers up on the screen. So let's share the secretary's screen. We're going to go straight into LNC elections first. Okay, so we are crossing that threshold into LNC elections, but I want to give everyone point of order.
Thank you. Justin Jelenic, Delegate, Minnesota. I would like to move to suspend the rules to amend the agenda.
I am not accepting. You said a privileged motion. That is not a
suspension of the rules is not privileged.
No, it's not a privileged motion. I'm not recognizing people for the floor right now. We are going to LNC elections. We have business to get done.
Mr. Chair, can I move to recess for 10 minutes so
That's
the candidates
exactly what with the next words out of my mouth.
Here, here.
Okay. So just so everyone can get ready for LNC elections, I'm going to give everyone, let's recess for 10 minutes. Everyone get ready, and the ball game begins in 10 minutes.
All right, then it's not happening.
Yep, so I'll see you guys back here at 10:40.
Could someone turn down the air conditioning in the Zoom room?
Oh, let's turn down the air conditioning in the Zoom and make sure it's a nice, even temperature. Well, point of privilege, well taken.
Point of personal privilege.
Are we at ease?
I think we're at ease. The YouTube stopped.
We are at ease, but your mics are still live and booming out over the PA system.
Okay, so when was the chair election that I was told we had already? I mean, not the chair election, chair debate.
Yes.
Any of the delegation chairs online or here, if you did not get the instructions from me, or there's some question about the instructions, or you can't access the folder, please come up to the secretary's desk or send me an email if you're online so that we can get this taken care of.
Hey, Dan, could I speak to the room for a moment?
Who is this?
Oh, this is Jake Leonard, Illinois alternate and political director.
What is the nature? What is the nature?
I would like to ask for a call for action of the body, if ever possible, since I didn't know when would be a good time to speak of this. The Libertarian Party of Chicago is running a slate for Cook County, and they are currently struggling right now despite a Greenhorn petitioner team under the management of Don Wren. I've been in communications with their chapter chair. They are way behind on reaching their 3,500 signature goal, which would be 1,000 signatures under their minimum threshold of 2,500 signatures. As of Thursday night, they have 857. As political director of the Libertarian Party of Illinois, I would really love to see libertarians attain major party status in one of the most corrupt counties in the land of Lincoln and this nation. If you're one of those petitioning rock stars who may have some availability, we would certainly appreciate your assistance. If you can't physically help, but can help donate, please feel free to send a donation to lpillinois.org/donate and specify that you would like your donation to go toward the Cook County petitioning effort. Our filing deadline is Monday, July 20th. If you need to contact me directly, my phone number is area code 217-565-9273. Our Cook County slate is Teresa Benjamin, who is running for circuit clerk, and Brian Dennehy, who is running for state's attorney in Cook County. Thank you very much.
And just real quickly while we're at break, I would also want to encourage people to go to libertarianfrontier.com. We haven't had much chance to discuss or promote it, but there's important work going on there and they could use your support. Thank you.
I also want to mention the only states I have using Election Buddy right now are New York, North Carolina, and Ohio.
I know it is. See, it took me a minute.
Dan?
Yes.
Bo Brown. Thanks for everything, by the way. Is it too late for Virginia to be added to that?
No, I can add Virginia.
Oh, just remember everyone online that your mic is hot and I can hear you. Also, anyone online, if you do want to be recognized and make an announcement or something like that, can you guys mute for a moment? Mute. Thank you. But if you want to be recognized to make an announcement during lulls or whatnot, just use the message feature, send a message, so that way I can keep a note of all the people who want to be recognized for general announcements.
Yeah, I have a question relating to Election Buddy. If Michigan's no longer using it, then how will I get the tokens that I didn't get yet for the platform?
I'll let Mr. Fishman answer that.
It might be useful to mute us speaking to the room for right now so that I can speak to the Zoom people. But Scotty, it's up to your chair.
Hey everyone, this is Elliot. If you are speaking on the Zoom, please mute your audio so that it doesn't create a feedback loop when you're talking. It makes it really hard to listen to.
And just to make sure that we're on the same page, this is Dean Ahmed of Maryland. I informed my delegates that they should use election buddy for the election token, that we would be doing everything else the way we did.
That's correctly, exactly right.
Thank you.
Dan, Ned Kelly, Kansas.
Yes.
We also would like to use Election Buddy.
Adding KS to the list.
All right.
And NM.
Lucchini, New Mexico, also Election Buddy. Also, please make sure that you correct Chris Manning's email address.
Just tell it to me again right now. Tell me what I have wrong.
You have Chris Manning at Gmail, or sorry.
Oh, I did. I changed it from Well, tell me again.
Yeah, it was Chris Manning 10 at Gmail. It should be Hotmail.
Yeah, I fixed that.
Thank you.
So I'm going to clarify.
Mr. Fishman?
Yes.
Mark Tunevich from South Dakota. If you could please demote me from co-host.
Will do.
Thank you.
But you have index cards if you want that for your people here. And if you do that.
Hey, Dan, this is Elliot again. I have not gotten any confirmation on when I can make the Let Her Speak presentation during a point of personal privilege, or how that would even work, given that it is it involves sharing some media. Do you have any input on that?
I have made you co-host. I can't tell you how well screen sharing for anything other than text will work, nor that it would be up on screen for the in-person convention.
I do have the ability. I do have the ability to share screen, and it would overrule the secretary's screen share. So I can share both the video and the slides that I have prepared. But she'll have to share again whenever I'm done.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure you understood what I was saying about. I can't guarantee you what the quality will be like for a video.
Understood. Thank you for your assistance with this. I'll wait until the chair recognizes me, though.
Dan, Howard Blitz, is there any need for co-hosting anymore?
Well, yes. So, for example, Michigan had a lot of people in who were not supposed to be in. Or I don't know about a lot. Michigan had at least one person in who were not supposed to be in. So, please police your delegation. When we recess for lunch, if everybody could stay online for 10 minutes, I'm going to teach us the new way to vote, but then you'll be able to vote as a co-host. Just to go over it quickly, at the bottom of the screen, you see the yes and no buttons. Everybody who sees the yes button at the bottom of your screen, please press yes.
Yes, he does. Okay. Yep, each state can do it however they want. They can do it by smoke signal.
And so you can do that even if you are a co-host.
Okay, well, go ahead and make myself and Michael Kilsky co-hosts.
All right.
Hey, Dan, Jason, Nevada.
Hey, Jason.
Hi, good morning. Thank you again for all your work on this. Wanted to ask on Election Buddy, that's the one that you email to all the delegates and then it's taken care of through that way?
Yes.
Would you please add Nevada? We would love to use it.
NV is added.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan, it's Bill Hunt from Rhode Island.
Hey, Billy.
Hey, can you add Rhode Island to Election Buddy 2, please?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fishman?
Yes.
Chris Olinsky, New York. I've happened to notice in participation, there's a couple of phone numbers. I'm not sure if anybody has gone through and properly vetted the identity of those people.
We have not, no.
Okay, notified.
Mr. Fishman?
Yes.
Nevada delegate, unfortunately, I was told that my feedback will be sent to the report tellers, but I wasn't really given any more information other than Karen Harlan.
I don't know anything about it either.
Okay. That's fine, I guess. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Mr. Fishman? Dan?
Yes.
This is Harold Thomas from Ohio.
Yep.
Okay,
We would like
everyone,
to have Election
I've been
Buddy.
having the same question. I realized I was unclear on something. In that folder for your tally sheet pickup, it's empty right now because we have to generate it after we know who all the candidates are. So that folder will be filled with that afterwards, after we have the tally sheets. I mean, the candidates. And I also ask for your patience in this first round. Again, this is a very unique experience, brand new teller team.
Hello,
So we just
anybody
ask that you please be kind, and it will get better
Harold,
and
we're
better
already
and
on
better.
Election Buddy. Okay, thank you.
I just didn't want to speak over the secretary.
From, New York. I have a quick question.
Hey, Tony.
I suspect that I'm going to be nominated for one of these LNC offices. I don't know. It's kind of a hunch I have. I probably shouldn't be delegation chair while I'm an active candidate. How can I switch out?
I mean, technically speaking, you're not really active chair right now because I didn't promote you to co-host.
No, that's true.
It doesn't really
When we're
matter.
talking about balloting, I probably shouldn't be the one counting my own votes.
I would leave that in your hands.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah,
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, assign somebody I will give you guys essentially a link with a spreadsheet for results.
Okay. Yeah, I've got someone I've assigned here on site.
Dan, this is Duke Van Horn, Delegate Indiana. I sent you a Facebook message about something to do with the Zoom. If you could take a look at it.
Yep. Hang on. Guys,
Hey, Dan.
I got a call. I got to mute. Sorry.
Hey, Dan, Dave Valente, West Virginia.
Yes.
I just sent you a message to have election buddy for West Virginia delegates. If you can do that.
I got you, Dave.
Cool. Thank you, sir. You rock.
Quick reminder for everyone on Zoom, there is an LP National Slack. You can join at lp.org/chat. There's a lot of conversation about the convention happening in there.
Is Mr. Fishman still there? Then
He said he had to step away for a moment.
Oh, got it. Then I'll just ask to sort of the folks at large. This is Elliot Jacks, Washington delegate. Is there like a way to chat right now, given our current privilege structure with each other, that won't just that's text-based, you know?
Yeah, the Slack will do that.
Yeah, I just mentioned the National Slack, lp.org/chat to join it. There's a lot of conversation in there.
And Dan has requested that that be what we use moving forward to contact him, since we can't chat in here. And Elliot Jacks, I just want to say this is Jax Finkel, and we have some pretty cool names up in here.
Nice.
This is Elliot Sherman, I agree.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about Elliot Sherman personally.
Hey, everybody. How's everyone doing? Quick announcement. I would just like to ask anyone who's using the outside area to smoke to please just be courteous and dispose of their cigarettes in the proper areas. Don't leave them in the flowers. This location is owned by a Libertarian. We want to make sure we treat our fellow Libertarians with respect and respect property rights. Okay? And we're going to begin with the chair's election. Now, before I take nominations, actually, I'm going to give a second for everyone to come on down, take a seat. But this particular convention is unique. I mean, not only is this the first time that we've ever done online and live at the same time, exploring new part two, we did the first part online, and then the second part we're doing online. So everything's a first. So, but at the same time, it's a period before a new sentence. It's a beginning of a new era. And when you move forward, I always think it's proper to make sure that we say that we respect where we came from. And respect sort of what happened in the past. And I'm going to ask you guys to indulge me, and I'm going to recognize someone, and I want you guys to show them the respect that I would want you to show to every speaker who's on this stage this evening. So I'm going to recognize our chair, who's been chair for 6 years, the only chair who's ever had 3 terms. I want to give us the due respect to give him the opportunity to talk for 5 minutes about his time, because it was a unique time, and it was a time that I think we're all going to remember very well. Respect.
No, they're fine. They'll get there. It takes them. It always takes them a minute. Good morning, Libertarians. So first of all, I want to say thank you. I was at the Torch Club reception last night, talking to some of the people who give the most money to this party, who actually keep the engine running, about what it has meant. There are a lot of things that I care about in my life. There are a lot of things that I'm proud of. There are some things I'm lucky to have, and there's other things that we've earned. And we all have that. I'm proud of my children. I'm proud of my time as a public defender. I'm proud that I have a first-degree murder, not guilty verdict on my wall. I'm proud of those accomplishments. But there are other things that it's not so much I'm proud of as I'm thankful for. I'm thankful that my wife saw fit to marry me, because we're not all that lucky. And I am thankful that the only political party that I've ever known my entire life, the only political party I've ever been part of, saw fit to give me the responsibility of directing this party for 6 consecutive years. And there is no greater honor that you can give. And I don't know as there is ever any bigger accomplishment that I can have. And so I thank you all. I thank every single one of you. I thank the people who have been hostile. I thank the people who have been cruel. I thank the people who have lied about me. I thank the people who have slandered me. I thank the people who had trespassed me for just having a beer in their party because it was just a little too uncomfortable for me to be there in their presence. I thank every single one of you, because without you, if that's what you're into, I don't care what you have for breakfast, sir. Without you, I can't be me. So every single one of you has done everything you need to make this be exactly what it is. And you've earned everything you've got. And I believe in justice and right. And I believe that people should get everything in life that they deserve. And some of you will get that. And I'm good with that. And now Alex is basically telling me I'm the one messing up the tone. So give me 2 minutes. I'll be done.
1 minute.
1 minute. He's running the thing.
Guys!
No, it's cool. Let him boo. Let him boo. Let him get it out. Do all you want. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. Anyway, I appreciate every one of you. I appreciate what you are doing to try and make this party better. I understand that those of you that I don't agree with, you still believe in your heart you're doing what's right, and never apologize for what you believe in. There is a major donor to this party, somebody who's given nearly $100,000 in the last year. We had a major donor summit. And one of our staff said, you know, what I want to see is a united Libertarian Party. And he said, no, that's not right. This is a political party. Being united is not what we're about. What we're about is we all care a lot about this party, and we all have a different vision of what this party should be, and we're gonna fight about that. So he didn't want our party to be united. What he wants is our party to be united in fighting in here about how we do this thing, and then turning to the outside and fighting them with everything we have, and taking all this bullshit and leaving it on this floor. That's what I want. And that's what I want.
Now, let's move on with starting a new era for the Libertarian Party. We've paid our respects to the past, and now let's blaze boldly into the future. And now I will begin taking nominations for chair. 1 second. For those online, I'm going to set it up on the online queue so that way you can put yourselves in the queue for online nominations. Can you add the? Oh no, just make a separate item under. Okay, so you'll be able. So again, if you've already put yourself in there to nominate someone for chair, do it again so that way you're specifically under a nomination for chair. Okay, and let me get my computer back on so I can see this. Oh, there we go. Oh, I just hit the button. Okay. Point of information, Mr. Goldstein?
Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. Mr. Merced, I think we have some new people both here and online. Could you please ask, can either you or ask the secretary to outline the rules for both nominations and nominating speeches, the time limits for each candidate, and that kind of stuff so people have a clear understanding how we're proceeding with this election? Thank you.
Got it. Okay, so just so you guys know, what happens is that you guys will be able to be recognized at any of these microphones and online to nominate someone for chair. So then someone seconds it. As long as that person's willing to accept the nomination and they are a member in good standing and not the member of another party, you're good to go. Okay? So go nominate those party members. But all those nominated will then get 10 minutes to speak to you all as a body. Okay? And that's the process. Anything else I should say?
What was the time limits?
Yep, 10 minutes. Yep. Yep. Okay, and with that, we will begin taking nominations. So let's see here, who's at the microphone? I'll take a microphone 3.
Ethan Bishop Henchman, delegate from California. I nominate my husband, Joe Bishop Henchman, chair of the DC Libertarian Party, for chair of the LNC.
Was that seconded? Seconded. Okay. Miss Joe Bishop Henchman has been placed in nomination for chair.
My screen.
Let me second. Okay, cool.
Do you want my screen up so people can see the
Yeah, put your, let's share the secretary's screen. Mr. Henchman, do you, microphone 3, Mr. Henchman, do you accept the nomination?
I accept and I meet the necessary qualifications under the bylaws and rules.
Okay. And microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Pietro Salvatore Geraci. It is my pleasure to nominate the chair of the Libertarian Party of New York, Tony D'Orazio, for chair of the Libertarian National Committee.
Tony D'Orazio, do you accept the nomination? Tony D'Orazio is online. Unmute yourself and...
Just one moment, I'll let him unmute himself.
Mr. D'Orazio, do you meet the do you accept and meet the qualifications?
It's one moment. Hang on, please, Alex. I'm having a technical issue.
I missed the nomination, I think.
Oh, JBH.
We had JDH and we had Tony D'Orazio.
From New York.
Who nominated him?
Pietro.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, Mr. D'Orazio, you can unmute yourself.
I am now unmuted. Yes, I meet the qualifications, and yes, I proudly accept that nomination.
Okay. Microphone 2.
With apologies to the gentleman I'm thrusting the gavel at, I, Robert Perry from Kentucky, nominate Alex Merced.
Thank you. Okay.
Please, Alex.
I meet the qualifications. I don't accept, but I do 100% appreciate the sentiment. I thank you all for the warmth that you guys have shown me the last few days and our ability to get together and get the party's business done. I haven't done every move smoothly and not always made the right calls, but I've always done it for all of you. I've always done it, so thank you. Microphone 3.
Hi, my name is Angela McArdle, California delegate.
I nominate Joshua Smith for chair.
Joshua Smith. Joshua Smith, do you accept the nomination for chair, and are you also meet the qualifications?
Mr. Chair, I do meet the qualifications, and I do accept. Thank you very much.
Joshua Smith is in for nomination for chair. Okay, let's see here. And then let me just see the same one. Okay, I recognize Jim Fulner from Michigan, online. Is this mic back on? Okay, good. Jim Fulner from Michigan.
That's me.
That's you.
Hey, this is Jim Fulner from Michigan, and I rise to nominate Mikester Shipley from Arizona to be the next chair of the Libertarian Party.
I recognize Mike Shipley. Do you accept the nomination and meet the qualifications?
Yes, I do. Thank you, and I meet the qualifications.
Thank you. Mike Shipley is in for nomination. I recognize... Please be careful with your mics. I recognize Vermin Supreme from Massachusetts.
Hello there. Yes, Vermin Supreme from the great state, if there is such a thing, of Massachusetts, delegate, and I was also to nominate Mr. Mike Shipley. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see someone from New York. Can you read that name again? The one from New York, Mr. Logan.
We seem to have accidentally muted the Libertarian Convention. If you could please re-enable that.
Say that again? Okay. Oh, it's been withdrawn. Okay. I recognize Mike 1.
Did that, please.
Tiffany Diaz de Leon of Washington State. I nominate Jacob Lamont for chair.
Mr. Lamont, do you accept the nomination and meet the qualifications?
I accept the nomination, and I do meet
Point
the
of order,
qualifications.
we still don't have volume in the Zoom.
Working on it.
And is there any other nominations?
Alex,
okay,
can
Mike,
you hear us in the room?
What?
The Zoom has been muted.
Okay.
Somebody muted the Zoom. Can somebody please unmute the Zoom in the back?
Yeah, if Avi, if you can unmute the Zoom. Microphone 3.
Timothy Perkins for Oregon. I nominate none of the above because nobody is qualified.
Fair enough. Noda, never mind. Noda's nominated. Let me just double check. Is there any more online?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Darrell Perry, New Hampshire.
State your name.
Darrell Perry, New Hampshire.
Go for it.
I would like to nominate the world's greatest weatherman and most popular lizard member of the Libertarian Party, Dulap Nelson, for chair.
Does Dulap Nelson accept the nomination? I do. Now, while we do have auxiliary memberships, technically you have to be a dues-paying member, although I do appreciate the mention of Dulap. And Dulap is here, so definitely go check him out in the hall. But he does not meet the qualifications, but yes. Mr. Valente?
Dave Valente, Wild and Wonderful West Virginia. I move to close nominations.
Okay, motion to close nominations.
Second.
We have 6 people.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, could you please reread the nominees because I think we missed one while we were muted.
Yep. Carlos, we should have Joe Bishop Henchman, Josh Smith, Mike Shipley, Tony DeRazio, and Jacob Lamont. Oh yeah, and I declined. And then Mr. Valente, would you indulge me in holding off that call for 1 more minute? Thank you. I'm going to recognize Rex Lawhorn from Oklahoma. Online.
Mr. Merced, events have overtaken my motion. I, too, was going to nominate Alex Merced.
Aw. touching my heart. But I will not accept it. But I do appreciate it. So the nomination appreciated, not accepted. From Connecticut, Dan Rial.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Christopher Thrasher for chair of the LNC if he is in the room.
Mr. Christopher Thrasher, are you in the room, live or online, to accept the nomination?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Reel. I sincerely appreciate the sentiment. However, I will decline the nomination at this time. Thank you.
And finally, Michelle McCutcheon from Ohio.
Hi, I was also here to nominate Dulap Nelson.
I also appreciate that nomination because Dulap is pretty cool. But yes, but the Dulap does not meet the qualifications. But Dulap is here. Okay, on that, I don't think there is anybody else. So are we good to close nominations?
Yes.
Yes, so let's do it. We have our nominations. May elections begin. Okay, so I guess next would be nominating speeches. Okay. Yep. We're going to figure out a random order for everyone to do their nominating speeches. So just give us a minute to do that. Okay. So how should we do that?
What?
We need to figure out the order for nominations. I guess we roll a dice.
I've got my die.
Yay! We're going to do it through D20s.
Give me a second here. Yeah?
Mr. Chairman, do candidates get to re-roll crit fails?
Well, only if you have like a dagger of win +1. I'll have my taxation of theft +2. I don't know. Oh, D&D humor.
So how do you want to do this? The higher?
We'll say higher goes first.
So the higher goes first. I'm sorry, what are you doing?
Can't be
Okay.
yet.
So wait, let me get all the names down here. So we got Joe, Tony, Mike, Jacob. Yeah, I see you. I see you, Josh. Joshua Smith. Am I missing anyone? No. That accepted because we're not allowing the lizard. I'm very.
I know. If I could, I would.
So rolling for you first. Well, none of the above. Are you doing a nomination? Okay. Well then. Nobody gets one too. All right, Joshua, you've got a 6. Joe Bishop Henchman has a 12. Let me just note these down.
Okay.
So Joshua had a 6.
Oh, he has a motion? Okay.
Tony D'Orazio, 15. Mike Shipley, 3. Jacob Lamont, 9. And let's get Noda. I'll tell you the order in a minute. 10. And just for tribute, I do want to know what Dulap would have gotten.
Okay, I'd like to know that too.
He would have gotten a 12 and been tied with Joe Bishop Henchman for a spot. So maybe that's an omen. Okay, so you said highest goes first?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got Tony, then Joe, then Jacob, then Josh. Oh, what? No, hold on a second. I forgot Noda.
Can you hear me?
Tony, Joe.
Everybody can hear you. Please do not talk on Zoom.
Joshua and Chipway. Joshua and Mike. Did I miss anyone?
We have an order. The dice have been rolled. Is it a privilege motion? Point of information, Mike 2?
Philippe Cataret, Florida. I would like to know if there has been someone selected to speak on behalf of NODA.
I think Mr. Perkins was planning to speak for NODA since he placed NODA into nomination.
Thank you.
But if you want, get together with Ms. Perkins and see if you guys can share the time.
Okay.
He's right there. Oh, he's right there if you want to talk to him.
Mr. Chairman, Dean Ahmed, Maryland, for a point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege?
I tried to access the tally sheets, and I'm not being admitted.
Okay, noted.
Request access where it says you're not permitted, request it.
So when it says you're not permitted, it should have a button that says request access. Click on that, and the secretary will take care of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let me read the order. Okay, well, let's see here. Uh-huh. Who? Peaches, yeah. Okay. Okay, everybody, give me a drum roll, like with your feet or whatever. First is Tony DeRazio from New York. After Tony DeRazio from New York is Joe Bishop Henchman from Washington, D.C. After that will be NODA from everywhere, anywhere, nowhere. After NODA will be Jacob Lamont. After Jacob Lamont will be Joshua Smith. And after Joshua Smith, Mike Shipley. Okay. With that, I will recognize, oh, actually, first let me check. Tony DeRazio, are you ready for your nominating speech? Mr. DeRazio, you're recognized. Just want to double check if you're all set or you need a minute. Mr. DeRazio should be online.
I'm checking.
Okay.
Mr. DeRazio, are you there?
Give me 1 minute to get set up over here. I should have Pietro Geraci and Larry Sharp heading to the stage now.
Okay. I will give them 1 minute. I see Larry. Larry is coming. Hey, Larry. Okay. And then you tell me when you want to start, Tony. And then we'll put 10 minutes on the clock.
You let me. Whenever Pietro and Larry start talking, that's when I'm starting.
Okay, sounds good. And then what will be the speaking order?
Chris, it would be better to use the other camera so that you can look on screen.
This is fine.
Please mute your microphone if you're online. Pietro? Okay, I'll let you guys decide who goes up first.
Mr. Chair.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just do that.
Yeah, I'm just, whatever.
Okay. Pietro, are you going first? Who's going first? Go for it. And we begin.
Hello, everyone. I am Pietro Salvatore Geraci from New York, and I'm happy to speak to you today about Tony DeRazio. He is an Eagle Scout, and I am also an Eagle Scout, and as a fellow Eagle, I can attest to how much work it takes to attain that rank. Only 2% of all Scouts move on to achieve the rank, and I know what's expected of all of us who have earned the rank of Eagle Scout. Eagle Scouts are exemplary. They are the epitome of character, of leadership, and I can think of no better person to serve as chair of the Libertarian National Committee than Tony D'Orazio. He has made a marked change in the way the interim state committee has done its business. He has created a lot more transparency. We are more informed of the activities of the state committee, and he has led the charge against malevolent usurpers from the Reform Party and from Republicans who sought to hijack our line and hijack our party. And I believe that we have defeated most of those usurpers thanks to his leadership. Before I leave, I just want to say a scout is trustworthy. Tony can be trusted to lead this party in the right direction and deliver a fresh start and restore confidence in the Libertarian National Committee. He is loyal to this party. He is helpful to all of us. He called into the Orange County, New York's Libertarian Party meeting on Zoom and gave us some advice. And it was a pleasure for all of us, especially new members, to be able to meet him. He is friendly. He is courteous. He keeps a level head. He can be trusted to act well under pressure. He doesn't stand for drama or dilatory behavior. He wants to get things done. And with that, I will pass it to Mr. Larry Sharpe. Please consider Tony D'Orazio for chair of the Libertarian National Committee.
Hey, everybody. I know that right now, a lot of us are upset. We're a bit divided, unhappy, fighting with each other, unsure which way to go. A lot of us would actually like really badly a reset, kind of a reboot, reset, and change. There is no one running who can do that better than Tony D'Orazio. That man is someone I've known for many years. He is all about unity. He is all about trying to get people together. He doesn't have any of this baggage that we've seen so many people have in the past from all different types of things and issues and worries and concerns. That's gone. Doesn't exist. I've seen him in my own state help me to grow the party. I've seen him in my own state fix the fractures that have popped once we got ballot access. I've seen him repair it. I've seen him do it with grace. I've seen him do it with humility. I've seen him been able to bring people together who were fighting like we thought we would never get together ever. Tony D'Orazio has done that. He can do that now. Please consider him for the Libertarian Party chair. Thank you. I'll give you right now, Tony D'Orazio. Thank you.
Pietro, Larry, thank you very much for those very kind words. I'm truly humbled by that and all the kind words I've heard over the past several weeks since I've announced my run. I'm truly humbled by all this. I came to the Libertarian Party a long time ago. I was party shopping back in the mid-90s, back when Clinton was running for his second term, and I was displeased with the duopoly. So I started party shopping, and I found online this great party called the Libertarian Party. And I found a phone number for the Libertarian Party of New York. And I called it. It was about 6 o'clock at night. I figured I'd get a voicemail and leave my address, and they'd send me some literature. The vice chair of the party picked up the phone, and we had a nice couple-hour conversation about Harry Brown and our current presidential nominee, Joe Jorgensen, who was the vice presidential nominee at the time. As a result of that conversation, I changed my party affiliation. I am a Libertarian, and I have been since that day. And I cast my first Libertarian vote proudly for Harry Brown and Joe Jorgensen in 1996. I am the New York State Chair, the chair of the Libertarian Party of New York. I came into a party that was experiencing some infighting, some fracture, we hadn't gotten ballot access when I became active in this party. So we fought every year, tooth and nail, just to get a candidate or two on the ballot. I was at petitioning out in the rain, Libertarian, just like many of you have been petitioning out in the rain, Libertarians, fighting for that ballot access, Libertarians. We've all been there. I know what it's like. I know what that struggle is like. And I wanted to make sure that our party in New York kept that ballot access, and the only way we do it is by pulling in the same direction, pulling in the direction away from the omnipotent state, pulling towards liberty, towards more personal responsibility, towards more freedom. Over the past few months especially, every one of our worlds have been turned upside down. I'm sitting here in New York with the New York delegation, and I'm actually going to turn the camera around for a second so you can see the New York delegation. And they're going to yell at me because they tried so hard. Oh, yeah, there's a couple other states over there too. They're gonna yell at me because they tried so hard to make me look professional with a stationary camera, but I just screwed them up. By the way, that's why you shouldn't have your chair in charge of media. You need to hire professionals to do your media. Don't let your chair do media. So I have some initiatives that I want to put in place to make sure that the party does start moving in the right direction. The LNC is going to sit down at our first meeting, and we are going to have a mission. We are going to, by the end of that meeting, be pulling towards liberty and in the same direction, no matter what faction, what caucus, or what part of the big tent we're standing in. The big tent is a beautiful thing that we bring to our party, and I love that we debate, and I love that we're all just keeping each other honest. But at the end of the day, we're all pulling in the same direction, and as soon as we walk out the doors of that tent, we all need to be showing that we're pulling in the same direction. We all need to be proudly waving our porcupines, or penguins if you'd rather wave a penguin. I don't care what animal you wave, but we all need to be waving the flag of liberty. We need to make sure that we are prepared for any future times when our whole world is turned upside down by the next pandemic or plandemic or government planned earthquake or whatever's planned, any natural disasters. This isn't going to be the last time we run into issues. We're lucky this is the first time we've run into issues in 50 years. To that end, one of the hallmarks of my chairmanship will be having a strong disaster recovery plan, having a strong business continuity plan for our party, making sure that our party is prepared for not only the next 50 years, but the next 200. This next chair their first job is going to be getting Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen elected to the White House.
60 seconds.
And to be able to motivate and inspire every libertarian and even some non-libertarians in this country to vote Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen as President and Vice President of the United States this November. The next chairman needs to make sure that we focus on donor development and fundraising to make sure that we have the resources to support Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen for President and Vice President of the United States. That seems to be an easy way to get a cheer, so I'm going to say it again. Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen for President and Vice President of the United States. I'm nothing if not shameless in getting cheers. But
that's going to be time?
How much time do I have left, Alex?
You just ended, but if you want, you can finish your thought.
Thank you. So please, choose the unity candidate. Choose a fresh start for the LNC. Please choose Tony D'Orazio, or as Pietro correctly pronounces it, D'Orazio, for your next LNC chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. D'Orazio. Next is going to be Joe Bishop Henchman. You guys are all good? Okay, so I will let you guys go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before we begin, Mr. Fishman, can you please verify that you have the link to the video ready? Mr. Fishman, are you there?
I do not have the link to the video.
Okay, you have it in your email and in Messenger as well. If you could please have that ready to screen share.
If the secretary can do that, I have
There's no audio on her computer to share that video. Could you please play it on your video and have it shared on these screens, please?
I can't share it on the convention screens. I can only share it on Zoom.
Right.
Unless you can have the convention screen up, the Zoom on the convention screen.
That's how we'll do it. Okay, so let's do that. Can we get the Zoom on the convention screen? Or is it?
Yeah.
Do that. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to reset the clock. Okay, so let's just make sure that's feasible before we start. So let's share the Zoom screen on. Wait, Mr. Fishman, can you repeat your recommendation?
Just one moment. I have to search my email for this. I was not. My last thought on our discussion was that we didn't have this set up. One moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Fishman.
Yep. Sorry about this. Is it from? It's from Ethan. Wait, I see it. Nomination speeches at 11:07. Got it.
It's also in your Facebook Messenger.
Yep, I got it now. One moment. Let's see. How do I set this up?
Just get to the fucking nitty-gritty.
Everybody else mute, please, Tobin.
Okay, and that goes for all the other candidates. If there's any technical difficulties, your timer will not start until we resolve them. So that way everyone gets a chance to do their speech.
All right, I can't see what you guys can see anymore, but can you see that?
I'm Joe Bishop Henchman.
It's there, but
There we go.
just thank you very much.
Okay, go for it.
Good morning, fellow delegates, alternates in person and online. My name is Ethan Bishop Henchman, and I am here to nominate my husband, Joe Bishop Henchman, for chair. I'm up here because I see the Joe who works long hours to listen to party members, solve problems, build consensus, and make the Libertarian Party better. I see the Joe who has taken organizations out of startup mode, growing them into true successes. I see the Joe who gets Republicans and Democrats to enact libertarian policies. And I've heard him tell me that he's tired. Aren't we all tired, libertarians, of being the only libertarian in the room? I've seen Joe sue the IRS and win, lead the DC Libertarian Party to getting more votes than the Republicans, and mentor countless individuals as they seek ways to make a difference in the world. When I met Joe, I was a passionate small L libertarian. And because of Joe, I am now an even more passionate lifetime member of the Party of Principle. And because of Joe, I am a former candidate for our party in the District of Columbia, garnering a record 8% of the vote. I enthusiastically ask you all to join me in voting Joe Bishop Henchman for chair. Please start the video.
Hello, I'm Joe Bishop Henchman. Let's talk about our mission as libertarians. A world set free in our lifetime. I've been a party member since 1996, member of the Libertarian National Committee and chair of the DC Libertarian Party. If there's one lesson I've learned in 24 years, it's that libertarian voices must be at the table and must be heard. We know the transformative power of just one libertarian in a room. A libertarian voice is a candle bringing light to the dark, smoke-filled rooms where policy is made. Just ask Senator Laura Ebke or County Supervisor Jeff Hewitt, who as lone libertarians in government have transformed public policy for the better. The role of the chair of the Libertarian National Committee is to make sure that libertarian voices are heard loud and clear. For libertarians to be heard, we must win elections. That means data training, organizing phone banks, and providing candidates with campaign tools and legal assistance. That means backing proven records of success, like Pennsylvania electing 40 local libertarians last year. We need to scale that up so other states can win too. That means identifying races, recruiting candidates, and supporting our libertarians on the ground who are going out and doing the work to win. As a member of the LNC, I've supported the Frontier Project, which I fully expect will elect state legislators, and I know that's just the beginning. For libertarians to be heard, we need a functioning national organization. That means boosting fundraising, growing staff, disciplined spending, and getting more libertarian voices in the media. It means demanding results for every dollar spent and providing resources to our affiliates so they can take action where they know best. It means having a chair who puts the work in and doesn't sweat the toughest challenges. For libertarians to be heard, the Libertarian Party needs to be heard. The chair has to represent and promote all of the Libertarian Party, our state affiliates, our national committee, our members, and our candidates. We need a chair who can achieve consensus, accept input, recognize local knowledge, and respect different perspectives. The Libertarian Party has been part of my life for 24 years. As a policy advocate, I've been the libertarian in the room, helping pass tax cuts totaling $2 billion a year. As an expert, I've spoken before Congress 6 times and testified before 36 state legislatures. As a nonprofit executive, I've built programs and organizations. I've tripled staff and boosted fundraising from 1.6 to 5.5 million a year. And as a member of the National Committee, I worked with partners through the night and across caucuses to close a huge hole in our budget. In my work, I've been on Fox News, I've been in the Wall Street Journal, Politico, USA Today, CNN, MSNBC. My office is even right next door to a few of them. And as chair, we will together do the work, provide the resources, organize nationally, win elections, and make ourselves heard. I'm Joe Bishop Henchman, and I want to be your chair of the Libertarian Party.
Thank you, Mr. Fishman. If we could please promote Ashley Shade or pipe in her audio, please. Ashley, when you're ready.
Hello, delegates. My name is Ashley Shade, and I proudly nominate Joe Bishop Henchman for chair. I'm nominating Joe because I believe he's the best person for the job. Joe is a person who brings strength and organization to the LNC. Joe is a person who will listen. Joe is a person who will lead us. Joe will listen to ideas no matter where they come from because they're good ideas. Joe is a great human being, and I hope you will join me in voting for Joe Bishop Henchman to be the next chair of the Libertarian National Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Steve Sheets.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Steve Sheets. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania. Having known Joe Bishop Henchman for a number of years, I had a chance to see him in action. He's principled. He's one of the most fiscally responsible representatives on the LNC. Over the past couple of years, he's traveled the nation, 30 states, I believe. And what he's done is he's talked to us. He's listened to our concerns, and he's also promoted our actions, whether it be winning elections or volunteering to help people. Libertarians speak volumes with their actions, and we absolutely need a chair who's going to help promote us and help us with what it is that we need. So as I rise today to enthusiastically support Joe Bishop Henchman, I hope you will join me, and let's win with Joe. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Steve. And next, I'd like to introduce perhaps one of the most popular libertarians ever, Mr. Tim Hagen.
Thanks. I'm also here to second the nomination of Joe Bishop Hinchman for chair. Joe is not divisive. He works with all for the betterment of our party. And while on the LNC, Joe Bishop Hinchman has worked with others to fund the Frontier Project while maintaining a balanced budget. I'm confident that Joe Bishop Hinchman has the expertise, the work ethics, and the temperament to be our next chair. Thanks.
Hey everybody, my name is Ryan Graham. I'm the chair of the Libertarian Party of Georgia, and I'm here to nominate Joe Bishop Hinchman for chair. Down in Georgia, we like to call ourselves the Get Shit Done Caucus. Because while we've got folks representing various perspectives within the party, we're able to set aside those differences and get down to the work of a political party. Building our base, building affiliates, recruiting candidates, running campaigns, fundraising, doing outreach to spread the good word. Joe Bishop Hinchman may not be the flashiest candidate, but that's not what we need. We need a builder. He's what I like to call a nuts and bolts guy. That means he knows what we need to do to build infrastructure that empowers libertarians to get shit done. And that's exactly what the LNC should be working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Next up is Laura Ebke. If we could please pipe her in.
Fellow delegates, my name's Laura Ebke, and I'm a delegate from Nebraska. During my 4 years in the Nebraska legislature, I got to observe Joe Bishop Hinchman's talents in explaining concerns about tax policy to legislative committees. There were few outside experts who were as well known or respected as Joe. Joe brings the unique ability to translate good libertarian policy into the language of today's policymakers. He is and was temperate, well-spoken, effective, and well thought of. His vision is principled and his manner is serious. He will be a great spokesman for our party, and I hope you'll join me in supporting him.
My name is Adam Reinhart. I've only got about 20 seconds, so I'm going to say vote for Joe Bishop Hinchman because he is an inspiring candidate. He has made his entire life's work fighting the state, and we together will beat the state. We will win with Joe.
I have literally 10 seconds left, so I'll just say thank you, thank all of you. Thank you for your nominations and your seconds. I ask for your vote, and if I win, I ask for your help building up our Libertarian Party, our party, to win. Thank you.
Next up is NOTA. So I will bring on the NOTA speakers, and 10 minutes on the clock for NOTA.
Fellow delegates from near and far, I am here to proudly present for your consideration one of our party's truly great offers. NOTA is not an option you will find in Ronner or any other parliamentary reference. What this is an option for you and for hopefully everyone someday to decide that if you don't like any of the candidates on any ballot, that you can vote NOTA. Those candidates, if NOTA wins, will be struck from consideration and new nominations shall be taken. This option gives everyone the freedom not to vote for the lesser evil. I always urge every person to consider NOTA in every election that they can. I thank you.
My name is Timothy Perkins. I'm the state chair of the Libertarian Party of Oregon, which, as many here know, has been a place of division in the national party before, and that's why I am up here to discuss NOTA today. I'm not up here to speak against any of our chair nominees. I think that Jacob, or Joe, or Josh, or Mike, or Tony, or even Dewlap Nelson could be an excellent chair for our party. But none of them can be a good chair if some percentage of you the membership start this new LNC term dead set against the winner if they don't represent some faction of the party that you identify with. It would be better if nobody won. If you will undermine and sabotage our new chair from the get-go, unless they represent that faction that you identify with, then reconsider. Give them the benefit of the doubt, call out the problems when you see them, and celebrate the moments of unity and success when they come. Attacks and insults and political maneuvering don't just hurt the person that you don't like. They hurt all of the members of the party that are trying to get to have the world set free in our lifetimes. And remember, nobody will never give you up, never let you down, never run around and desert you. Thank you.
Let me just bring up the list. Next, we're going to have Jacob Lamont. May Jacob Lamont's speakers come up to the stage. Give you guys a second to get all situated, then we'll start.
Tiffany Diaz de Leon from Washington State. I'm speaking here today on behalf of Jacob Lamont. I met Jacob Lamont in 2015 at my first state convention when we were socializing. We've been in the trenches together the last 5 years together on multiple boards of LPWA. So I've worked with him very, very, very closely. I also worked with him for a small time on the Kokesh campaign. About 3 years ago, there was some, what I call hoopla, but when it's level 10 hoopla, it's pretty bad in our state politics, where Jacob and I actually had a pretty intense and angry phone call. But we've never been closer since. We needed to have that phone call. I consider him a friend. If there's anyone in the party I talk to the most on the phone, and generally it's political, but it kind of turns into philosophy and personal life, it's Jacob. I talk to him the most. So I'm proudly here today to endorse Jacob Lamont.
Good morning, Libertarians. I'm Star Child from San Francisco, chair of the local party there. And you know, I do try to pay a lot of attention to the National Committee. As many of you know, I served 2 terms from 2012 to 2014 and 2016 to 2018 as an at-large representative. And I've got a lot of ideas for changing and, I believe, improving the party. Transparency has certainly been a huge issue for me, bottom-up, accountability of leadership. And I was coming into this convention, even when I got here, I was undecided about who I wanted to support for chair, because I think we have several good candidates who bring different strengths and qualities that I like to the table. But then a couple nights ago, after the debate, I got a chance to talk to Jacob, who I didn't know, to my knowledge, hadn't spoken with before in the party. And we clicked on so many levels. I feel of everyone running, he seems to me the most committed to transparency and radicalism and the other kind of values that I tried to bring to the committee. And he's an entrepreneur. He's someone who has kept a low profile in the party. He told me this himself, and also that he's a reluctant leader. He had a bunch of people urging him to run. He wasn't like somebody with burning ambition to be our chair. And that's generally the kind of leader I look for. I think that we don't want somebody who has too much ambition. I think we actually have too much of a strong chair system right now. As a structural matter, the chair has too much power in the party. And I'm not saying that as an aspersion to any of our past chairs. I understand the controversy about Nick, but in many ways, I think he did an excellent job. And I think Josh and Mike and Joe and somebody could probably do an excellent job as well in many respects. But I think, again, Jacob has the kind of qualities and the kind of values that I think will really help us move forward. And for those who saw the debate, he referenced Ernie Hancock down in Arizona. I believe Jacob brings that kind of dynamic activism to the table. And I believe we need that voice on the LNC. And for him to be a kind of leader who will get along with everybody. He doesn't have any strong factional loyalties aside from just being a principled libertarian who's committed to our ideas. So please vote for Jacob Lamont. Thank you.
Morning, fellow delegates. I believe we have our state chair from Washington who is online and available to speak.
Good morning, thank you. This is Randy McGlenn, the chair of the Washington State Party. I would also like to offer my support for Jacob Lamont for national chair. Mr. Lamont has been very passionate at our state for helping us to accomplish great things within our party. He has been diligent in trying to garner support amongst members, especially with different viewpoints. Mr. Lamont is excellent at working with individuals and helping to persuade why libertarianism is the best way forward for our country. He has helped bring in new members to our organization and has helped to foster cooperation and unity within our organization. I offer Mr. Lamont as an excellent choice forward for this party. I know that he will work diligently for us in promoting principled libertarian leadership. He is a hard worker and he will work tirelessly for our efforts. I offer my support to Mr. Lamont for LNC chair. Thank you.
Good morning, fellow delegates. My name is Rob Stratton from Washington State. I am here to speak on behalf of Mr. Lamont for state chair. When he first called me and told me, hey, brother, and if you know Jacob Lamont, that's how he talks, I'm thinking about running for state chair. And the first thought through my head was, why the fuck do you want to do that? And then he explained to me that how he wants to bring the party back to its founding vision and to put our principles again over the politics. And I'm all about that. And I know this is true because even in our state, and he's in my county, our county issues, there's points where we have disagreed strongly, and Jacob has put his principles above even our friendship, and what he thought what he was doing right was for the party. So again, delegates, I urge you in joining me in supporting Jacob Lamont for chair.
Hello, everyone. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. The reason I started this run was because I'm a typical libertarian and I'm here to steal all the votes from the other chairs. That's right. That's right. I am the spoiler. With all sincerity, I've worked tirelessly on myself to be able to speak to anybody at any time, to find common ground in the individual and ignore the negative. Because I think that is the most important thing to communication. People instinctively know when you don't like them. And I bring a point where I will be your catalyst. Anyone in this room could bring anything to me, and I'll be here with a receptive mind and a receptive heart. I don't believe in labels. I think they negate us. I don't think that we need to focus on labels. We need to focus on the individual. And that is what I bring to you. That is my unique stance. And the ability to talk to anybody is really important in our party. I have seen many times people trying to talk to people about libertarianism, and sometimes it's cringeworthy. And sometimes you're surprised. But what I can do is talk to anyone, almost anyone. My experience is everything from lobbying, facing the state eye to eye, to just dealing with politics in my little town of Blaine and trying to get marijuana in there. I have fought tirelessly my whole life against corruption and just grossness. I believe that if I can be a catalyst for this party, I think I can give a voice to anyone and everyone to the best of my ability. So that's pretty much what I bring. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Starchild here. Since we have 40 seconds, I just wanted to offer one quick addendum. In terms of decentralizing the power of the chair, I think Jacob is with me in really wanting to bring more people into the leadership and having the chair not be so much the director as the facilitator of making things happen, not necessarily always being front and center or the only one telling staff what to do, you know, but have a more horizontal system that lets more different people fill the different roles. And as you know, and thank you for those yesterday who voted for the attempt to let the committees have more voices on them by not having LNC members serve on all these different committees. I believe Jacob will share that kind of vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. And next is Joshua Smith. So I'll give a second for all the Joshuas.
A new vision is needed in the party, and we must move forward. Now, more than ever, we need a new direction
but we need a chair with vision
to bring sanity and great leadership,
who will adhere to the principles of the party,
who motivates others to take action.
Josh brings the right combination of leadership experience and dedication to the libertarian cause.
Joshua is a booming voice for liberty.
His growth since his last run has been tremendous.
Through sometimes extreme adversity,
he's kept his promise. He got to work.
He has worked very hard.
And if you just count the amount of things he's done for the LP in the last 2 years, just imagine what difference he would make as LNC chair.
In social media, in mainstream media.
His vision is a radically larger membership.
And his principles are spot on. He does not sacrifice
for the sake of popularity. Josh is a libertarian through and through, somebody we can be proud of, who's proud of our message and won't run away from it.
Someone who is honest, transparent.
Not going to put his thumb on the scale.
Someone who will speak with courage and principle.
A passion and an energy for the role.
Very helpful, very available, and very welcoming.
And also a damn good fundraiser to boot.
I believe he has a vision for where we need to go. Sacrifices for the party.
Nothing but impressed me.
He's a stellar example.
Who believes in the principal message of our platform, who believes in preaching our platform.
He's also been in the military, but instead of becoming a militaristic expansionist person, he learned that war didn't make him a lot of sense.
He's knowledgeable and he is passionate and dedicated to this.
Josh impressed me as an articulate spokesman for Libertarian Party principles.
Passionate anti-war activist, a great recruiter, and a coalition builder.
Extraordinarily productive.
Growing the party and winning starts at the fundamental level. Waving signs, shaking hands.
I've seen his ability to keep people on track and get people to work hard.
He's always been boots on the ground.
Someone who can excite state and local affiliates.
He's also focused on building infrastructure and support for local candidates.
He puts in all kinds of work, all kinds of effort.
The work that Josh puts in is impeccable and unmatched.
It was said that James Brown was the hardest working man in show business, and Joshua Smith
is the hardest working man in the Libertarian Party.
Is exactly what this party needs.
Is the best chance we have for moving forward.
Josh has the strength to vote his convictions no matter what it may do for him politically.
Someone who isn't just going to sell out the heart and soul of this party.
He has the experience, he has the beliefs, he's had the political experience, and I think he has the philosophic experience because that's what I really care about.
I believe in the ideas he brings to the table.
Josh has proven that he values people over politics. Josh has earned my trust.
And I don't think he's going to be wasting his time going around attacking other good libertarians.
He does not waste his time playing petty politics.
Joshua Smith.
To help build bridges with other principled libertarians, not to burn them down.
Josh does a particularly good job at reaching out to disaffected libertarians.
I never thought that I would care about who the chair for this party was, but here we are.
He's part of the reason why I joined.
But I'd never really been involved with the LP until I heard Joshua Smith's pitch.
Joshua Smith got me back into the Libertarian Party.
Has inspired many of us to join and take action.
I joined the LP because of Joshua Smith.
If it wasn't for Josh spreading that message of liberty
to give the liberty movement a voice.
But I never got involved in the Libertarian Party until just recently.
And it's what inspired me to get involved.
He's one of the people that inspired me to do so.
To bring the diversity of our party together.
With people in all different factions and caucuses and shades of our party.
He is all about unity and growing the party.
Bringing hundreds of people into the party.
Helping them find their home here.
Josh cares about all libertarians, no matter how long we've been with the party, no matter what we've accomplished, big or small. Josh cares about us all.
He's the kind of guy that cares about people from all over the country.
Josh Smith is uniting the libertarian movement and the Libertarian Party, and both are better off for it.
Now is the time to boldly declare that enough is enough.
It's time to be the party we all know that we should be.
That the message we're spreading and the votes we're earning are ones that are pure to who we are and what we need to do.
We need to take this beautiful philosophy of freedom
and remind those involved that even though we disagree, we still agree on one thing: freedom.
Right now, the Libertarian Party is in chaos. There's a lot of infighting. There's a lot of disagreement. Well, that's not unusual for the Libertarians. I do think that a brighter future awaits us where we can become the messengers of liberty to the nation at large and perhaps even to the rest of the world.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Orlando. My name is Stephen Nicola. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Florida, as well as the Region 2 representative for the Libertarian National Committee. And while the state is not great, it is the people that make up that state that make it so amazing. And Orlando is amazing this week because of you all. So thank you all for being here and being a part of this movement. When Josh asked me to come up here and make this speech, it felt like I was being asked to be the best man at a wedding. I really took it to heart. Josh is one of my very best friends, not just inside the party, but outside of it as well. I met Josh back in 2018 at the Libertarian Party of Florida State Convention, and I can tell you from them, I've got to know Josh extremely well. He's been at every single one of our conventions. He's been here for the last 5 years, or the last 3 years, 5 times. And he's actually an honorary Libertarian Party of Florida member. I've had the pleasure to work with Josh on the Libertarian National Committee over the past 2 years, and I can tell you that not only am I impressed, I've seen Josh grow as a human being, as a leader. I have served on the Affiliate Support Committee with Josh, and I'm very proud of the work that we've been able to do for all of you. And I can tell you right now that Josh is a man of great integrity, of great loyalty, of great passion. And if you're looking for a leader of a political party that shares and embodies passion, I'll tell you what, when me and Josh go out to eat, we're sitting there at lunch and he will literally be trying to turn people onto libertarianism all around us. He's nonstop. When Josh bleeds, he bleeds gold. This man, you can see the fire in his eyes and in his belly. This is a leader that will take us places to great heights that only a unique personality, a unique kind of human being can take us. I've seen Josh grow, and I'm honored to be in front of you all here today, and I urge you and invite you to support Josh Smith as your next chairman of the Libertarian Party. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Joshua Smith.
Hello, Libertarian Party. Boy, what a ride it's been. Most of you in this room and at home have seen me over the last 2 years, whether online or at your state convention. You know the platform. You know what I'm bringing. You know I'm going to bring passion to this position. I'm going to bring good leadership. I'm going to bring unity. I'm going to get us media because the media's door is going to be beat down with my media team that I'm building. But I just wanted to come up here. I just wanted to come up here and tell you guys that I love you all. That's it. I love all libertarians. Whether you love me or hate me, it doesn't matter. I'm here to make us successful. I put in the work, I put in the time. I've traveled to 40 states over the last 3.5 years. I've raised money for state affiliates. But you guys are why I'm here. Your faces, your activism, your work. I just want to bolster that. I want to make it more successful. I want to be there for you when you need me. So please, give me this platform. Give me this opportunity to go out into the public and break the cycle of the two-party system. Thank you guys so much.
Hey everybody, we got one more. So we're gonna do this Mike Shipley's nominating speech, and then we're gonna go to lunch. We'll reconvene and do the first ballot when we come back at 2. Also, as a reminder, make sure you turn in your plank deletion tokens. But Mike Shipley, you are recognized for your 10 minutes. Mr. Shipley?
One moment, Alex.
No worries, no worries.
Again,
I'm not going to start the clock till I know he's there.
Yeah.
Josh Smith is child abandoner and.
Hey!
No!
Hey! I will mute those mics if you guys can't respect. You cannot abuse your ability to speak over everybody else like that. Okay?
Yeah.
This convention is for every single person online and in this room, and you will all be respectful for each other, or I will slam this hammer, I will throw this on the ground. You guys be respectful of each other. You might like me when I'm angry. Is Mr. Shipley available?
1 second. I'm going to manually unmute Mr. Shipley and everybody he wants on his team for right now.
That felt
to
good.
avoid that from happening again.
Get it out. That was like 2 years worth.
Mr. Shipley, before we begin, is there anybody else online you would like me to unmute?
Yes. Please unmute Vermin Supreme.
Mr. Supreme is unmuted.
Okay, be right there. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear
you.
Hello,
Dan.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can the convention floor hear you, Alex? They can't hear us. I think
Can you start my video? Okay, there's my video.
Alex,
Right,
can you unmute us in the room?
Yeah, everyone can hear us. Sorry.
You can hear us.
Yes,
Okay,
we can all
thank
hear you. Let me reset the clock. Go for it.
Thank you. Go now. Hi, everybody. It's me, Vermin Supreme, Spike's friend. You know, the guy who ran for president? That's me. Anyway, I was speaking to a Norwegian linguist the other day, and apparently the pronunciation of our presidential nominee is actually Jo Jorgensen. I did not know that. All right, now let's not kid ourselves. Dulop Nelson is a great candidate, although some sort of lizard apparently. And I believe that the role of chair is best left to a human. And friends, Mike Shipley is indeed a human, a good one at that. And he also has a dog named Nobbles who has agreed to work with him very closely. Mike Shipley has been a member of the LP for 13 years. I have known him for 4 of those years. He is an activist and a visionary. And during his time as a libertarian activist, he has been, among many other things, secretary of the Maricopa County LP. He has been the vice chair of the Arizona LP. He has been a member of the 2016 Platform Committee. He founded the Phoenix chapter of the Pink Pistols, affirming the Second Amendment rights for gender and sexual minorities. He chaired the Outright Libertarians for 4 years, affirming and encouraging the participation of gender sexual minorities in the LP. He founded the Povertarian Caucus, helping remove economic barriers from participation in the LP. He co-founded the Audacious Caucus for when radical isn't quite radical enough. Just kidding, people. He also co-founded the Banana Octopus Caucus. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean the Libertarian Socialist Caucus, cementing a place for anti-state, anti-authoritarians from the lefter side of the aisle in the LP. And his work to unite anti-authoritarians from the left and the right in the struggle against the state has been a very important one for our party. Sure, he's been a bit of an asshole at times, but come on, we're libertarians! Mike Shipley is a perceptive, principled libertarian. He understands Robert's Rules of Order. He understands group dynamics. He understands the inner workings of the Libertarian Party. He is a man of compassion and empathy. He has a love for liberty and a love for the Libertarian Party. This is the most important election of our lifetime, and that is why I am nominating Mike Shipley to the office of chair of the Libertarian Party. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vermin. That was a great introduction. So I'm really glad that you brought up a lot of my practical experience because I do come from a very deep place of idealism. So thank you for even reminding me the way that those idealistic values really fuel practical building of power from the bottom. Because what's really going on is that politics follow culture. Political change is a lagging indicator. So for instance, before we can dismantle the deportation state and the concentration camps, we have to stand up for the dignity of immigrants and so on, sex workers, drug users, homeless people, nonconformists, anybody that it's easy for the state to demonize in front of the normative values of mainstream society are used as weapons to gain their consent for an expansion of authoritarian systems. And that is the special term for me, is not just recognizing that the people at the margins matter, but recognizing that celebrating the fact that they matter is the key to unlocking an anti-authoritarian coalition that can actually defeat the state. Now, as Mr. Supreme has observed, change is uncomfortable, and we together have lived through some of that discomfort in this party. And while in some people's eyes that may not be a good thing, I would suggest it's one of my greatest qualifications. I have survived the hate machine of this party and lived to make allies out of my enemies. And bottom unity has reduced our infighting and increased our strength in ways we could have never imagined just a few short years ago. So I do want to address one other thing. There has always been a kind of grassroots glass ceiling in this party. And this kind of turns on some of the authoritarian assumptions built into our society and the way the economy is structured. The state actually forces businesses, when they form their entities, to have a CEO, to implement a top-down structure. Now, there are ways to, create a horizontal structure within that imposed mandate, but you have to actively kind of remember that vigilance and anti-authoritarianism, particularly for an organization like ours that isn't a business entity, we need to consciously reject the idea that a strong executive officer is the way to organize a horizontal or even bottom-up structure. We have to consciously remember that that's not what we're here to replicate, and that to the degree it's been imposed on us by the state and the social constructs that normalize that, the grassroots glass ceiling there, I shouldn't even call it grassroots, but just the idea that the chair of the party has to look a certain way, behave a certain way, consolidate power a certain way. This is one of the ways that structures sort of ratchet up power. If you could go back to the beginning days of the Constitution and warn them, if you create a strong president, it will expand. And they even tried to warn each other. And the people that wanted an executive won. And we see what happens. The scope creeps over time. And we know this as libertarians more than anything. So I realize it's uncomfortable to try a new direction. Let's try a chair of this party that doesn't look like a CEO and who understands that decentralizing power matters more than ratcheting it up. So what I'm calling for is an active decentralization, and I really believe that I've demonstrated over my time in this party that I'm the right person for that job. The Bottom Unity campaign has sort of decentralized the idea that we don't have to decide which kind of liberty is right. And in fact, we are stronger when each of us is speaking from our own place of the kind of liberty that's right for us. Every different voice in this party can reach a different mainstream voter. And the Bottom Unity campaign has encapsulated that in a really exciting way. And I'll just note, the demonstration of that is that it is now impossible to run for chair of this party without signaling towards unity every chance you get. You heard that from every other previous candidate. And that didn't come out of nowhere, because a few short years ago, that would have been collectivism. So in conclusion, I want to just say, it is not enough to be passively against authority. We must be actively anti-authoritarian. Vote Mike Shipley for LNC chair.
Okay. I'm going to introduce Ms. Adams for a quick announcement, then we're all going to go to lunch. But point of order, Mike 3?
As far as I understand, nominating speeches have not finished, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I just didn't hear.
I would like to add in some more information. The online participants were unable to see Joshua Smith's video.
That's exactly what I'm about to address. That's literally what I'm about to address. That's why I was late to get up here, because I'm taking care of the things. Okay, so here's what happened. The video for Joshua Smith's nominating speech was not broadcast to the Zoom participants. So right now we're in the process of getting that, so that way we can play that for the Zoom participants. So I do ask all the Zoom participants to indulge me and stick around for a few minutes when we get to lunch, so that we can play you guys the video. Okay, we're getting in the process of getting that video there. I want to make sure that everyone saw everybody's stuff. That's only fair. So we're going to rectify that situation. We're in the process of it. Online delegates, just again, We'll play that video in a minute once it's all queued up. So just stick around for a couple extra minutes once we break for lunch. But right now I'm going to recognize Ms. Adams, and then you guys can go to lunch.
Wait, could I be recognized afterwards, Mr.
Okay, I'll recognize Mr. Fishman right after Ms. Adams.
Hey everyone, I just have a quick announcement. The gala is tonight. I know that there are probably ladies here who would like to attend and didn't pack anything that they feel would be appropriate to wear. So in that light, in suite 235, room 235, there is an assortment of extra gala gowns, most size medium to large. So if someone is looking for something to wear to the gala because they did not bring something, or maybe the strap broke on the gown that you brought, there are a few available. Betty Rose Ryan will be in that room starting at 1:45 for anyone who wishes to drop by and see if maybe there's something there that you could utilize. Thank you.
Mr. Fishman, you are recognized.
Two things. First of all, could somebody who wants me to play the Smith video send it to me on Facebook Messenger? My email is just swamped at the moment. The second thing I want to tell people is the states who are signed up to use Election Buddy: New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Virginia, New Mexico, Kansas, Nevada, Rhode Island, Ohio, West Virginia, Florida, Iowa, Maryland, Wyoming, and Wisconsin. If there's anybody else who needs to do it, you need to contact me on Slack, please.
Is that a privileged motion? Mic number one?
Josh Eckel, Tennessee delegate. Please tell me if this is not a privileged motion. I'd like to, if it's well received by the body, make a motion to open balloting for digital participants so we have plenty of time during lunch to address any technical concerns that may arise.
That would be helpful on my end as well.
Would the body indulge me in allowing the online balloting to begin for the online participants so that we can resolve when the balloting begins here physically at 1 o'clock? Huh? To allow the online ballots to begin to be distributed during the lunch hour. Huh?
The state delegation chairs can access the tally sheets now.
Okay.
I mean, they're available.
Got it. So we should say the ballot one can occur during lunch?
Well, after nominations have done.
Okay, got it. Okay, so actually in that case, ballot one can begin while we're going at lunch. So while you guys are having lunch, you guys can vote, get with your delegation chairs, turn in your tally sheets. But one thing first, do not begin voting until we have confirmation that the online delegates have seen the Josh Smith video.
Oh,
just
thank
to
you.
be fair. Okay, so Mr. Fishman, do not distribute ballots until that's been done.
Yes, I'm still waiting for somebody to send it to me. Let me check my email again.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Point of information.
Could you please confirm from the microphone what everybody should be doing on the first round of balloting for those chairs who may be new or creating ballots themselves for their own state?
Got it. So every delegation chair should be getting a tally sheet. So the Ms. Harlos, I think you gave them access to a Google Drive, and that's what the tally sheets are?
Correct. And anyone here that needs one printed because they don't have a computer or don't wish to do it that way, I will print it for them.
And if anyone needs a physical one because they can't access the Google Drive, Ms. Harlos the secretary will print you out a tally sheet. Then you can get all the votes from your delegation by the method that you choose. If you chose to do the election buddy that the LNC provides, that'll be your method. If you chose to do it some other method, then you will use your method to get the votes and then fill out that tally sheet and turn it back in, follow the directions on the tally sheet to turn it back into the secretary. And then once all 50 states have been collected for round one, we'll then announce the results. Does that answer your question?
It does not. What I was actually requesting is to verify that there is only supposed to be one vote per delegate on the first ballot and that it is not actually ranked choice or approval voting.
Correct. This is one vote per person. Not ranked choice, not approval voting, one delegate, one vote. Does that satisfy the point of information?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Okay. Everyone in the room, if you want, you can go to lunch, and we'll be back at 2. Mr. Fishman, just confirm with me once you've got. I know you have gotten the video for the online delegates. Online delegates, please stick around.
I just want to make sure it's It's the one that says ronpaul.mp4.
Say it again. Oh, repeat that, Mr. Fishman.
Somebody sent me a giant MP4. Is there a YouTube link?
Is there if there's a YouTube link or Facebook link, can you get that to Mr. Fishman? Just for that we can get it done faster. Okay, mic three.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isn't the, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the default method for elections ranked choice voting?
No. Oh, nope. No. Okay, I've been to at least 2 other conventions, and it's always been 1 vote, 1 delegate, for the exception of the at-large race, which will be approval voting. And we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Delegates, the Libertarian Caucus wishes to cordially invite you to the 4th biannual Libertarian Pizza Banquet to be held this Saturday evening, tonight at 8 p.m. in Suite 2156. Remote delegates can also participate in our first ever virtual pizza party at the link available on our Facebook page. We're collecting money in advance to facilitate the order, so if you have cash, you can get it to me. You can also PayPal at paypal.me/Povertarians. The Pizza Banquet is a pay-what-you-can event. No one will ever be turned away. You all matter to this party so much more than money, so please join us tonight, and thank you.
Mr. Merced, I'm now going to start the video.
Okay, got it. So I guess the online video is now being played, and then after that, ballots can then begin being distributed. Yep, people can go eat lunch. Yep. We're recessed till 2 p.m. Thank you, yeah. Thank you.
Me in this face mask. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Andre Klass, and I am the Libertarian Party.
Stop, we're showing a video.
Oh,
sorry.
Again, what did you want to announce? Was an auction?
I'm auctioning a piece of history.
When we get to the next ballot, we'll have everybody in the room so that way everyone can hear it. Because I'll be bringing up candidates. So let me actually add you to the list.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
I think there is a ticketed lunch in the same place as yesterday.
It could be soon, but if I'm here in lunch.
Nice. Had fun?
Just confirming you guys in the Zoom saw that. Let me unmute you guys again. Sorry.
Nothing came through on my screen, sir.
It did not show. All right. Let
No
me show
video.
this. No video. Let me show it again.
Video.
All right, good. Thank you.
2 p.m. 2 p.m.
Do you guys see it now?
I do see it, but I don't think this is the right video.
Yes, sir.
This is
This
the
is-
video.
this is not- Yeah, this is.
I
this is
agree.
not
It's
the
not
cor-
the one that they showed.
All right.
Let me check my email.
I mean, we're good. We really aren't interested.
You don't need to see the propaganda again.
Hey, well, some people apparently do.
Some people do want to see it.
Yes, I'd like to see it.
Watching YouTube. Some of us might like to make fun of it.
That's about enough, and I really wish you would shut up.
I've got to go mute everybody.
Green Party.
Mute all. Yep. No, not mute all.
I want to see it.
Stop being douchey. Let's go.
Can we hear Shipley talk again?
Guys, if you want to see the video, it's available on YouTube Live.
Okay.
You just have to scrub.
Can somebody just tell me the link where it is on YouTube? I don't know why they didn't send me that.
I think he means go back to the video of the convention and to the right point and play from there.
No, let me find the. Come on. I don't know why they couldn't send it. I should mute myself as well. All right, I've got a different video. The AV guy sent it to me. Share it.
So as somebody has pointed out, this is running out into the YouTube feed, this discussion, which means the audio from this video will also go into the YouTube feed.
It is true. All right, I ask everybody to please mute themselves. I'm going to start the video.
A new vision is needed in the party, and we must move forward. Now, more than ever, we need a new direction.
But we need a chair with vision.
To bring sanity and great leadership. Who will adhere to the principles of the party.
Who motivates others to take action.
Josh brings the right combination of leadership experience and dedication to the libertarian cause.
Joshua is a booming voice for liberty.
His growth since his last run has been tremendous.
Through sometimes extreme adversity,
he's kept his promise. He got to work.
He has worked very hard.
And if you just count the amount of things he's done for the LP in the last 2 years, just imagine what difference he would make as LNC chair.
In social media, in mainstream media.
His vision is a radically larger membership.
And his principles are spot on. He does not sacrifice for the sake of popularity. Josh is a libertarian through and through, somebody we can be proud of, who's proud of our message and won't run away from it.
Someone who is honest, transparent,
not going to put his thumb on the scale.
Someone who will speak with courage and principle.
A passion and an energy for the role.
Very helpful, very available, and very welcoming.
and also a damn good fundraiser to boot.
I believe he has a vision for where we need to go, sacrifices for the party.
Nothing but impressed me.
He's a stellar example.
Who believes in the principal message of our platform, who believes in preaching our platform.
He's also been in the military, but instead of becoming a militaristic expansionist person, he learned that war didn't make him a lot of sense.
He's knowledgeable and he is passionate and dedicated to this.
Josh impressed me as an articulate spokesman for Libertarian Party principles.
Passionate anti-war activist,
A great recruiter and a coalition builder.
Extraordinarily productive.
Growing the party and winning starts at the fundamental level. Waving signs, shaking hands.
I've seen his ability to keep people on track and get people to work hard. He's always been boots on the ground.
Someone who can excite state and local affiliates.
He's also focused on building infrastructure and support for local candidates.
He puts in all kinds of work, all kinds of effort.
The work that Josh puts in is impeccable and unmatched.
It was said that James Brown was the hardest working man in show business, and Joshua Smith is the hardest working man in the Libertarian Party.
This is exactly what this party needs.
Is the best chance we have for moving forward.
Josh has the strength to vote his convictions no matter what it may do for him politically.
someone who isn't just going to sell out the heart and soul of this party.
He has the experience, he has the beliefs, he's had the political experience, and I think he has the philosophic experience because that's what I really care about.
I believe in the ideas he brings to the table. Josh has proven that he values people over politics. Josh has earned my trust.
And I don't think he's going to be wasting his time going around attacking other good libertarians.
He does not waste his time playing petty politics.
Joshua Smith.
To help build bridges with other principled libertarians, not to burn them down.
Josh does a particularly good job at reaching out to disaffected libertarians.
I never thought that I would care about who the chair for this party was, but here we are.
He's part of the reason why I joined.
But I'd never really been involved with the LP until I heard Joshua Smith's pitch.
Joshua Smith got me back into the Libertarian Party.
Has inspired many of us to join and take action.
I joined the LP because of Joshua Smith.
If it wasn't for Josh spreading that message of liberty to give the liberty movement a voice.
But I never got involved in the Libertarian Party until just recently.
And it's what inspired me to get involved.
He's one of the people that inspired me to do so.
To bring the diversity of our party together.
With people in all different factions and caucuses and shades of our party.
He is all about unity and growing the party.
Bringing hundreds of people into the party.
Helping them find their home here.
Josh cares about all libertarians, no matter how long we've been with the party, no matter what we've accomplished, big or small. Josh cares about us all.
He's the kind of guy that cares about people from all over the country.
Josh Smith is uniting the libertarian movement and the Libertarian Party, and both are better off for it.
Now is the time to boldly declare that enough is enough.
It's time to be the party we all know that we should be.
That the message we're spreading and the votes we're earning are ones that are pure to who we are and what we need to do.
We need to take this beautiful philosophy of freedom
and remind those involved that even though we disagree, we still agree on one thing: freedom.
Right now, the Libertarian Party's in chaos. There's a lot of infighting. There's a lot of disagreement. Well, that's not unusual for the Libertarians. I do think that a brighter future awaits us where we can become the messengers of liberty to the nation at large and perhaps even to the rest of the world.
Thanks, guys. Go get lunch. I got a lot of work to do.
Oh, we're planning to do that during the election anyways, but I don't know if I'm going to recommend Mr. Starr. We'll cross that bridge.
Then what is here?
So when it goes into the to be audited, yeah, we'll need to create fresh ones because then when completed, it'll go over into completed and keep it by stage.
You can do that.
Okay.
Let me ask TJ if you can do a script to generate the folder real fast.
Okay.
That'll be faster. Because you can generate 51 folders each time with script. I could probably do it real fast on no script if I wanted to.
Okay.
You can do it faster.
Because that way we can just move the whole folder, and that keeps it nice. Right.
Like block move all.
Well, yeah, and then we'll see, oh, Kansas is left or whatever, without having to go into each folder.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand what you're saying.
Is it, you need to jump ahead? Oh.
Let me make sure I understand what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
Make sure I heard you right. Okay, so tallies come in.
Uh-huh.
We tally them in the spreadsheet. Then move them into the appropriate folder for the state. And move the folder over to the audit.
You won't need to move them into the appropriate folder for the state because they're uploading them into their own folder.
Oh, okay.
That's where I'm saying it's hard to know.
I misunderstood that.
So we'll either need to look or they're going to come and tell us, but we're going to have to keep checking. So once we know Alabama's done whatever and they upload it, we then take that whole folder, you tally it, and then move it over into the to be audited.
The whole folder.
The whole folder.
Okay.
And then after it's audited, it will get moved into complete. And we'll have to have a whole fresh set here.
Okay, I think I get that.
And when I get physical ones, I'm going to scan a form and stick it up in there.
Okay, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
And I want to make sure I put that out there so
Okay.
they know what's going on.
Okay.
Could you start scanning them in?
When we start getting the shit on them, probably. Yeah, I've only got one.
Do you want me to set up scanning on my phone as well, or just use yours while you're doing something?
It's entirely up to you. If you have
No, it's up to you. I'm sure I do, but
it doesn't matter.
Would that be easier?
Well,
do you need your phone for stuff?
I don't think so, but you know how that goes.
Right. Okay, let me look at that. And then, do you have plans to put some food in your stomach? Or
I've got it sitting right here.
Okay.
And you know, it doesn't, even a photo works. We just need an image.
No, I know.
Yeah. Because I'm probably just going to take a photo.
What's the best thing to do that and then send it to you?
Get to my email, my Gmail.
So there's Alright. Okay, yeah. So, send it to your personal email.
Yeah, this is the fastest, yeah.
So,
and I'm keeping all the physical copies. None of them are going over there. They're working all off of what we upload.
so chairs are going to be occupied anytime from now until 1:30. Okay, I'll come back. I'm going to grab it.
Yes, Ken? Okay, so you mean the mics? There's nobody at the AV station right now. So he's saying don't sing. You know. But yeah, I'll make an announcement because they might be walking around the room to see if they can do that, but otherwise I will. Right. Okay. Just be cautious with hot mics right now, and I'm going to try to get them muted because apparently all of our total discussions, not that it needs to work, but I don't want anybody, saying something. If any of the AV people are in the room, could we please have these mics muted because we're entertaining the Zoom room right now with all of our balloting discussions. And I'd prefer not to do that. Well, it's boring. We're just talking about process. There's nothing interesting, but.
sec.
we do have some in. And did he tell you to like move the whole folder over to be audited when? Okay, so we have in Alaska, DC, and Delaware.
So we have chair, vice chair.
Treasurer, secretary, at large, and JC.
So much.
It is. It's not bad when it's not multi-round, so but we never know.
Hello. There we go. Cool. And can you guys also unmute the Zoom mic? Mr. Fishman, can you hear me? Oh, yeah, I don't think you can hear me at the moment. Okay, but well, we'll cross that bridge. Okay. I'm gonna let Ms. Horvath make a quick announcement before we get started.
Just a credentialing note. If you are going home or leaving the meeting, either electronically or physically, and that means checking out completely from the meeting today or tomorrow, as you do, send an email to credentials@lp.org. Just saying that going home, checking out. Credentials@lp.org. If you are checking out, that means if you no longer wish to participate or you're no longer going to be available to participate in voting. Thanks.
So these are all the states we're waiting on ballots from.
Okay.
So they're coming in. You know, a lot of people were out for lunch.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I just wanted to know, so if I,
Yeah.
just so that way.
Massachusetts is in.
Okay. Okay, just a reminder, right now we are in the process of taking tally sheets for ballots. So again, make sure that you and your delegation have collected the votes and that your delegation chair turns in the tally sheet. So we do have a good chunk of them. We do need a good chunk more. So vote, vote, vote.
When is voting closed, Alex?
Huh?
When is voting closed?
Well, this is good. Well, for voting for chair, we need to get all 50 tally sheets. So
Yeah, when everybody
so it's when everyone finishes, that's when it's closed. So
when would you like me to close it for online so that I can give those state chairs and they can start working on their tally sheets?
Oh, he means the election buddy. When should we close the election buddy?
That I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. Let's give it. 10.
Do you want to wait till we have the majority, like you can
Well,
keep track of?
that means the other states can't submit their tally sheets without the election buddy being closed.
Can't he close it state by state when the chairs tell him they're done?
Can you close it state by state, Mr. Fishman? Like as the states say they need the information?
I cannot.
Cannot. Okay. Got it. Okay, so let's make it a let's give everyone 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes to get their votes in on election buddy. I mean, everyone should have gotten their ballots throughout lunch and gotten those emails. So they've had a couple hours. And then 10 minutes we'll close in. We'll say, so that way the delegation chairs can start filling out their tally sheets. So anyone who's a delegation chair, the election buddies will close in 10 minutes. So remind all your delegates to make sure they get their vote in if you're using election buddy. And then also for platform deletion tokens, let's leave that one also up for another 10 minutes. So if you want to turn in your platform deletion tokens, you have 10 minutes to do so if you haven't already. Okay, so I'm going to stay at ease for 10 minutes while both of those close. So everyone, get those votes in. Delegation chairs, you'll receive your election buddy results after we close it in 10 minutes. Point of order, mic 3.
Is this on? All right. This is not a point of order.
Oh, then if it's not a point of order, then is it a privileged motion?
It's not a privileged motion, but while we're at ease,
okay.
I was hoping I could make an announcement. If it pleased the body, we had an attempted lizard people takeover of the party. I would like to know if Mr. Dulap Nelson solely intended to take over the chair of the party, or if there is a much deeper agenda here, and if somebody could speak to what that agenda is while we have a free few minutes to speak.
We will address that. We will get someone to speak as to Mr. Dulap's intentions.
No, it's much deeper, I can tell you.
Yes. Mike 2.
Christopher Gill, Ohio. Point of information, I believe on the email we got from Mr. Fishman that said the ballot was going to be open until 3 p.m.
Oh, I think he left it open to 3 p.m. just so that way I could direct him when to close it.
Exactly.
Okay. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Mr. Ahmad?
Yes. It's been pointed out that there appears to have been an error in the ballot Maryland submitted using the vote tally. Is there a way for us to submit a corrected ballot?
Repeat the statement.
My delegation believes I made a mistake in the votes reported on the vote tally form that we're using, and I would like to know what's the most efficient way to correct
Could you send a new tally sheet? Well, it's Maryland, right?
Maryland, yes, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Just he's online, so should.
No, come and see me here. I gotta.
Okay, I'll be right back.
No, he just needs to come up here. He's online. Oh, duh, okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And have him put corrected
In the title.
on
Okay.
the top, right?
Dr. Ahmad, just email a new tally sheet in the email subject. Make sure it says corrected. Or upload a new tally sheet and just make sure it's corrected in the title of the file. So that way they know it's the corrected one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cool. Okay, so we'll be at ease until the 10 minutes are up.
Hello, everyone. James M. Ray from Florida. I have some Everglades tomato seeds, and well, I have some Everglades tomato seeds. I have one thing of catnip buds, which if someone can show me that they're a really big donor to the LP and has cats, I might part with, but I'll give away Everglades tomato seeds for free. Just come over to me. I've got them dried out on a paper towel. These seeds grow like a weed in my yard. They're only the size, the Everglades tomato is only the size of a buckshot, but it tastes delicious, and it's a lot more fun than buying tomatoes if you grow them. And if you grow your own food, the bastards can't tax you.
It's still a member of the pod, so it's still part of the forum, but it's just like. Oh, Mr. Fishman, how much time is left on the clock?
2 more minutes, according to
2 more minutes, okay.
You need to ask the chair.
Talk to me? Okay, what's it on then? I know. I just want to think it through first.
The tally sheet? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Recognize Mr. Ahmad? Dr. Ahmad?
Yes, just in the interest of saving the teller's time, it turns out that the vote total does not change, so I will not submit a corrected tally sheet.
For Maryland.
They can go with the they already have.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. Cool. Update on time limits, Mr. Fishman?
I will close the ballot now.
Okay, so ballots are closed. So the election buddy ballots are closed. So delegation chairs, you should be receiving your those using election buddy should receive their tallies soon. That also ends the platform deletion tokens are closed, so those should be coming in as well. And we'll have results for those later on. Okay, so now. I'm gonna just recognize some people for different candidates and announcements while we wait for the first ballot to be tabulated. So first, I'm gonna recognize Andre Klaas to come speak as to his candidacy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andre Klaas, and I am the Libertarian Party candidate running for the County Commission of Seminole County, Florida. I was the very first candidate to file in my race in the summer of 2018. Over a year and a half since then, I was going around my county, getting to know our local residents, and of course, taking part in the ever-traditional process of collecting signatures. And in my race, I had to get 3,000 just to get on the ballot. And with all that boots-on-the-ground effort, I was not only the first candidate to qualify in my race, but the first to qualify in my entire county. Of course, growing up, I faced my own struggle and share of adversities. Originally, when I was 2 years old, my doctors didn't even think I'd even be able to talk because I have an autism spectrum condition called Asperger's syndrome. But over the years, my mother instilled very strong values, helping me become a very compassionate, ethical, and strong-willed person that I am today. I've been working full-time in computers and customer service for over 11 years. And from everything I've been doing, volunteering for different charitable organizations and my community association, I've come to learn that the most important customer service position of all is the position of civic leadership. A leader is not a king, but a servant to the people. And that is something that is being forgotten all over our nation. From the smallest levels of offices, such as our cities and counties, all the way up to our state legislatures and Washington, D.C. My goal in everything I do is trying to empower our citizenry and make sure that they have a better grasp of what's going on and able to make a better determination in our destiny as a community and as a country. The two-party system has failed us miserably. They rule by fear. And my goal, as my campaign has progressed over the past 2 years, as we get closer and closer to the 2020 general election, is to continue building a message and rapport based on cooperation and unity. Because in the end, many people in the two-party system are just at each other's throats. Democrats say Republicans are the enemy. Republicans say Democrats are the enemy. They both say Libertarians are the enemy. But in truth, we're not each other's enemy. We are all Americans. I mean, it's my very first time running for office. I'm not trying to be another politician. but I'm trying to apply principles of leadership, principles of trust, principles of just being a good, wholesome, everyday human being, just trying to make a positive change in the world. It's just truly amazing, this journey, from meeting so many wonderful citizens who just truly care about the things that are impacting their community, to local elected officials that are willing to take the time to sit down, collaborate, and help build this campaign into what is going to probably be one of the most successful libertarian campaigns in 2020 history. I'm the first ever candidate in my county to ever get the teachers union endorsement as a libertarian. And of course, after the 2018 election cycle, my county was declared as a microcosm of the nation, with a unique 1/3 demographic split of Democrats, Republicans, MPA independent, or other voters, like us libertarians here. What happens in my race is going to set the landscape of politics in America, and I am going to continue doing everything I can to best represent the Libertarian Party, the values, the principles that we all share, to preserve and enhance our quality of life through the 3 fundamentals of responsibility, transparency, and accountability to the people. This journey is truly fascinating. I never imagined in all of my years that I would be able to run a partisan libertarian campaign and have this national stage to present about all these achievements, being the most liked candidate on Facebook, getting all these signatures. And my biggest strength, of course, is the successful application of libertarian philosophies to these mainstream issues, building these constructive dialogues. That's what we need: civility, cooperation, and unity. And it's time, now it's 2020, that we break the cycle of bondage that is holding down our country, barring us from forward progress, and permanently wounding us as a nation. So if you're listening to this message, either here at the Orange County Convention Center, or at home in your states or online, please take a moment to look into my campaign for office. My website is yournextcommissioner.com. And I'm also, of course, been very active on Facebook with over 5,000 likes, and my page, Andre for Seminole, so please share your friends with your friends and ask them to like my page too. And gold is our identity color. And it's not just the color of the Libertarian Party, it's also a color that represents champions. It represents victory. Together, we are going for the gold in the state of Florida, all over the country, and in the White House, November 3rd. So I appreciate your trust, your support, and I'm going to continue doing everything I can to keep earning votes in this election. And no matter what happens, we are already winners. We are already achieving so much. Since 1972, this party has continued to grow and grow. The media cannot ignore us anymore. And America knows we are a force to be reckoned with, but we're not your enemy. We are your friend. Let's work together and make our nation truly the greatest in the world. Thank you.
Love it. Now, let me introduce you guys once again to a pin that I have here on my lapel. This is a lifetime membership pin. I got this lifetime membership pin 2 years ago, actually, when I was running for vice chair. Okay. One of the delegates from Colorado that Nick introduced me to was telling me a story about how they were using getting a full slate of candidates as a way to market the party. That by getting candidates on every slot, it's marketing. Okay? So you want a full slate because basically people see the word libertarian on the ballot. It was about product placement. And running for vice chair, I was thinking, oh, okay, that kind of turned this light in my head when I was at the gala. Okay, and they started doing, and then Nick Sarwark was pinning anybody who got a lifetime member right there on stage. Running for vice chair, I was thinking, that's product placement. So I went, wrote a check, and got a lifetime membership pin, and got pinned in front of on stage. The point is, it's a cool pin, okay? And it means a lot to me because it means all those trips across the country, meeting great people like all of you, getting to see the hard work that you've done. And when I see that there's new lifetime members, it touches me. And when I see someone amazing pin a pin on someone amazing, it touches my heart. So I want to recognize you guys do, sorry, my brain just had, I'll let you guys just do the thing.
Hey, everybody. First of all, can we just give a quick round of applause to our acting chair here, Alex, who has done just a fantastic job. Just a fantastic job. And part of the reason is every time I watch this, I think there are many things that I would not want to do, and this is one of them. So thank you for doing the thing that I would never do. So folks, we just want to take a quick break here because last night we had our Torch of Liberty event, which is for the lifetime members. And at the end of the event, what they do is anyone who has become a lifetime member, which if you don't know, that's $1,500 over any 12-month period, makes you a lifetime member, gets you one of these fancy lifetime member pins right here. And so they were pinning all of the people who had become members of the Lifetime Club. And for whatever reason, there was a snafu, and Chase Oliver of Georgia, they had forgotten to pin him. And so we're doing it here, and I'm going to be the one pinning him. And I would like to say, if anyone else would like to join the Lifetime Member Club, low price of $1,500 over any 12-month period, I would be honored to be the one to pin you. And if you don't want me to pin you, I promise not to pin you, and we'll find someone you like to do it. But so if you want to come, and I will give you this pin. Chase Oliver, I, Spike Cohen, hereby, this clip doesn't want to come off, hereby make you, by virtue of this pin, a lifetime member of the Libertarian Party. Wear it in good health always. Thank you, sir. Absolutely, man. Do you have anything you want to say?
Okay, just a couple of things that I did want to say. I want to reiterate that if anybody wants to become a lifetime member, we'd love to have more lifetime members. And I just want to take a quick second. I am also the fundraising chair of Outright Libertarians. We're an awesome charity organization that's devoted to increasing understanding between the gender and sexual minority community and libertarians. And with that in mind, Spike Cohen is one of my favorite dad bod calendar models. But I want to announce, and in that spirit, the Outright Libertarians want to announce that we will be holding a contest to do a drag calendar. So if any of you libertarians who are body positive and want to talk about, being supportive of gender and sexual minorities, let us know, because we're going to be looking for affiliates and people to be represented. And we're going to be raising funds not just for us, but for those affiliates who have people who want to come out, throw on some drag, and have a good time for a calendar. So let me know and let the Outright Libertarians know. And God bless you all. I love you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Oh, I want to recognize Stephen Babka for a parliamentary inquiry online.
Yes, I was going to ask if it would be in order, open,
nominations for vice chair while the votes for chair are being tallied, and to reopen in case any chair candidates want to run for vice chair.
Wait, say the second part?
The second part would be if any chair candidate wants to run for vice chair, we would reopen nominations.
Okay, got it. Let me
But
just
I'm
double
asking,
check with the
first off, that
parliamentarian,
would be
but I
in
think,
order,
I think
and then
that
I
should
would
be in
make that motion.
Okay, cool. That would be in order. And did you want to make that motion?
Yes.
Yeah, wait, one moment. So, Mr. Babka, if you will indulge me, let's complete the first ballot for chair, and if there is a need for a second ballot, can we revisit that motion?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then let me recognize Mr. Valente at mic 2.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is David Valente. It has been my honor since 2019 to be the chair of the Libertarian Party of West Virginia. In 2020, the Libertarian Party of West Virginia has its ballot access race. It is our race for governor. We have to get 1% in this race. I'm very confident that we'll achieve that. But we have a fantastic candidate in Erica Kolenich. I want to introduce her to the body and let her say a few words. Please go to kolenich4wv.com to donate. We need all the help we can get, and let's turn the Mountain State gold.
Got it. Mr. Valente, is the candidate here? Would they want to speak on stage?
She's online. If we can get her recognized in Zoom.
Yep, okay. She is recognized.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erica Kolenich. I am a proud mountaineer and libertarian. For those of you who don't know, the state motto of West Virginia is "Mountaineers are always free." But here in West Virginia, we live very, 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 very far from a free society. As Chairman Valente indicated, I am running the only ballot access race we have here in West Virginia. My opponents couldn't be more of an illustration of the duopoly and what it can do. The incumbent is a gentleman by the name of Jim Justice. For those of you who don't pay attention to the news and don't know a lot about our friend Big Jim, he is the wealthiest man in the state of West Virginia. He is a coal baron, and he is special interest politics at its very core. Jim Justice is a billionaire who receives farm subsidies, he receives PPP loans, and he doesn't pay his taxes, even though he asserts an oppressive level of income taxes on poor West Virginians here in our state. He ran as a Democrat, won the election, and promptly changed his party to Republican approximately 4 months after he was elected. The other side of that coin is a Democrat who is an establishment millionaire Democrat here in West Virginia. What has happened is that folks in West Virginia have been sold a story that's not true. They've been manipulated into believing that we have to sell our souls to out-of-state corporations that come into West Virginia and make large campaign donations, and to crony capitalism. I am running as governor of West Virginia to change all of that. I'm running on a platform to build the economy with libertarian solutions through deregulation and eliminating oppressive licensing requirements, as well as full decriminalization and legalization of drugs here in our state. It's a very, very difficult time to run in West Virginia. We were in a July 4th parade a few weeks ago, and the only thing that I heard on the parade route is, "Am I a fan of Trump? Do I support Trump?" The poor folks of West Virginia have been manipulated so long to be beholden to the establishment that it's going to need every effort, every person that can possibly come to my assistance to beat the duopoly here in West Virginia. So many of you on the national level have already reached out to me to express your support, your encouragement, and to provide financial support. And for that, I couldn't be more thankful. To those of you who don't know about my campaign and would like to help me in any way, even if it's just a friendly word. I can't tell you how much that means to me. Sometimes the campaign trail, as many of you know, can be discouraging. So it means so much to me just to receive your notes, your emails. I'm going to do my very, very best to maintain ballot access for the Libertarian Party here in the state of West Virginia. And I couldn't do it without the help of all of you in Orlando and all of you at home and all the other libertarians in the United States. So I promise to keep spreading the message of liberty and freedom here in West Virginia, even if it doesn't make me very many friends, because I think it's so, so important. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. For a point of personal privilege, regarding tokens, I'm gonna recognize Steve Sheets online. Then I'm gonna recognize Mr. Starr on mic 2, and then I'm gonna have Pat Dixon from Texas come up and speak about his candidacy. So first, let's take care of Mr. Sheets online. Point of personal privilege.
Yeah, I sent some messages about the fact that one of our delegates has not received tokens for the platform, and I know that's coming up really, really soon as far as that being closed. So I'm hoping that someone can reach out to him for his preference on that.
That has been closed.
It has closed. He should tell you, Greg, and you can communicate it via email to the teller.
Yeah, let us figure that out. Coordinate with Dan and Karen, and we'll make sure that if they haven't voted, we'll get their vote.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Starr? Mic 2.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the delegates in this convention who on Thursday did the right thing to allow remote participation and doing it in a legal way to protect us from lawsuits. Thank you. And we also need to protect our nominees. And I consulted with the parliamentarian to come up with a one-sentence resolution that we very much should pass here today. I've given it to the secretary yesterday, so she has it. I will read it to you. I want to suspend the rules to adopt the following one-sentence resolution. We, the delegates of the 2020 Libertarian National Convention, assembled in convention in Orlando, hereby confirm and celebrate the Libertarian Party's nomination of Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen for President and Vice President of the United States.
Okay, it has been seconded. Now, let's see here. Is there any objection to adopting this? Better not be. And so be it. Woo! Love it. Okay, and now I bring up Pat Dixon from Texas.
I'm not singing Ness and Dormeyer. I did that already, right? Well, unless I'm Pat Dixon. I am the Libertarian candidate for Texas State Senate in District 14. The election is Tuesday in 4 days. The advantage is that throughout this whole COVID crisis situation, when campaigning has been difficult, I've engaged with a social media company that elected a city council member in Arlington in a 4-way race. I'm in a 6-way race. 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, an independent, and me. I've won 2 elections in this district. People can look at my record and say that's what happens when a libertarian is in office. This effort, despite the difficulty of not being able to knock on doors like I used to do to win elections, they have already reached approximately 30,000 independent voters in my district. We're not looking at people who are voting party line Democrat, party line Republican. We're looking at the growing number of independent voters who may not even know there's an election, may not even know there's somebody to vote for. I'm the person they can vote for to know that there was somebody who served in elected office and did a good job. That's what I'm asking for your help with today. I have 4 days. We've already reached 30,000 independent voters. Throughout the hall, I've distributed these flyers. I have a few left, but I want you to go to my website, positivelypat.org. positivelypat.org. Go to that website. You can put gas in my car so that we can reach every voter in my district with multiple exposures. You can see the video they've done for me. They're producing more of them. You can get me there. This election on Tuesday can set the precedent for every candidate who's going to be on the ballot in November. The result of this can help all of us. I'm asking for your support now. Please go to my website. I've run for office a number of times before. A lot of you know me. I was the chairman in Texas for 10 years. I've served 2 terms on the national committee. I've been around a lot, a Libertarian Party member since 1984. In 2004, when Texas was removed from the ballot, I led the effort to get us back on the ballot. I'm asking for your help right now. We got 4 days. Go to my website, positivelypat.org, and help me out. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Okay, first things first, Oklahoma delegation chair, if they haven't already, if they can come down to visit the teller's desk. 2, let me recognize Joe Burns. Mike 2.
I've got a point of information. Can we have that put up on a screen, his address, where to donate to? If we could get that up there for a few seconds, that would be great. And the second part of my question is, I've got $200 for him if people could match me.
Okay. Would anyone want to match Joe Burns' donation to the Pat Dixon campaign? Who is that? Nick Sower. Awesome. Okay. Anybody else? I will. Okay, over here. Okay. And anyone else? Huh?
I will.
Right there. Mr. Rufo. Okay. Anybody else?
I will donate.
Okay. Where was that? Was that online?
Boomer Shannon, yeah.
Boomer Shannon, yes. Hey, Boom. Okay, let's see if we can get that website online. Let me think about what's the best way to do that. What's the website again? Got it. Okay, positivelypat.org. Okay, I'm trying to think what's the best way. Dan, would you be able to share your screen and show positivelypat.org for a moment? And then we can share the Zoom?
1 minute, please.
So positivelypat.org. So all those who said they're going to match, thank you. Mike 3.
Mr. Chairman, I want to speak of the highest regard for Pat Dixon. He deserves this win. He deserves your support. I will match that $200 donation.
$200. So the recap, we have Nick Sarwark matching. We have Aaron Starr matching. We have Mr. Rufo matching. We have Boomer Shannon matching. And then, name? Teresa Rushing matching. Was there anybody I missed? Awesome. Again, that's positivelypat.org. You can see it right there on the screen. Oh, Mike 2.
I just wanted to thank everybody. I was hopeful that we could get $200, so I'm glad you guys did that. And I want to say that it's highly important that we put our money where our principles are and that we pick good candidates in winnable races. And he's definitely one of the best ones we have across the country. So I'm happy to see you guys put your money where your principles are. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I just want to say one thing. If you haven't donated yet to the Pat Dixon campaign, think about it. Because when Nick Sarwark, Aaron Starr, and Joe Burns all say something is good, it must definitely be good.
Could I say one more thing, Alex?
Okay.
Pat Dixon is the only candidate to have been on LPTV twice. You can watch his interviews on LPTV. Outstanding candidate.
Yes. Actually, first let me go to Mike 1, then I'll go back to Mike 2.
Mr. Chair, John Phillips from Illinois. Just a quick announcement. For those of you who see me walking around and are suffering from ribbon envy, the COC has a sale in the back row where they have 15 different ribbons you can get for $2 a piece. All goes to the Convention Oversight Committee. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to recognize Mr. Nicalia at Mike 2, and then I'm going to bring up Rick Stewart to talk about his candidacy.
Thank you, Mr. Merced. My name is Steve Nikela, chairman of the LPF, and I just wanted to recognize a fantastic candidate. We have Andre Klaas, who gave an amazing speech. And this young man actually is having the establishment shaking in their boots in his county. He is in a partisan election. He's raised, I think, $13,000, $12,000 so far. And I would like to raise him a few more bucks today. I have $100 I'm going to put into his campaign if I can get a matching donation. Would anybody else be willing to donate $100 or more to the Andre
Who's
Klaas
willing to
campaign?
match Mr. Nikelia's donations to Mr. Klaas's campaign? Okay, we got one over there from Mark Cancer.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes.
Omar Recuero said
Omar
he was going to
Recuero,
match. It's $300. Can we make it $400? $400.
What's your name?
What's your name, sir?
Come to the microphone and identify yours. Oh.
Sorensen.
Sorensen. Okay, thank you.
$100 to the Klaas campaign. Anybody else willing to step up and donate $100 to a young man who's doing an amazing job making us proud here in Florida? Oh, all
we got some
right,
hands up over here.
$500. Beautiful. Anybody else?
Sure, go for it.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
I just wanted to come up here to share something with you, a memory from one of my early years supporting a prominent libertarian campaign for the Gary Johnson, our 2016 presidential nominee. In October of 2016, Eastern Florida State College had hosted what was called the Great Debate. They had representatives for Clinton and Trump, so I decided I was going to show up and offer to represent the views of Gary Johnson, our libertarian candidate. And so when I came in there, I was met with utmost hostility, where I was actually threatened with violence by the students and the faculty. And even though I filed a formal complaint with campus security, they did nothing. So I wanted to share for whoever is the highest donor throughout this campaign, here is the memory of afterwards when I put on some masking tape and carried a Gary Johnson sign, and I stood at their entrance and showing thousands of cars that we as libertarians will not be silenced. So the highest donor today will get this autographed picture as well as the sign that I held in front of Eastern Florida State College. So please support me as best as you can, either by donating at yournextcommissioner.com, or I also going to be accepting donations out in the hallway. Thank you.
I have a question for the delegation.
One moment.
Would you like to know about my wiener?
Wait, repeat that? Okay, here we go. Update on tally sheets. We are still missing tally sheets from Mississippi, Idaho, and Wyoming. Mississippi, Idaho, Wyoming. Please get your tally sheets uploaded. Mr. Wedwell, you're recognized on microphone too?
Mississippi emailed their PDF ballot to the secretary, or to the ballot.lp.hq, I think.
Don't say the, yeah, don't say the email.
Erase it.
Okay, but they said Mississippi says they've emailed you the ballot.
That is a check thing. It needs to be
It needs to be uploaded to the to the shared box that's on the sheet. Okay, cool. So they've emailed it, but they haven't uploaded it yet. So that
no problem.
Okay. So again, Idaho, Wyoming, Mississippi, it has to be uploaded to the shared box. Emailing the email address on the form is just a secondary check, but they do want it uploaded into that Google Drive for auditing purposes. Okay, with that.
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege, you are recognized.
My name is Dean Davison. I am with the Virginia delegation. I would like to ask everybody to donate to 2 candidates that are running for city councils in Virginia. That would be Cesar Alberto and Steve Herndon. Steve Porter from Herndon, Virginia. I'm asking if anybody can go to Stephen Porter for Herndon, Virginia, and Cesar Alberto would be citizens at Cesar Alberto on Facebook. That way you can find out, or go to the Libertarian Party of Virginia Facebook page. You'll find where their donation boxes are, and please donate to them. It'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I want to bring up Rick Stewart. I just want to tell you guys a fun story, just a little memory lane about sort of my involvement with National. My first national convention was 4 years ago at this very location, at the Rosen Center. And that year, I think it was Matt Hickey who was doing a Libertarian ride share. Okay, so you can basically kind of like a LP kind of Uber kind of thing where you get transported from the airport back to the hotel and vice versa. So that's how I got to the hotel. And in the car with me on the way to the hotel was our next speaker, along with Bill Bean from Indiana, who you might have seen earlier this week in the In Memoriam video. But also in that car with me was Rick Stewart from Iowa. Sorry about that, from Iowa. And I just wanted to bring them up here because these were outside of New York, because at that point I was only involved in New York and New York City. Those were the first 2 sort of national libertarians I got to meet when I came to the National Convention in 2016, that year when I was running for Senate. So with a great pleasure, I bring up Rick Stewart.
Thank you very much, and thanks because you made my story shorter, because that's the one I was going to tell. Okay, well, so we've already identified the high-dollar libertarians in this room, and I'm going to speak to the hundreds of other people, both here and remote, who are low-dollar libertarians. I'm the Iowa candidate for United States Senator. I will be running against Joni Ernst and her Democratic challenger. This is not a ballot access race, and realistically, this is not a winnable race. This race is a cover the gap race. There's a good chance I can do that, and the way I'm going to do it is by crisscrossing the state of Iowa for the 3rd time, because this is my 4th election, and speaking to every TV station, 50+ radio stations, and in the past, over 200 newspapers where I have been interviewed by every single one. This will be a repeat of what I already know how to do. This is the first election I have ever asked anybody for any money. So I would ask all of you, very humbly, to go online and donate $5 to my campaign. And if that's too much, please just donate $1, because every single dollar that I collect in donations will go for 30-second television commercials. In Iowa, sometimes I can get 5 of them for $5. Sometimes I can only get 1. But in 2014, when I was the Libertarian candidate for Lynn County Sheriff, I ran 480 30-second television commercials in Washington, D.C. I inundated that city and became a local celebrity running for county sheriff in Iowa, because I know how to buy cable TV ads, and I know how to make a pretty damn good TV commercial. I've already passed out my cards a couple of days ago. You should have got one on the table. I am going to come back and pass out a card to every single person here. My website is there. Go to that website. Please give me $5 so I can run one more cable TV commercial, because this is very easy to do, and it has a real impact in Iowa. Thank you very much, and once again, thanks to everybody in this room for attending in person, and thanks to everybody who's attending remotely for being there even when you can't be here. Thank you.
Oh, Rick Stewart, can you say your website one more time?
The website is
rickstewart.com. rickstewart.com. Okay, just a couple quick announcements. One, just regarding two things for the people in the online queue and some of one, as far as motions to kind of hear, the move on to the other elections. Again, I just ask everyone, we're going to hold off into that until the first ballot's complete, just so we can see how long that takes, and then we will take up motions to then take up the other elections earlier or do something different. And then also those who wanted to move to do something disciplinary, I would ask that before lunch, I made a pretty stern warning to behave. For now, until we have another problem, I would prefer, let's avoid disciplining unless it's really necessary, because we don't want this to be the convention where we had to do that. So I made a warning. The warning's been laid out. If we have problems, we'll address discipline at that point. So,
Mr. Chair, this is Elliot Sherman on the Zoom call.
Yep, and
that person's been dealt with.
Say it again?
That individual has been dealt with.
Okay, got it. Gotcha. Okay, so that's taken care of. Okay. Okay, and then there's a couple people other candidates I want to address that are online. Let's first recognize Illinois' Joshua Flynn to speak on his candidacy.
Thank you. I am a proud father, a proud husband, and a proud libertarian. I've spent my life living and working in the Austin community of Chicago, one of the most violent neighborhoods in the nation. We have the great people in our community, but we are not offered the education, the job opportunities, and the safety that would allow us to flourish. I have known for years that Austin and communities like ours across the country need economic freedom, more school competition, a criminal justice system that keeps us safe but does not invade our personal freedom. What I didn't know was that libertarians stand for those same principles. Once I found that out, I became a libertarian. Now I am running for state representative in Illinois in a two-person race, and I have a great chance to win. I appreciate that the libertarians all over this land have articulated the values that I have always had, and you can continue to do so. Values that my community and our nation need right now. I appreciate your encouragement and support for my election. You give me hope, and through my work in my election, I plan to give your party, our communities, and our nation more hope. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then I also want to recognize Jake Leonard from Illinois. I think you want to have Mr. Danny Maloof speak. Is that correct?
He's still preparing right now, so...
we can revisit that in a little bit.
We'll revisit that later, but I do have something that's in that queue. As political director, this is my first election cycle. I believe in my candidates. We hardly ever get ballot access relief. And I'm proud of our people for busting our ass to get our people on the ballot this cycle. I'm sorry. This is a lot of pressure, but we've done everything we can do to bring liberty to the people of this state. I believe in Joshua, and my agenda item, I have a match challenge as well. I will put up $250 of my own money with matching dollars for Joshua Flynn. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and I'm going to recognize Ms. Adams with a quick update on the auctions.
Hi, family. Did everybody get full at lunch? Your lunch was good? So I have a couple quick updates just on 2 of our 3 items that are listed on the webpage. On the Hospers high-res replica SOP, the current high bid is $1,000. I know many of you think you are the one true libertarian, but one of you cast a bid for $501 that says it's really you. Those are our 2 top bids. Bidding on these 2 items is going to close at end of business today. So get your bids in, because I want to send these things home with people today. They're getting heavy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adams. Okay, what I'm going to do, Mr. Elliot Sherman, I know you had a video you wanted to show regarding some candidates, so let's start getting that queued up. But in the meantime, I'd like to recognize Pennsylvania's Steve Sheets also for an announcement. Oh, and also Idaho and Wyoming, we still need your tally sheets.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that many of the states are still in fights for ballot access. And if you're able to donate to those causes, please donate to those causes. That and ballot access is the #1 issue right now that's facing all libertarians all across the nation. So please, if you are able, help us all out. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Elliot Sherman. I'm ready to present whenever you're ready.
Okay, you are recognized. And let's share the Zoom screen.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Elliot Sherman, and I'm running for U.S. Congress in Texas 2nd District against Dan Crenshaw. But I'm not here to talk about myself today. I want to talk about an amazing grassroots effort that I've discovered. It is called Let Her Speak, and I'll be playing a brief video for you guys to watch. All right, and I also have a little short presentation about what all this grassroots effort entails. So letterspeak.org is where you can go. That's let-her-speak.org. And this is, like I said, it's a grassroots effort. We're trying to get Joe in the debates. So what we have set up here is some information. On August 8th, we are planning a nationwide peaceful protest convoy where people can decorate their vehicles, whether it's automobiles or bicycles or whatever you have, and we're going to be doing a peaceful slow parade in each city in this country. We already have people signed up from all 50 states, and if you are interested in hosting your local one or getting plugged in with whoever is hosting your local one, again, all of that can be found at let-her-speak.org. So you can show your support. Also, we're going to be using the hashtag #LetHerSpeak to promote any event media or photos. Why are we doing this? Since 1987, the Commission on Presidential Debates has colluded to shut out any other parties from speaking to the public. And the main goal of this is to get Jo Jorgensen on that debate stage so that voters across America can see who she is, what she offers, and how she separates herself as an improvement over the other party offerings. So we want to make sure that we increase awareness for Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen's campaign, increase awareness for the Libertarian Party, and empower local people in a grassroots effort to stand up and help support this, this idea. There is a Facebook group where you can collaborate and share ideas and help each other out if you're trying to get plugged in together. And you can also find the events hosting information there as well. So that's facebook.com/groups/LetHerSpeak. And as I mentioned earlier, this will be a dumping ground for all of the media content, all your photos and videos and everything, so that we can compile this and show the world and show the country that this is a nationwide grassroots effort. We do have Zoom calls on 5 o'clock Central Time for those of you who want to help out with some planning. Since the event is not until August 8th, that does give us a little over a month to get involved in the planning. So again, you can get plugged into all of this information at let-her-speak.org. And I just want to thank the delegation's time for giving me this opportunity to share. And if Spike and Joe are listening, we'd love to have you here in the Houston area as part of our convoy. This is where a lot of the planning has originated, and we would love to host you here. So everyone who's interested, thank you for your time, and thank you, Libertarian Party, for listening.
Okay. So I think we're almost got all 50 states. So I think we just
Mr. Chair?
Who's speaking?
Jax.
Jax, you recognize?
If I'm not impeding the votes, if they're ready, I'd like to ask for some information.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, great. So I have 3 points of information that I'd like to obtain. First, I believe that Elliot Sherman, who just did Let Her Speak, is running for office, and I would love for him to be able to share his website with us, if he could, in just a moment. And then number 2, I know that there's a drink link for you where we can donate for you, Mr. Chair, but I believe, could you advise, there also, Laura Ebke created a link for the staff as well, like Dan Fishman. And if we could have those links, that would be so helpful so that we can support you guys for all the hard work that you're doing.
That'd be great. If someone can get me those URLs, I will announce those URLs. And
Yes,
Elliot,
if it pleases the chair, I can share my website as well right now.
Please do.
Thank you. Again, I'm running for Congress in Texas' 2nd District against Dan Crenshaw, who does support red flag laws. I'm the only candidate on the ballot who opposes them. As you can also see, District 2 is a gerrymandered mess. If you would like to help show some support for my campaign, whether that's volunteer sign-up or donations, everything is appreciated. You can follow me. This website is shermanforcongress.com, ShermanForCongress.com. You can also follow me on social media on Facebook at Sherman for Congress, on Twitter at Vote Sherman, and on Instagram at Sherman for Congress as well. Thanks so much for the shout out, Jax.
Thank you very much. Oh, let me acknowledge microphone number 1.
Mr. Chair, the answer to your questions on the websites are buyalexabeer.com. And as far as the buy the staff a drink, that one is a little more difficult because it's a long GoFundMe link. But if you follow Laura Ebke on Facebook, she posted it live on Facebook, so you can go to her Facebook page and find it.
Awesome. So the staff, definitely make sure you pitch in for the staff. They have worked hard. They have worked hard, and they owe a deep amount of appreciation. And I also want to make sure that we also say, again, thank you to the COC for all their work putting this event together. Thank you. Yep. And yeah, so thank you. And with that, let me just check on the status of...
Idaho, we're working with them with some technical problems. That's the only state, but...
We're working on it, okay.
With them right now.
So we're almost there. Perfect. Okay, so then we'll just do a few more, but we're almost done with ballot number 1, and then after that, I'll entertain motions to sort of adjust the schedule a bit to move things along, and we'll go from there. But we do have a few more candidates to recognize.
Alex, can you hear me?
Point of information, mic 1.
Sorry. Mr. Chair,
Alex Flores from Arizona. Presidential candidate Kim Ruff would like to inquire of Spike Cohen, if he pins us, does that mean that we're going steady?
Oh, repeat the question?
Presidential candidate Kim Ruff would like to inquire of Spike Cohen, if he pins us, does that mean that we're going steady?
To stay? Oh.
Going steady.
Steady. Oh, I can't speak on behalf of Spike, but I guess so. But next I'm gonna bring up Martin Cowan to speak about his congressional race.
Hello, Libertarians. My name is Martin Cowan. I'm a candidate for Congress in Georgia 13, which is near Atlanta. This is my second run. I have been involved in the Libertarian Party in Georgia since 1972, which really puts an age on me. I am the person who has been involved in Georgia Libertarian politics the longest. I am a lifetime member of the National Party. I wanted to let you know that I have tabled here at this actual facility in 2016. I tabled again in 2018, and I hope you've seen my table out here in 2020. I'm obviously running for Congress, and I have my cards and business materials out there. I wanted to tell you a point of pride that I have in the Georgia Libertarian Party. We are a litigious bunch. In 2017, we filed a lawsuit against the Secretary of State challenging the signature requirement for my signature requirement. I have to collect 22,000 in that year signatures, which is, let us say, impossible. In 2008, and my number has gone down to 24,000. The lawsuit went all the way to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals Federal, which includes this in Florida, includes that district of Florida and Georgia. And we won. We actually won in 2020. The Federal Court of Appeals said the trial court, the district court had messed up. They applied all the wrong law. And while we could decide the case, we want to give the district court a chance. And so it's come back now. It's back in the district court in Georgia. And there's, I think, a very good chance that I will have that signature requirement completely set aside and actually appear on the ballot on November 3rd, 2020. The other lawsuit that we filed is because I'm of a certain age, I've been banned from going door to door. You know, people without the certain age have been banned too, but we have been banned from going door to door to collect our 24,000 signatures. So we filed a separate federal lawsuit saying, you know, our signature requirement ought to come down. And this week, we actually won that lawsuit. Now, the district court granted an injunction saying you can't require Martin to get 24,000 signatures. You can only require him to get 17,000. So it's a Pyrrhic victory, but it is a victory. It is a victory, and you know, it's one step at a time. My table in 2016 had to do with my book, Fabian Libertarianism, 100 Years to Freedom. And the main idea is that we have to approach this gradually, that it's going to take a long time to get there. So I'm proud of the fact that Georgia is taking incremental steps in whittling away at this ballot access problem that we've had since 1943. Since 1943, no one ever has qualified for Congress under this ballot access requirement. So I thank you for the attention. I'm so glad to be here. This is so much fun. 2016 was fun. Funner because we weren't having to wear these masks. But I love this place. I love the food. I love being here with you guys. It's so comfortable to be with people that you know are of like mind. If you'd like to support me, I do have a website, Cowan for Congress, C-O-W-E-N, and I say that because somebody else has a similar website where they misspell the name. But it's Cowan for Congress, COWEN.com, and you can pay there, contributions there. But you could also go to paypal.me/Cowan for Congress and just instantly give me your $5 or more contribution. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support.
Okay, and again, if any candidate in the audience that would like to be in the queue to be brought up at any point, just give me a piece of paper with your name and what you're running for, and I'll keep you on the list. And first, let me just see what's the status of the ballots. Do we need 4 more minutes?
Mr. Chair,
Yep, okay, who's that?
this is Tyler Broughton from California.
Do you have a point of personal privilege?
I'd like to speak to a candidate.
Oh, okay, can you, on the online speaker queue, there's a place called Message. Just send that right over, send the details right over, and I'll recognize you in a moment. Okay, and first I do want to recognize Avins O'Brien. Are you all set for? Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so what happens is, again, earlier you saw one person get a lifetime membership pin and get pinned, and it's because it's a special thing to get a lifetime membership. Avins O'Brien, is everyone familiar with Avins O'Brien and her amazing photos? She has just gotten her life membership. Literally in the last few minutes, just went online and got her life membership, so give her a round of applause for doing that. And she has one special request. She requests that her lifetime membership pin get pinned on her by Nicholas Sarwark. The stage is yours.
He's a lucky man.
Your last act of
It's not my last act.
It's your last act.
I never really know what my last act is. Avins O'Brien, congratulations on being the newest lifetime member of the Libertarian Party. I have this pin that I've been wearing on my lapel, and it's for your lapel now.
Woo!
Wear it in good health. Second generation Libertarian, Wonder Powers, unite!
Yes.
Okay, so about 3 minutes. So I think that might be.
Hey, Alex, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, yes, go for it.
Okay, this is Marcus Pulis. I'm delegate from Indiana. I was proud to serve as press secretary for the Kokesh campaign, and I'm continuing to help Adam in his service to the cause as a guest booker for the podcast, Adam versus the Man. On behalf of Adam and our production team, I am hereby extending an open invitation to every Libertarian Party candidate to be a guest on our show to promote their campaigns. Just email me at marcus@thefreedomline.com to arrange an interview. Thank you for your time and commitment to the cause of freedom.
Okay, just to repeat, that's Marcus@thefreedomline.com.
That's it.
Okay, and again, so that's a show you guys can all be on. So just email Marcus@thefreedomline.com. Open invitation to all Libertarian Party candidates. It's good. The more pieces of paper I get, that means the more candidates that are out there. And the more candidates that are out there, that means the more times people are meeting someone who's saying the word libertarian and telling them about freedom, and that's awesome. Thank you. Okay, since we're about to have the ballot in 1 minute, I will come back to the candidates in the next period between ballots. So Lily, just
request for information, Mr. Chairman.
Request for information?
South Dakota delegate Mark Tunyevich. The ballot and audit process for this first vote seems to be quite extended. It is raising concerns about our ability to complete our business. And I wonder, is the chair and others open to faster methodologies that will help us accomplish this more quickly?
Yes, I think there's a few people in the queue who do have motions regarding different ways that we could speed up the process. I just wanted to see how this first ballot would go. So we'll see the results of this first ballot, and then in the process of either the vice chair's race or the next ballot for chair, we'll begin entertaining motions to move things along. Does that satisfy your point of information?
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thank you. We're ready. Drum roll, everybody. I'm on the edge of my seat. Okay, so we're going to work on increasing the font, and then we'll share the secretary's screen. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, you just share it.
Okay, can we share the secretary's screen?
So we're going to go state by state.
Can the secretary share her screen on Zoom too, please?
One moment.
Can we share on Zoom, please? Thank you.
Yep, we're working on it. Can you see it now?
Yes, thank you very
Perfect.
much.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Somebody's asking personal privilege on
Personal privilege on mic 3?
Sean Goward, State Chair and Delegation Chair for Delaware. I would like it to be known that we had 4 votes cast. 1 vote write-in for Dewlap Nelson was not counted.
I'll let the secretary address that.
Mr. Chair,
Who's speaking?
Steve Sheets, Pennsylvania. I wanted to make one minor correction. We had 20 in Pennsylvania, not 19 for Joe Bishop Henchman.
Okay, we will make that correction. So I'll give a second for the secretary to take these points on.
Check Ohio, they said 2 write-ins. If he could stop sharing my screen one moment.
Can you stop sharing the secretary's screen for 1 moment? Okay, and give us 3 more minutes. I'm just going to double check those points of information.
In the Zoom.
Who's speaking?
Lavonia Ragsdale from Kansas. It's still showing on the Zoom. Oh, you.
Oh, stop sharing on Zoom.
I'm not sharing on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I overrode it.
Okay.
I don't see Noda.
So then I can just be like, give me a courtesy of allowing those who, oh, I'm sorry, regarding the constellation switches or what will say, as is customary, allow. No, just give me pieces of paper. Thank you very much. Okay. Steve Sheets from Pennsylvania. Can I get you on the mic?
Yes.
Can you repeat what you were saying before, so that way the Credentials Committee can address that? Oh, he's online.
Credentials Committee can address what?
Regarding what you were saying about the vote total on the tally sheet?
Oh, the vote total on the tally sheet was 20, not 19 for Joe Bishop Henchman. I submitted an updated tally sheet already.
He's online.
What?
He's online.
Oh, it's not. We have it in front of us.
Yeah, they have it. That's not what it says. Did you send multiple tally sheets? Let me take a look.
I sent an updated tally sheet.
Got it. Okay, so check to see if there's a newer version of the tally sheet, because I see the version that they have currently does say 19.
It'll say amended round 1 tally sheet.
Okay, amended 1 tally sheet. And no, they have not received it. Can you resend it?
I will resend it.
Oh, they found it. They found it.
Excellent.
I have a request for information.
Request for information?
Yes, this is Tyler from California. I don't happen to see the message section on the Zoom.
Oh, it's not in Zoom. There's a link for delegates. There should be a link. See if they can. I think what's the best place to. It's if you're in the I have it pinned on the delegates or the convention Slack channel, but also probably one of the other people in the room can get it to you if they can put it in the Slack chat. If there's a Slack chat, in a Zoom chat, the link to where you can put in the speakers queue, and then there should be a message section there. It's a separate link to a page with 4 links. Okay. Yeah. Okay, can we share the secretary's screen? Okay. So that's a state by state. I'll give everyone a second to take one last look, but if you don't see any other issues, let's say 10 more seconds, and then we'll move on to the final totals and see the results. Dun, 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 dun. And let's do that. Okay. Those are the totals for round 1. There is no one with a majority, so we will have to go to a second ballot. The person with the lowest vote total will be removed. So let's see here.
Point of privilege.
Point of personal privilege. Go for it. What's your name?
My name is Bruce Newman. I'm a Nevada delegate. I thought this morning we had 801 delegates for the credential report, and we have 970 votes.
Okay, let me consult Ms. Hogarth. Ms. Hogarth, is Ms. Hogarth in the room? We'll see if we can get an updated credentials report, because credentialing is continuously going on, so there might have been some changes.
Yeah, we only make sure people don't go higher than their allocation.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Has anyone seen? Oh, there it is. Okay, so you're looking at that. I mean, were the election bodies sent out to everyone on the delegation slot, or did they send them to
They should have been sent
only the credentials?
the names the chair submitted. So Dan.
What's the problem?
Should have only been credentialed people.
No, because not everyone who the chair that they submit necessarily arrives here, has arrived here online or in person. So when that's doesn't that represent the entirety of verified delegates, but not necessarily credentialed delegates?
Right. So that means they've checked in to Zoom since then.
Not necessarily, because I mean, if we sent the email to just the list of the chair submitted, those people might.
Oh no, but not like originally submitted, but they should be, the chair should be submitting lists.
We can barely hear the conversation that's going on in the Zoom call.
We shouldn't hear it at all. That's the private mic.
Right now, no, there's no conversation going on the mic. So right now we are just looking into trying to answer the point of information.
We're trying to decide which state we're going. What? Which states we're going. I mean, we've got the total state by state. Not. I mean, I know how many votes were in each state. Is that?
Do you think there might be a way I could explain things? This is Emily Salvet.
Can we stop sharing the secretary's screen for a moment? And in the meantime, let's continue listening to the delegate. We'll continue listening to the candidates until I hear back from the secretary and the credentials chair.
Okay. So that makes sense. So Emily's point is, of course there is. So
Mr. Chair, this is Tyler from California. I'm having an issue finding that message thing, and I don't have access to Slack. I was wondering if I could just be recognized to speak to Kalish Morrow.
Sure. What's the name? And would you add you to the list?
I know it's tiny, but I think, see, there's
What's the name of the candidate?
right.
Okay, and then your name, Tyler, to speak on behalf of Alicia. Is that correct?
No, of Kalish Morrow.
Oh, okay, Kalish Morrow. And then you're Tyler.
Yep.
Okay, so we have you on the list. So when we get to that point in the list, I will call upon you to speak for Kalish.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and did Emily Silvetti?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just people showing up late.
Got it.
So I mean, we can add them to the credentials report. This is what Emily.
Okay, so Emily Salvetti is recognized from the Credentials Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just wanting to explain when these credentials reports are done with numbers that are from people who registered yesterday and very early this morning. So of course, it's going to be many more voters than we have in our credentials report this morning. People, when they come into a convention, are eligible to, as long as they're verified, able to come in and be credentialed and vote. It doesn't stop. So this is, as long as none of the states went over their allocations, this is all perfectly normal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That solves that point of order. Yeah. So basically, the difference in the number will show up in tomorrow's credentials report. Is there a privilege motion on microphone 1?
Yeah, Josh Eckel, Tennessee delegation. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to for the next round of balloting to only be the top 2 candidates. Is that in order?
I did not. Since I recognize you as a privilege motion, it's not in order this moment, but I may come back to you.
Okay.
First, let's resolve this point of information on the table. Make sure we have this squared away first.
I'll be back. Thank you, sir.
Now that they've answered, you can put my screen back.
Okay, so we can put the secretaries out. Now that the Credentials Committee has answered the question, we're going to move on with the vote total. So, Mike 3, point of order.
Yes, please. Could we have an updated credentials report at this point in time? I want to see that there's not over 970 at this time.
Okay.
Yeah. The short answer is no. The long answer is no, but in many more words. We don't have instantaneous updates on, people. It would take some time to prepare that report. So traditionally, it would be delivered tomorrow morning. We can work on it for this afternoon. We'll try to work on it for this afternoon. Thanks. Yeah.
Microphone 3.
Excuse me.
Microphone 3.
I'm concerned about there being another 169 votes. How fast can we get a new report, and can we recess until then?
I can answer that question, Mr. Chair. This is Emily Salvet.
Okay, go for it.
My abacus does not work that fast, Mr. Starr. We cannot get another report because we have to match. It's not discrete. We have in-person in one system. We have people who are signed in by a computer in another, but you have to merge those because there are people on the floor who are into the system, into the computer system. So it takes some time. And it's not, since I'm absolutely positive that this is a valid vote, and it will show up in the numbers tomorrow.
Microphone 3.
By what time today, we're going to go through several rounds anyway here, by what time today can we get an updated credentials report? We absolutely have to have this. We can't wait till tomorrow.
I would say 2 hours.
I would request that it be delivered within 2 hours, please. Thank you.
Okay, noted. Okay, and let's see here.
Point of information.
Point of information. I'm going to hold off on that. That it's not necessarily a privileged motion, and I do want to make sure we just dispose of this vote and start moving on. But I will come back to that point of information in just a moment. Okay, can we share the secretary's screen? Okay, there we go. So just to confirm, these are the results for the first round of the chair's race. Okay? Now, according to the bylaws, we're going to do another round of voting and we'll keep doing multiple rounds of voting until a candidate hits a majority. But in the next ballot, the candidate with the least amount of votes will be removed, which is Mike Shipley. And it's customary. I would like you guys to, if you can indulge me, I think it would be respectful to allow candidates, as they get eliminated throughout these rounds, to give them 2 minutes to give a concession speech. Would that be all right? So what I'd like to do is recognize Mr. Shipley for 2 minutes.
You get a concession speech?
Shh, be quiet. Hey, everybody.
So first of all, I just want to go on record as saying that I actually earned a higher voting percentage than Gary Johnson did in 2016. And that is huge for an openly libsoc candidate in a historically capitalist party. So I want to thank you all for that. Thank you to everybody that supported my campaign. I'm really proud of what we've been doing to bring unity into this party. It's very clear to me that the messages and the culture shift that we've been working for together, the momentum of that is unstoppable. We heard those narratives throughout all of these races, and I'm confident in any of the candidates. I'm not going to be making an endorsement because I feel like the chair of the party is the least important person. And honestly, if you wanted to neutralize somebody, it's easier to put them in the chair because, they got to make everyone happy. But even beside that, it's just not my job to tell you who you should vote for. Those votes are going to be split in different ways, and it's up to you, not me, who you should vote for. So thank you, everybody. I had so much fun running. Make us proud.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley. With that, I will recognize Joshua Elko from Tennessee, microphone 1. After that, I would like to begin the process for ballot 2, and at that point, I will begin recognizing people, recognizing candidates. We will cross that. We'll get there. Mr. Eckel. Mic 1.
Testing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to remove all candidates other than the top 2 vote getters for the next round of balloting.
Do I hear a second? Second. Okay, there is a second. I'm going to assume that there will be at least one objection to that. So I'm going to move on to a vote on it. I think that will be a quicker process. So in that case, let's unshare the secretary's screen for a moment. Mr. Fishman, queue up a poll, suspension of the rules to eliminate all to eliminate all candidates except the top 2 for the next ballot.
The poll's ready to go, sir.
Okay, tell me when it's launched and when it ends.
The poll is launched.
Point of information, Mike 1.
Can we clarify that that does not disinclude NODA, please?
It does not include NODA. Microphone 3. Point of information.
Didn't Jo Jorgensen start out in 3rd place? That would have eliminated her. I oppose this.
I'm not getting the poll.
Yep, I have. There's no debate on a suspension of the rules. Point of information, microphone 1.
Yeah, is it not the, in regards to the number of delegates and the credentials report, is it not the responsibility of the delegation chairs to ensure that everybody that is seated is either a delegate or a seated alternate, and that if those numbers are coming in from the delegations, then that means that they are in fact legitimate, even if they were seated after the beginning of the meeting?
I will deem that as the case. Okay. Now, how's the status of the poll?
The online poll is finished, sir.
Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rule to eliminate all candidates except the top 2, rise. All those in opposition, rise. Okay, that's a split. Okay. No, 2/3 would be. That's over 2/3. It's 3/4 on mine. I think this is 50-50. This is 75%. More people online. Let me take the standing vote one more time. I really want to be sure about this. No, no, but online was overwhelmingly yes. So basically we had 308. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to give you guys the result. All those in favor, rise if you support the suspension of the rules. Okay, rise if you're in opposition. It looks like it's 50-50 here, and if it's 75 online, I want to say that's two-thirds. It's going to end up being 2/3. So it passes.
Mr. Chair.
Show the secretary screen so we can show the votes. Online they voted 308, 130.
Mr. Chair, the online vote is actually 309, 131, because two of my co-hosts, state chairs, can't use the poll, and so voted with the buttons.
Got it. So repeat those totals again.
309 yes, 131 no.
Got it. So it's kind of a wash. Okay.
Point of order.
Yeah.
That's not 2/3.
Point of microphone 3.
Call for division.
Call for division.
Hate to do this, but top 2 is important. Libertarians are
Yep.
being screwed in states like California and others by top 2.
Oh yeah, just verify. So basically, we should do a counted vote. Is what we're saying. Okay. Then we'll do a counted vote.
Counted vote,
Do I have
yes.
some counters? Okay, so we got one. Okay, so here we go. We'll split it this way. Rise if you're in favor. Rise if you're in favor of the suspension of the rules. Okay, and I begin counting.
Okay.
You know, it gave me the percentages.
I guess so. Oh, I guess we'll find out in a moment.
You know, what we probably should have done is ask the lowest candidates.
That's what I
if
heard
they
of it.
wish to.
The original was only the bottom 2. That would have been better.
Yeah, but sometimes with them so low, they have sometimes will agree.
Hey, Alex, your sidebar is hot, Mike.
Huh?
Your little sidebar there with Karen Ann was hot.
Okay, sorry. Okay. I want to be 100% sure. Yeah.
Washington Delegate Doherty, may I offer a point of information?
21, so let me get these numbers together. So it's 21.
You're going to have to speak up a lot more than that, Sharon, if you want to be heard.
Okay. 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 Mr. Valente. 113. 61. Okay. Okay. All those in opposition, rise. And let the count begin.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Point of information?
This is Nathan Wilson, delegate from Georgia. Could we simply just ask the other candidates if they wish to continue to be on the ballot?
Let's do that. Do any of the other candidates wish to withdraw from the second ballot voluntarily? If so, please come up and announce, and we can do a concession speech. If not, then we'll see how this count goes.
Washington Delegate Doherty has a point of information.
A point of information?
I've looked at the numbers, and I do not believe there are enough votes for the 3rd through nth place to overtake 2nd place.
Understood. But we can't force people to withdraw unless the body decides that. So I have to see how this vote goes, and regardless of feasibility, if people want to be on the second ballot, I can't take them off the second ballot.
Unless they voluntarily withdraw.
People can change their vote.
This is also an option.
Are you looking for the candidates to step up to the mic?
Oh, yeah. I was waiting for if anyone wanted to come to the mic or tell me.
This is Tony DeRazio. I don't really appreciate this vote because it's disenfranchising a whole lot of voters who voted for Mike Shipley, Jacob Lamont, and I. And I am not conceding.
Okay. Yep.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Point of information?
John Watts, delegate from Alaska. One of our delegates didn't receive a poll, and I heard others, talking in the background that they didn't receive them either. Is that something we should address?
Yeah. If you didn't receive a poll, give us your vote in. Give Mr. Fishman your votes, and I'll collect those.
I don't really have a means to collect individual votes.
But first, let's just see where we're at. If it
voted and who didn't. I'm sorry if you guys didn't get the poll.
37.
But
Mr. Chair,
446 people did.
If you didn't get the poll, because you didn't look in the right place.
Yeah. 37. Okay, so we're counting the numbers. Mr. Lawon, did you want to say anything, or are you good? Okay. Then you're good. You're good at the moment.
yes, Mr. Chair, I did have a request. I'm sorry.
Oh, go for it. You recognized?
Who is recognized? Point of information or the
person who just said the person who was just speaking. Please say your names when you speak.
All right, this is Dean Ahmed, Maryland. Just as a point of information, I was going to ask that the co-hosts be reminded of how they can vote in case the people who say they didn't receive a poll may have been co-hosts.
This is true.
We will change our voting in the next, as of tomorrow. We'll do training today at 5 o'clock when the
Okay, so the vote was 2/3, 517 to 238 to 236, so it does pass. Okay. So with that, I will. Yep. Okay, I want to recognize Mr. Lamont. I want to recognize you. Mic 2.
Test. Out of respect for the delegation, I'm going to remove my name and let this keep moving.
You have 2 minutes to say whatever you like.
Just, I appreciate all the votes I got. And I just want to make this move along. And, I'm 4th place. And I didn't do a lot of active campaigning. because of the situation I am in at home with my business and whatnot. But I really was shocked and amazed on the impact I made on this delegation. And I appreciate you guys so much. I'm truly, it means a lot to me. Thank you.
One moment. One second. Point of personal privilege, line 1, mic 1.
Yep. Joshua Eckel, Tennessee delegation. Are we gonna ensure everyone has the ability to vote since that motion just passed, or the ability to address the delegation that was just removed?
Yes, yes. We're just doing one more double check of the numbers.
Just making sure. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Yep. No, that's 2/3. Mr. Durazio, you have 2 minutes to say whatever you as for a concession speech.
Actually, I have a point of order.
Point of order?
Yeah, I'd like a recount on this, please. It was awfully darn close, and I'm hearing from a number of people in the room with me that they did not receive the online poll.
Okay. One moment.
Point of privilege. This is Catherine Files from Michigan. I brought this up before, but I'm able to vote once per device I've logged into Zoom with. The Zoom room is open. I don't know what you want to do with this close of the vote, but I'm sure I'm not the only one who's figured it out by now.
That's entirely up to Mr. Stempel to make sure that there's only one Catherine in the room at a time.
I can put whatever name I want.
All
One
right,
moment.
We won't do it this way tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, so okay. I will do a full recount.
Mr. Merced,
huh?
can I withdraw my point?
Say it again?
I withdraw my point of order.
Okay.
If someone else wants to make it, that's fine, but I withdraw it. I'm just upset.
I understand. But Mr. Durazio, you still have 2 minutes. Trust, I understand how you feel. And one quick shout out to all the guys in Syracuse. You know I love all you guys. Okay, my New York family. So, Tony, I love you.
Orlando's stealing our New Yorkers. I get it. It's much nicer down there. I get it. I totally understand.
But Tony, you do have 2 minutes to address the body as you'd like.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you to everybody who voted for me and who supported me. I know, even for those who didn't vote for me, I know that a lot of you had very nice things to say about me, and I really appreciate it. It's been extremely humbling. Thank you. You all spoken, and you want me to stay in New York as a New York State chair. I get it. That's fine. I can do that, and we're going to make New York the in 4 years, New York's going to be the biggest delegation there. Just so watch it, California. I got my eyes on you. So thank you very much to everybody for all your kindness and all your votes. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tony. Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege.
This is Tyler Broughton from California. On the Zoom side, earlier we did see people that were there in the convention that were also on Zoom. So I think the issue of voting twice is a pretty big issue that I think we need to look into.
We have been trying to reform the practice. Like right now, it should only really be delegation chairs who are on there. But we will take a look, Mr. Fish. We'll take a look at the queue. We'll try to put some more processes in place to tighten that up. Again, this is the best mechanism we have at the moment. We are going to try to we are putting more practices in place, and we're going to continue to put more practices in place to make this as clean as possible.
Mr. Chair.
Mike 1.
Point of personal privilege. I'd like a quorum call.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, so let's do a vote. That's how we'll do quorum. So, point of order, Mike 3.
How many people is quorum now that we had 970 people who voted?
Let me get Ms. Hogarth.
AVENS. Point of something.
I will recognize a point of something.
Point of personal privilege.
You recognize and may state your name?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm Mike 3. It's Mimi Robson,
Mike 3.
delegation chair for
Hey.
California. Point of personal privilege. And it's really a question. How are they counting the online people? And I'm going to ask this question because I, as delegation chair for California, I've been monitoring, and by the way, I am in the room, I don't count myself. I've been monitoring my people there, my people here. I have 107 delegates. I've had 101 participate today. Those 101 voted. I don't know how quorum is being counted here, and I don't know how credentials is deciding who's online and who's not. I don't know how the other delegation chairs are doing it. I'm not quite sure how we do this exact quorum call the way they're trying to do it. So how do we do a quorum call?
Best way I can do it. I'll let Ms. Hogarth discuss. What do you think is the best way to do a quorum call?
Well, this might be slightly, I'm not sure if I'm authorized to speak, but our system relies on the chairs policing their delegation. Policing isn't the right word, sorry. Monitoring their delegations and collecting the votes and making sure there's no overvotes, which there weren't, and making sure that everyone votes once and they're reporting the votes correctly. So if people are saying there's double voting or something, some states should have an overvote. And
Well, this is talking about Zoom votes right now.
but that's what I'm saying. The chairs are ultimately responsible for pulling that together into the report. The chairs submitted reports.
I think we're confusing polls and ballots.
Okay, bottom line regarding a quorum call, I can visibly see that we have quorum in this room for the people in this room, and based on the votes we're receiving online, we have quorum, we have business to do, so we're going to move forward. There is quorum. Okay? There's line in the room. Okay? Bottom line, we can spend all day on this. I know things are not perfect. I know there's work to be done, but there's also business to be done. Point of order, Mike 3.
My point of order is, I just want to verify what is the number that we're considering. Are we considering it the people that voted? That would be my suggestion.
Oh, that is exactly what I'm doing. I'm doing it based off the vote we just took.
So quorum is going to be 40% of that number.
Oh, no, 40% of the 900 number that we used earlier.
Correct.
But we had over 700 votes, which is over that 40% number.
Right. So I just want to I just want to be sure that we're all clear what quorum is, and we have quorum. Correct?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you very much.
Point of parliamentary inquiry?
Point of parliamentary inquiry?
Yes. Mike 3.
Mike 3.
Rule 3. Point 2. Last sentence. I just want to make sure everyone has this option. They understand. I'm going to make a suggestion. The sentence says, if someone challenges the vote reported by any state's chair, the secretary shall poll the delegates from that state individually. So there is an opportunity, if we wanted to, if somebody doubted the results of a particular state, to demand, any one person can demand that the secretary call out each name of each delegate who's voting in that state, compare it to the rolls, and make them cast their vote. And if that vote matches what's being presented on the screen, that's a really good indicator. So we could try that. I can suggest.
Thank you, guys.
We're not there yet, guys.
Guys. He is just stating what's there. When no one's invoking it, he's just making you aware.
No one's invoking. I'm just letting people be aware that at the next round of voting, if you have any doubts about this, you can challenge it that way. Any one person can challenge. You can select a state at a time. Now, if you're really in doubt, you could, in theory, suspend the rules and have the secretary poll each vote by state, and that way you'd be 100% sure that the vote tally is real. Right now, the big problem here is you got a lot of people who are voting. You can't see who the heck they are. We're not sure how everything works, who's getting to vote, who doesn't. So that's an option. Be aware of that. Hopefully things will go great this next round, but I want you to be aware of what your options are, your rights are as a delegate in this room. That's my purpose. Thank you.
Noted, Mr. Cesar. Point of personal privilege, and then we're going to get moving on. Go for it. Mike 2.
My point of personal privilege is that for future conventions, if we were using approval voting for this, we would likely be finished already.
Pagan. Okay. So here's how I recommend we move forward in a timely manner. I recommend, if you guys will indulge me, we'll move on to the second ballot for chair with just the 2 candidates in NOTA. But then after that ballot begins, we begin taking nominations, begin the process for treasurer, which will be a much quicker race. And then take up vice chair. So that way we move from if a race is going to take a second to a race that's going to go by quick, and then we can go back to vice chair. Do I hear any objections? Okay.
Microphone 2.
Microphone 2?
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Point of information?
We are at a hard stop at 5 p.m. Is that correct?
Currently, we are scheduled to adjourn at 5 p.m. People can make a motion to extend time when we get there.
So move to 6 p.m.
Okay, a motion to extend time to 6 p.m. Second, is there any objection?
I object.
Okay, and then we go for a vote. So here we go. Mr. Fishman, let's queue up a poll. Who objected? State your name.
This is Jeff Wood from Michigan.
Okay. Oh, I recognize them, so. Yeah. Okay, bottom line, let's just vote. Okay, Mr. Fishman, please start a poll to extend time to 6 p.m. Give me a heads up when the poll starts and ends, and then we'll do a rising vote here, and then we'll move on.
Point of order is Jeff Wood, delegate.
Point of order recognized.
There's also an objection from Alaska delegate Josh McCose. So I would just like to say there are objections from people who are slated as delegates.
Yep. Understood. That's why we're taking the vote. There are objections. That means we need to have a vote. So not a problem. Not a problem. You are all within your right to object, and there is nothing wrong with that. Okay. Give me an update with when we hit the poll.
20 more seconds, please.
Mr. Chair, point of information, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
James Jensen, Florida delegation. You were going to extend to 6 o'clock. Those of us in this room who are supposed to go to the gala tonight need time to get ready. And I just want to say the people
Oh,
online.
sorry, that's debate. That's debate.
Sorry.
Point of order, Mike 3.
Mr. Chair, I just want to confirm that you heard my objection to rearranging the order of the elections and nominations.
Oh, okay. So there was an objection to that, so we'll have to take a vote on that too.
I guess I'll just have to scream a lot louder next time. Sorry.
No worries. No worries. So we'll go to a second vote on that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. Is that possible?
You recognized.
The online poll is done.
Okay, the online poll is done. Let me finish this vote first. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. All those in favor of extending to 6 p.m. to continue with LNC elections, rise. One moment. All those opposed, rise. Okay, let me take a look at the online vote. That is certainly 2/3. So we are going to continue to 6 o'clock. Okay? If you want to get ready for the gala, you don't have to stay here. I'm not forcing you to stay here. It's a libertarian thing that you can do what you want.
It's quorum.
Yeah, but point of order? Where? New York, point of order, delegate from New York?
The second ballot, we can talk about it later.
Oh, Andrew Colsty from New York? Point of order, Andrew Colsty from New York. Okay, well, I'm here, Andrew. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to begin the process first. I'm going to kickstart ballot 2 for chair. So that way that process is already underway before we take this vote regarding the schedule. Okay, so let's
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that affects that. Stuart Knight from Washington State.
You haven't been recognized. Mike 1.
Okay.
Christine Austin from Georgia. I have a point of parliamentary inquiry about the second ballot. Would it be in order to ask for a time limit on balloted votes going forward?
Yes, we're going to set a hard limit to time on the election buddy.
What would that time be?
I'm thinking 20 minutes. That should give everybody time to vote.
Okay.
And then that gives and then after that, everyone has to then submit their tally sheets. Okay. Did Mr. Colsty?
This is Andrew Colsty. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I have a point of order.
Point of order?
The vote to suspend the rules by 2/3 was by 16 votes.
Everyone, shh. Let me hear Mr. Colsty.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes. The vote to suspend the rules to eliminate the number 3 and number 4 in the first round was by 16 votes. There's been many reports of people who weren't able to vote.
I've already ruled that vote is good. It's done. We
I
are.
challenge the ruling of the chair.
You? Oh. No, you're good at the moment. No. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Fishman. Mr. Fishman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's set up a election buddy for round 2 and set that for 20 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. Wait.
Point of order, we did not have a clear poll for the online delegation on whether or not we would actually be eliminating the rest of the candidates.
I challenged the ruling of the chair. Was that heard?
I second that.
Oh, I didn't. Did you challenge the ruling of the chair? Oh, okay. Got it. I didn't realize that.
Point of order,
Okay.
microphone 1, please.
I say that challenge.
Point of order, microphone 1.
Mr. Chair,
I was muted.
That appeal of the ruling of the chair about the count of a vote is by its very nature dilatory, and the chair should rule it as such.
I will rule. I agree. The note well taken. It's dilatory. The vote is passed. Now we're at this point just wasting time. Trust me. I feel for the candidates that removed. Trust me, I do. But we really are limited on time. The body by and large, voted one way. This is just wasting time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to send the election buddy?
Yes, you can send the election buddy. 20 minutes.
Request for information.
Request for information. Mike 2.
I've been managing the delegation. I apologize. Can I just get a confirmation of the choices on the ballot when I start?
Yep. So the choices on the ballot will be Joe Bishop Henchman, Joshua Smith, and Noda. Those will be the 3 choices on the round 2 ballot. Now, while those ballots go out, so again, make sure if you're voting on election buddy to keep an eye out for those emails. But I do want to begin moving forward business, so we're going to vote, since there was an objection, vote on picking up the treasurer's election before vice chair. Okay? So, Mr. Fishman, tell me when you're all available.
Yes, what do you need, sir?
Oh, can you queue up a poll online? A vote to suspend the rules to take up the election of treasurer before the election of vice chair. Huh? Oh, I know, but we have to go through that. That's why I want to, because I still have to take the nominations and know they're unopposed. So that's why I figured it'd be a quick thing to do.
The poll is launched.
Poll is launched. Okay. Okay. Again, guys, bear with me. I'm trying to find little ways for us to speed things up, get through these things.
Do what?
Status of the poll?
The poll is finished.
Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rules and taking up the election of treasurer before the election of vice chair, rise.
I didn't get a poll ballot.
Okay, and then just add that. We'll add your vote to the total. Which way did you want to vote?
No.
No. Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay. Yes. So that was. Let's do that again. All those in favor, rise. Just want to make sure that I'm looking at the right vote. All those in opposition, rise. We're voting on suspending the rules to take up treasurer before vice chair. Okay. So we got 2/3 of the room. Let me take a look at the online poll. That's 2/3. And then, Secretary, I'll put up the numbers, and we'll put the Secretary's numbers on the screen. Yep. Mr. Fishman, can you put up the poll results again? Okay. It's passed pretty strongly in the room. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege, Dean Ahmed, Maryland.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Ahmad.
I'm trying to get the tally sheet for the second round, and again, I'm not being admitted. I did hit the request button for access, but there's been no response.
Got it. Okay, we'll make time for that in just a moment. The Secretary's just sharing her screen, then she'll be able to deal with making sure you get the tally sheet. Okay, but that has passed. With that, I'm going to open up the floor for nominations for treasurer. Let me just add an item on the online queue so people can. Oh, you've already done it? Thank you. Okay, so people get in line for nominations for treasurer. Hopefully this allows us to make this quick. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Is this chair for treasurer for life, I mean?
Yeah, Pretty much, treasurer for life.
I nominate our honorable long-term treasurer, Tim Hagan, for treasurer of the Libertarian Party.
Woo. Second. Mr. Hagan, do you accept and meet the qualifications for treasurer?
Yes, I accept and I meet the qualifications.
And you are recognized. I mean, you are nominated. And let's see here. Once. Microphone 1.
I move to close nominations.
Nominations are closed.
Mr. Chair, I was attempting to make a nomination. This is Daryl Perry.
Yep, go for it.
I would like to nominate George Phillies.
Okay, is Mr. Phillies available to accept that nomination?
I thought he was possibly there in Orlando.
Is Mr. Phillies in the room to accept the nomination?
Sorry.
Okay. If Mr. Phillies is not available to accept the nomination, I don't think we can do that right now then.
Mr. Chairman, South Carolina Delegate Charles Hall, I'd like to nominate Noda.
Noda accepts the nomination. Okay, let me just do one quick double check. No, we're good. Okay, with that, do I hear any opposition? Yep, Mr. Goldstein, like to?
Mr. Chair, I move to have the Libertarian Party, both present and online, accept the nomination of Tim Hagan as our treasurer by acclamation.
Got it. Do I hear any opposition to taking Mr. Tim Hagan by acclamation?
Say all in favor, say aye, so everybody can cheer.
Okay, say it again.
Say all in favor, say aye, so everybody can cheer.
I didn't hear that.
Say something so we could cheer instead of just without objection.
Okay, so hey, everybody. With bundle of applause and excitement and energy, do we all want to take Tim Hagan as our treasurer for another term by acclamation? I just turned to like Ric Flair for a moment. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the show of confidence of the delegation. Thank you.
Mr. Hagan, did you want to come on stage to say anything?
Pardon?
Did you want to come on stage to address the crowd? Your choice.
Don't need.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Okay, come for it. Your treasurer, Tim Hagan.
Thank you very much. I'm humbled to be reelected by acclamation. Really appreciate it. I'll work hard, just as have been for the past few years, doing the work as your treasurer. Thank you.
Okay, with that, would there be any objection to opening up nominations for vice chair?
Objection.
Objection?
How can we open up something by acclamation without having the online people vote on it?
There was no other candidates, and there was no objections. No one, you all could have mute your mic and say an objection. I heard no objections. There were no other candidates. I'm all for calling me out when there's a problem, but when there isn't a problem, let's not make a problem. Okay, but I did hear an objection to taking up the nominations for vice chair. So what we'll do is we'll go to a vote to see if we suspend the rules to take up vice chair while ballot 2 for chair goes on, so that we can keep business going. One moment. Correct. Yeah. And just to make this clear, I'm only saying open up nominations. The nominations for vice chair will not be closed till after the chair's race is complete. So that way, if any of those candidates do want to run, but that way we can just begin getting the process rolling.
Point of personal privilege?
Yeah, point of personal privilege.
I just wanted to make an announcement. If you're using the e-ballot system to vote for chair, if you use the original link that you were sent for the first round, it'll take you to the second round, and you don't have to look up your name and get a new access code. Just so everybody's tracking that.
Okay. And just as a note, As a side note, can you bring that back up? I'll actually read the language of the text. So this, Mr. Philly's just responded to us, but it was like basically right after literally just now, he just posted this on Twitter. So I want to make sure that everyone's heard this. I was nominated for treasurer. If elected, I would be my duty to serve, but I really do not want the job. I am a bit too old for that. Please forward the message to the convention. Message forwarded.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Parliamentary inquiry?
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Justin Jelinek, delegate, Minnesota. At this time, is it in order to move to amend the agenda to take up the Judicial Committee nominations?
No, because can you hold off on that for a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But now you get Jod.
Okay, so first let's just resolve what was on the table, the whole vice chair thing. Again, so we'll have a vote on whether we're going to open up nominations, not close nominations, not elect vice chair, just open up nominations for vice chair. Okay, so Mr. Fishman.
Yes, sir.
Can you put up a poll that says to suspend the rules to open up nominations for vice chair? Okay, and I'm assuming these are all suspensions of the rules, so I'm holding these up to a 2/3 vote each time we do one of these. I think that is the fairest thing to do.
Suspend the rules to support.
It's time to run out of. Yep.
Was the vote for?
Can you restate what we're suspending the rules for, Mr. Chair?
So is the poll complete?
Can you restate what we are suspending the rules for?
We're suspending the rules to open up the nominations for vice chair. Again, we're just opening up the nominations, not closing nominations, which will not be in order until after the chair's race is complete. And we're not doing the election. We're just opening up nominations. So we're suspending the rules to opening up the nominations for vice chair. Man, the hair. Okay.
Point of order.
Point of order. Where's that coming from?
This is coming from Peter Everett, delegate from Massachusetts.
Hello, Dr. Everett.
It's my impression that since the election of the vice chair is the next item on the agenda, it does not require a suspension of the rules.
It does not, but I figured holding it to a 2/3 vote would be the fairest thing. I do think everyone wants to keep moving forward, so I think we'll be okay. But I just figured that way just to be above scrutiny.
It seems like we can simply just do it.
There's
The parliamentarian is telling me that is the case. So
Point of information.
Yep. Point of information?
Are you taking nominations for vice chair at this time, or are we waiting at the end of the poll? This is Newman from New Hampshire.
The parliamentarian, as Dr. Everett mentioned, he did a point of order. The parliamentarian does confirm that point of order, that I could just move on to open up the nominations without the vote, so we are just going to do that. Okay, so we're just going to move on to opening up the nominations for vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Tony DeRazio.
Wait, so you're nominating Tony DeRazio? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Yes, and who is this?
Yes, I want to nominate.
Oh, what's your name? What's your
Vice
name?
Chair. Carl Newman of New Hampshire.
Okay, so Carl Newman of New Hampshire is putting in nomination for vice chair Tony DeRazio of New York. Mr. DeRazio, do you accept that nomination?
Second.
Mr. DeRazio, do you accept that nomination?
Who put my name in?
Carl Newman from New Hampshire.
That sounds like a no.
So, Mr. DeRazio, do you accept the nomination?
I just needed to know who hated me that much. I'm just kidding. Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Wait, so did you accept it? Mr. DeRazio? That wasn't clear whether you accept.
Yes, I accept it.
You accept it. Okay, so Tony DeRazio has accepted the nomination for vice chair. Thank you.
Microphone
Okay, now
three.
I do have the list of people who are waiting to make nominations online. I'm just going to recognize microphone 1 first. Microphone 1.
John Phillips from Illinois. I would like to place in a nomination for Vice Chair Richard Longstreth.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Longstreth, do you accept this nomination?
I accept the nomination and am qualified to run. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you very much. Richard Longstreth has been nominated. Next, I recognize New Hampshire delegate Darrell Perry for a nomination.
I had asked to have my name removed from the queue.
Okay, your name will be removed from the computer. Okay, next I'm going to recognize Connecticut delegate Dan Reel.
I was going to second the nomination of Ken Molman for vice chair.
Oh, okay, you want to second it? So I think
Yes.
I'm going to go to the microphone too because I think someone's going to make that nomination that you can second. Go for it.
Hi, my name is Randall Daniel. I'm a delegate from Kentucky and campaign manager for Brad Barron. I proudly endorse and would like to nominate Ken Molman for vice chair.
Okay, Mr. Molman, do you accept this nomination and are qualified?
I do accept, and I am qualified.
Ken Molman has been nominated. Okay, next I want to recognize John Woldenberger from Pennsylvania.
I would like to, the initial candidate I wish to nominate decided they do not wish to run, so in their place, I will nominate Steve Sheets from Pennsylvania.
Steve Sheets, do you accept the nomination for vice chair?
No, thank you. I really do appreciate the nomination, but not this year.
Steve Sheets does not accept the nomination, but I do want to recognize that Steve Sheets is really awesome. During 2018, when we were both running for vice chair, we were in the car together to a lot of those conventions, and he's a great guy. Okay, I want to recognize, Mike too.
Philippe Cadaret from Florida. I'd like to nominate Jeff Neal.
Jeff Neal? Jeff Neal, do you accept the nomination and meet the qualifications? Where is Mr.
I'm at microphone
Becca.
3. I do accept, but I had chosen somebody to nominate for me. Can Mr. Mark Hinkle make the formal nomination?
Mr. Hinkle is recognized to make the nomination.
Mark Hinkle, delegate from California. I'd like to remind people that the Libertarian Party has a headquarters, the David F. Nolan Memorial Headquarters. And I'd like to let you know that one of the reasons why I'm supporting Jeff Neal is because this project started under my administration, but because of Jeff Neal, he brought it over the goal line. And let me tell you something about the building fund. It's purchased in 2014.
Can that be saved for the nomination speech?
If you like.
Understood. Go for it. Just make. So, are you placing Mr. Neal in my nomination?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Hinkle, can you just say that you're placing Mr. Neal in nomination? This was one.
I'm playing Mr. Neal in nomination for vice chair of the LNC.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, do you accept and meet the qualifications?
I do accept, and I am qualified. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I then next recognize Ohio delegate Stephen Babka.
My guy's been nominated.
Okay, I then recognize Mr. Ogle on mic 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is James Orlando Ogle III. I am co-executive rep director, Region 92, Los Angeles County Libertarian Party. I would like to nominate my name for vice chair.
Okay. And okay, so do you accept and meet the qualifications?
I do accept. I do meet the qualifications.
And you are nominated.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and let me see if there's anybody else. Mr. Eckel, mic 1.
Thank Josh Eckel, Tennessee delegation.
Sorry, Josh Eckel, I'm sorry.
You're good. I would like to nominate Noda for vice chair.
Noda accepts the nomination and is thrilled to once again run in a race.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Washington
go Noda.
Delegate Randy McGlynn.
Microphone, say it again. Which microphone?
Online. This
Online,
Is
oh.
Washington Delegate Randy McClellan.
Okay, go for it.
You skipped me in the nominations for vice chair, but I would like to nominate Jacob Lamont for vice chair of the LNC.
Okay. Mr. Lamont, do you accept the nomination and meet the qualifications?
He's outside smoking, sir.
Mr. Merced, this is Dan Fishman online. The time you had set for election buddy ballots to close has passed.
Okay. So that should mean that all delegation chairs should be getting their election buddy results, so that way they can submit their tally sheets for ballot 2 for chair.
They'll be getting them momentarily.
Mr. Merced?
Mr. Phillips?
I know what the answer is going to be, but just because you are so fucking awesome, I would like to nominate Alex Merced for vice chair.
Second.
It's been, 1 second. It's been an honor.
Plus infinity.
Plus infinity, thank you. Everybody, it's been an honor being your vice chair these last 2 years. I've gotten to go to many state conventions all across the country, see amazing candidates, amazing people. And I mean, not just talking about liberty and talking about, you know, the ideas, but just being awesome people, taking care of each other's kids, carpooling, you know, giving each other advice, being there for each other. And that's why I always say that it's not just our political action that allows us to spread liberty, but it's the community we're building. Because literally we're creating the example of a libertarian world, the community we're building, the community of people who help each other voluntarily. And you guys have reminded me over and over again that that ideal exists and that ideal is growing and is in a libertarian world can exist, does exist, and will continue growing. So I thank you, but I will not accept the nomination. But I thank you so much for all your kindness and warmth.
We love you, Alex.
I will next recognize Oklahoma delegate Rex Lawhorn.
Thank you, Mr. Merced. My candidate has already been nominated. I would merely like to add my tertiary to Mr. Molman, who has been traveling to various conventions all over the country and has also been spending his time working to make sure that our AV and our digital
Mr. Lawhorn, I want to avoid people coming to. Please avoid making it a nomination speech. Every candidate will get 5 minutes to have a nominating speech and have speakers for them. But to be fair, right now just stick to making nominations, okay? Because then people won't have equal time to get the same kind of nomination speech, and I want to have all the candidates on an even playing field. Mike 2?
Mr. Chair.
Mike 2?
Yes, I have a point of information when we're done with nominations, so please come back to me.
Okay. Next, I'm going to recognize Illinois delegate Jake Leonard from online.
This is going to be crazy, but I would like to nominate someone whose reputation is known nationwide. I would like to nominate the wonderful and fabulous Valerie Sarwark for vice chair of the LNC.
Sounds good. Valerie Sarwark, are you online and able to tell us whether you accept the nomination and meet the qualifications?
I do meet the qualifications. However, I am flattered and humbled. I will just continue seeking a position as at-large. Thank you, though.
Thank you very much. And next, I will go to microphone 3.
Hello, Chair. Jacob Lamont, Washington State. I was told that I
You accept?
I do.
Ms. Jake Lamont, you are nominated for vice chair.
Thank you.
Mike 2?
Motion to close nominations for now.
Okay, let me come back to you on that.
Second.
Third.
Objection.
Objection.
Yeah, that's going to be out of order. I can't close that until the chair's race is done,
Okay,
in case
sure,
anybody wants to run there. But once there's no one taking nominations, we'll do other business. Mike 2?
Yeah, it's Kyle Russell, Texas delegation. James Ogle is not a seated delegate, so he should not be able to nominate himself for vice chair.
Actually, let's confirm that. That's a good point. Mrs. Hogarth. Mrs. Hogarth, can we confirm whether Mr. Ogle is a seated delegate?
Mic 3. Oh, sorry, it's on.
Mic
I
3?
can confirm that he is not a California delegate, and he is not a seated delegate.
Okay.
But I'm going to nominate James Ogle.
Got it. Okay, and I know he accepts the nomination, so James Ogle is up for nomination. For vice chair. Thank you.
Online Mike.
Online Mike. You're recognized.
Joshua McCoe's Alaska delegate. I would like to nominate Berman Supreme for vice chair.
Mr. Supreme, I have just recently traveled on your Wayback Machine to ask you a question. Do you accept this nomination from the past to be the vice chair of the Libertarian National Committee?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Supreme is at a speaking event this afternoon until for the next hour or so.
Okay, if nominations are still... Oh, say it again?
I have on good authority he has previously indicated he is not interested. This is Jim Fulner from Michigan, a strong Supreme supporter.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. I mean, if he comes back before nominations close and says he accepts it, but otherwise, if he doesn't before nominations are closed, then he's not on there. So we'll just do that.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Perry?
Yes, bylaws Article 7.4 says that a national committee member shall be a sustaining member of the party and shall not be the candidate of any party except the party or an affiliate. I don't know if the tweet from Mr. Supreme stating that he was seeking the GOP presidential nomination was in fact serious or satire. And also, I'm curious about Mr. Ogle if he's a candidate for another party because I know he promotes a 539 party system.
Okay, well we will check those credentials. Okay, but and then again, as Mr. Fulner said, Mr. Supreme likely does not want to accept the nomination anyways.
Point of information or point of something?
Point of something, Mike 3?
James Ogle is a member of the Libertarian Party of California. He is a registered Libertarian. He doesn't belong to the other 537.
Okay.
And I'm not going to be speaking to his nomination, but I did nominate him, just so you know.
No, totally understand. Fair. Mr. Ogle will stay nominated. And I think, let's see here, Texas. Okay, I'll recognize Texas Delegate Clayton Hunt to make a nomination.
I would like to nominate Jeff Wood from Michigan for vice chair.
Okay, Mr. Jeff Wood, would you like to accept the nomination?
I wasn't expecting this, but yes, I'll accept.
Okay, you are nominated for vice chair. Okay. Microphone 1.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Would it be in order to close nominations accepting Mr. Supreme and the candidates for chair so that we can avoid getting into the ridiculous nominations?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to start moving on to I'm going to start recognizing candidates that come speak again until we get the results from from ballot for the next ballot, and that's what we'll do next.
So you're saying that would be out of order?
It would be out of order, but what I will do is I will move on to recognizing candidates. Okay. On that note, I have
request for information, Mr. Chairman.
Request for information. I mean,
Mark Tunievich from South Dakota. Is there a time limit by which we are expecting the secretary and the teller team to complete their balloting of these votes? I know we set a time limit for the collecting of the ballots from the affiliates. Thank you.
Okay, let me just check in with see what the status is of the second ballot.
Just by way of explanation, I mean, these things are not indefinite, are they?
Did we adopt proposal 4?
A lot of states still have not yet turned in their tally sheets, so sit tight.
Point of information.
Point of information, Mike 2.
I have 2 points of information. The first one is, has the platform token thing been closed?
That has been closed.
Okay, second point of information. Proposal number 4 from the bylaws changes this year. If that was adopted, I believe it was, it changes the way people are elected. It says no person shall be nominated unless 15 registered delegates join in the nomination submitted to the secretary.
I'm pretty sure that was not to take effect until the adjournment of this convention.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure that's what we did the whole proviso thing, and we added that bit of language.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Microphone 2. You're recognized.
Greg Hirsch, Indiana delegation. I want to make a motion where those that have already spoken once during these nominations cannot speak again. They don't want to be able to speak once. They want to get through this.
I'm going to rule that out of order just because I want to preserve the delegates' rights. But what I will do is if I see you going up to the mic quite a few times, I'm going to prefer people who I've not seen at the mic once. I'm going to recognize them before those I've seen at the mic a lot of times. Thank you. Okay, with that, I do want to allow the candidate David Tyler from Tennessee to speak. I don't know if he's online or here in person, but I'm welcoming him to the stage. Is that David Tyler? Come on up. Come address the crowd. He's not around. So, if he, but Mr. Fulmer is dead. He definitely won. Yeah.
Hello. Well, hi, I'm David Tyler from the great state of Tennessee, home of the Libertarian Santa Claus, the volunteer state, the most libertarian state in the country. My name is David Tyler. I'm running for the East Ridge City Council. You can go to votedavidtyler.com to catch out my platform. I am one of several candidates in Tennessee who are running for city-level positions, and we hope to use our experience running for office to branch out and get more libertarians to run for office in the state of Tennessee to ease our ballot access problems. Please reach out to Josh Eckel to see how you can help us in the future for our future ballot access issues. I'd also like to thank Kara Schultz for all of her hard work for the candidates. The resources of Tennessee National has been providing to me personally as a candidate, even for a city council race, has been tremendous. If you are on the fence and have ever wanted to run for office, I highly recommend reaching out to the Tennessee National Party and Kara Schultz. She will definitely help you out. She's never said no to me, and I really appreciate it. But once again, you can go to votedavidtyler.com, support my race. Go to TrishaButler.com. She will be the future president of the United States. I definitely recommend you go and find out what she's all about. JoeyDassinger.com, who's running for the District 5 in Clarksville, Tennessee. Another fine human being. It's JoeyDassinger.com, JoeyDassinger.com. Thank you for your time, guys. It's been a great convention. I'm having a blast. This has been a dilatory good time. And bless the state of Tennessee.
Mr. Chair, this is Tyler Broughton from California.
we lease the room?
Mr. Butler?
This is Tyler Broughton from
Oh,
California.
Tyler Broughton. Go for it.
Yeah, I was wondering if, while we're waiting, if I could go ahead and present a speech about Kalish Morrow.
Oh, I mean, I do have you on the list, so I'll recognize you now. Then coming up will be Randy McGlenn for Anthony Welty will be up next after that, and then Marcus Marrero after that. So that'll be the next speaking order. So Tyler Broughton, Randy McGlenn for Anthony Welty, then Marcus Marrero, and then at that point I'll announce the next few while we continue to count the tally. So go for it, Mr. Broughton.
Good afternoon, Libertarian Party. I'd like you to join me in support of Kalish Morrow for her Hanford City Council meeting, Hanford City Council race. Kalish is the current chair of the Libertarian Party of Kings County in California. She is also the current at-large rep under the Libertarian Party of California Executive Committee. Kalish is a maverick in all regards. Nothing against keyboard activists, but Kalish is more of a boots-on-the-ground activist. In 2019, she organized the Yosemite Park cleanup during the government shutdown. This year, she helped a nonprofit avoid being shut down by the city of Hanford over code violations. She also protested the business shutdowns during this coronavirus pandemic. She has endorsements from all spectrums of our great party, including Riverside County Supervisor Jeff Hewitt, the Vice Chair of the California Libertarian Party, Kenneth Olson. She also has the endorsement of the Libertarian Party Mises Caucus and the Libertarian Party of California. I'd like everyone to join me in going to Morrow for Hanford. That's MORROW, numeral 4, Hanford.us. And if anyone can match at our next Kings County Executive Committee meeting, I'm going to be giving her $100. If anyone wants to match that, that'd be awesome.
Randy McGlenn is recognized. Is Randy online?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I would like to speak on behalf of Mr. Anthony Welty. Anthony Welty is our candidate for State Insurance Commissioner. Mr. Welty has been working hard over the last several years to get his name recognized throughout the state of Washington. He has been traveling across our state to meet with people all over and has gotten recognition and endorsements from people all over our state. Mr. Welty has managed to out-fundraise the Democratic incumbent by over 3-1. And Mr. Welty has also led polls in local municipalities in our state. We are super excited for Mr. Welty, and we are appealing to the national delegates and other members throughout the country to please check out Anthony Welty's website. That is anthonywelty.com, and please donate to his campaign. He is working hard to get reach throughout the media in our state and to be able to get the votes out so that we can have a free market choice for our insurance to ensure that we have accessibility and freedom of choice for healthcare in our state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Steve Perkins. Oh, no, Marcus Marrero. Marcus Marrero is next, then Steve Perkins.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marcos Marrero of the great state of Florida. One of the few states that you can get away with wearing a Hawaiian shirt as formal wear. There are so many great candidates out here right now, and we need your support. Every one of you is working so hard, not only to get on these ballots, but to win these elections. We need the support of our libertarian base to make sure that we have the funding to go against some of the biggest pushers in all of these campaigns. Right now, I know that Mr. Andre Klaas has been able to successfully win second place in one of his straw polls. I have been able to outraise three other competitors in a five-way race. I have a Republican, a Democrat, a write-in, and an NPA running against me. And I am doing far better than three of those other candidates. We have candidates that have huge chances to win, but we need your help. We need funding, we need volunteers, we need people to make phone calls. You do not need to live in these states, these counties, these areas to make phone calls for us. We need you guys to start volunteering. All of us have websites where you can sign up to volunteer. You can go to mine right now, Marrero, M-A-R-R-E-R-O 2020. Right there, you can not only sign up as a volunteer, but you can donate. We need your help. Without you, we are unable to get anywhere. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Steve Perkins, delegate from Ohio. If I could at this time have the following people to the stage: Eric Raudsep, Daniel Cardwell, Evan McMahon, Terry Kibbe, Andrew Ameling, Chase Oliver, and Adam Reinhardt. While they're filtering in up here, I have a challenge to the delegation, both online and here. We have all the people that are coming to the stage are new lifetime members of the party. Please, applause, applause, applause. I'm happy to announce that we're going to leverage that a little bit. At 2018, I decided to do the same thing when I became a lifetime member of the party at convention. And I decided at that point that I also had $100 for the next 10 people that would follow me down the rabbit hole. That resulted in 25 new life memberships at the last convention. And while this has been a rough year for me, I couldn't not do it again this year. So for the next hour, the combination of us, for the next hour, if you are willing to become a lifetime member, the next 10 people by the end of the day today that send an email to Perkins 4, the number 4, Ohio @gmail.com, we've got $100 for you to get your lifetime membership. Again, that email is Perkins, P-E-R-K-I-N-S, the number 4, Ohio, like the state, @gmail.com. So please follow the people on stage behind me down the rabbit hole and get your lifetime membership. Thank you.
We need a Pennsylvania delegation chair to connect with the tellers. So I don't know if the delegation chair for Pennsylvania is online or in person, but someone needs to get in touch with the tellers. Mic number 2.
Hi, Melissa from South Carolina. I have a point of personal privilege. I just need to know who's been nominated for vice chair. It's loud
Sure.
and
No problem. We can definitely go.
Thank
We
you.
can definitely get that information. Okay. Let's see here. Let me just get the. Okay. So let's see here. Tony DeRazio was nominated and accepted the nomination for vice chair. Richard Longsreth was nominated and accepted the nomination for vice chair. Ken Molman was nominated and accepted the nomination for vice chair. Jeffrey Neal was nominated and accepted the nomination for vice chair. Mr. Ogle was nominated and accepted the nomination for vice chair. Jacob Lamont was nominated and accepted the nomination for vice chair. And Jeff Wood was nominated and accepted the nomination for vice chair. So those are the candidates for vice chair at the moment, assuming that none of the chair or any of the chair candidates want to end up joining the race. Next, I'm going to recognize.
Request for information.
Request for information recognized.
Mike 3.
Mike 3.
Sandra Callender, State of California, delegate. I just have a question. Is it appropriate for a Libertarian to use their stimulus money on a lifetime membership?
Point of personal privilege.
Taxation
Point of information.
is theft.
That is welfare shaming.
But at the end of the day, Mr. Perkins has paid lots of taxes and has had a lot stolen from him. And I won't begrudge him for getting a little bit back of what's been stolen from him.
Point of information, sir.
Point of information, two.
Mr. Chairman, did you mention Mr. Longstreth on your list of
I
vice
did mention
presidents?
Mr. Longstreth.
Could you reread the list for the benefit of the chairs?
Sure. Tony DeRazio, Richard Longstreth, Ken Molman, Jeffrey Neal, James Ogle, Jacob Lamont, and Jeff Wood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Congdon?
Request for information. Could you confirm, is it true that there is a website, lp.org/stimulate the LP, where people can actually give their stimulus checks directly to the LP?
Yeah, that's a thing. So again, you can go to lp.org, stimulate the LP, and give your stimulus check directly to the LP. So that's a cool thing. lp.org, stimulate the LP. Next, I'm going to recognize Illinois candidate Jake Leonard for Danny Maloof. Jake Leonard, you are recognized.
Sorry, Danny is on this call, so I will yield the floor to him.
Okay. If Danny wants to come, Danny Maloof would like to come speak, he is welcome to come speak. Is Danny Maloof in the room and would like to address people about his candidacy?
I'm online. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Hey there, guys. My name is Danny Mayloff. I am the candidate for U.S. Senate in Illinois. I thank you for your time and having me here for just a quick moment. I'm really excited to be this year's Senate candidate in Illinois for a few reasons. Excited because I'm on the same ticket as Joe and Spike, who have absolutely been amazing stewards as voices of liberty and peace. I'm also excited to provide Illinois voters a principled option in this race. If anybody knows anything about the Illinois U.S. Senate race, you'll notice that it's 38-year incumbent or 38-year Congressman incumbent Dick Durbin, and then the Republican is Mark Curran, who happens to be in favor of the CARES Act. Also, is pitching Elizabeth Warren's tax plan as his tax plan. So it's a little messy over here, and Illinois voters deserve a principled option. And then lastly, I'm excited because we as Libertarians have an excellent opportunity here in 2020, because 2020 has some interesting problems and creates some unique opportunities for the party and just for libertarianism. Of course, we have the pandemic and the police brutality, and then even crazier happens to be the Trump-Biden two-party system that we're trying to take down as well. And this provides an opportunity for libertarians to educate people that authoritarian problems require libertarian solutions. So I'm not going to preach to the choir about some of those libertarian solutions and some of those other things like bringing the troops home and ending the Fed and repealing the Patriot Act. I just wanted to take this last moment to also recognize some of my peers in Illinois who are going to be running for seats. So we had a favorable hearing and court case with the ballot access. So it allowed many more libertarians to get on the ballot this year, including 14 state rep candidates. We are hoping and expecting to have our first U.S. House candidate ever in Illinois, and then also a slate of county-wide candidates all across the state. So I do welcome you to take a moment and learn a little bit more. It's at Danny Malouf 2020. That's Malouf. Looks like Maloof. And that's on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And then also my website is danny2020.com. So thank you for your time and keep fighting.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Point of information, Ms. Adams?
Aaron Adams, delegate from Oklahoma. Mr. Chair, if someone is maybe not super tech savvy, is there a phone number they could call to find more information about the Libertarian Party?
Let me think about that one. I think there's a number that might be 1-800-ELECT-US where you can call and get information about the Libertarian Party and make donations to the Libertarian Party. Next, I want to recognize Richard Manzo from New Hampshire. And then after that will be Billy Hunt from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be there with you all in person today, especially with the way that you've been handling this, Alex. You've done really great. I just became a life member myself, and I'd love to have been pinned by you, but the cards weren't there. But what I want to speak to you all today about is my candidacy for treasurer of Hillsborough County, New Hampshire. I was nominated back in January. Since then, I've been running in this race, and I've received a whole lot of support. It's honestly been very honoring to me. I've been endorsed by Governor Lincoln Chafee. I've been endorsed by Joe Jorgensen. I've been endorsed by Judge Jim. And the support I've been receiving has really been humbling. What's interesting about my race is that I've been elected to budget committee in my town, and I've been elected to trust fund trustee in my town. And what those two offices do, obviously, is one sets the budget, manages the spending, and the other one manages the investment portfolio. And those are the two responsibilities of the county treasurer here in New Hampshire. So I am qualified for the office, and the other thing that makes my race very unique is that the other two candidates have historically raised and spent nothing, or next to nothing. And I've raised $2,600, $2,700, something like that this year. And so, that's $2,700 more than my opponents combined. And if you'd like to help me win this thing, my fundraising goal is $10,000. Please head to richardmanzo.com/donate. That's Richard, MANZO.com/donate. Thank you.
Billy Hunt from Rhode Island.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, perfect. My name is Billy Hunt. I'm running for state representative in District 68. This is actually the fourth time I'm running in the past 4 years. I ran in a special election back in March and actually beat the incumbent who I first ran against in 2016, coming in second place in a four-way race and losing by just 250 votes. We are very close here in District 68 in Rhode Island to winning this thing. It is a two-way race coming up in November, and I have a great team assembled of libertarian-minded freedom fighters who are helping me get us over the top. We're going to do it this year in 2020. There's Hope with Hunt. You can go to my website, hopewithhunt.com. Find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. Everything is Hope with Hunt. Hope you guys can support me. Check out my webpage if you want to donate or volunteer for my campaign. Thank you very much. It's been a great convention, guys.
Point of information, Mr.
Indulge me
Chair.
for a moment.
Yes.
Point of information?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for those of us who are, this is Dave Valente, Wild and Wonderful West Virginia. For those of us who are tech savvy, is there a place online that a person can go to get information about the Libertarian Party, donate, volunteer?
Yeah, you can go to It's so many letters. LP.org. LP.org. Go to LP, and then you go to LP.org/donate and do the donation thing. It's pretty cool. And then you can also buy some really sweet stuff at LP.org/store. So do check that out. Kind of like, well, I got the lifetime membership pin through a donation. I got this snazzy porcupine pin through the store. So there are all sorts of options. Okay, let me recognize microphone 2, Mr. Valente. Oh, Mr. Nicalia?
Oh, hey, yes.
Huh?
Thank you, Alex. I'd just like to take a minute to recognize an excellent candidate in Osceola County, Florida, Marcos Marrero.
Hey.
And Mr. Marrero is currently participating in a very winnable partisan race in Osceola for county commissioner. And I would ask my fellow delegates if they would like to support Mr. Marrero financially. I am going to be giving Mr. Marrero $100, and I'm asking if anybody would like to match me on that $100. Do I have any delegates?
I will.
Who is that?
That's me over here, Mike 1, John Phillips. I will.
Oh, thank you, John. All right, $100 right there. It's $200. Do I hear any more? All right, Mark Tanter said he pledged $50. That's $250. $250
Apollo
for an
Pizzell will
amazing
give you
$100. Apollo Pizzell, $100. Thank you, Mr. Pizzell. All right, that's $350. Can we get it to $500 to match our other Florida candidate? We got a 20 down here. We got a 20 in the Florida delegation. All right, that's $370. Can we get 130 more?
Tom Arnold from Tennessee, I'll pledge 100.
All right. Excellent. Thank you very much, sir. And then I got the other 30 from Mr. Requero. That's $500, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. And in order to donate, if you're online, the website is Marrero2020.com, MARRERO2020.com. If you're here, you've got cash or a card, come meet us in the Florida delegation. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. I would like to request Mr. Starr to come meet me by the stage in just a moment. Also, next will be Dwayne Whitmer from New York, and then will be John Williams for Ian Peach. So, Dwayne Whitmer from New York, you are recognized.
Point of information.
Oh, point of information, Mr. Goldstein.
Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. It has been suggested to me that there may be a motion tomorrow morning to limit speeches by at-large candidates to 1 minute. That has been suggested to me that might happen tomorrow morning. So the suggestion is that at-large candidates might want to record a Facebook video of their candidacy. If they want to speak for more than 1 minute, put it up on Facebook and let people know. Because there is a chance that a motion may be made tomorrow morning to limit speeches to 1 minute. Normally they're 3 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Whitmer, you are recognized from New York.
Do you need my address?
Yes.
Yes, I figured you would.
Mr. Whitmer? Mr. Dwayne Whitmer? Okay, okay, and then we'll move on to John Phillips for Ian Peach. John Phillips, if you want to come on stage and address. And then after that will be Aaron Starr for Kara Schultz.
Talk.
You guys hear me now?
Mr. Whitmer is on. Mr. Whitmer is up.
Good afternoon. My name is John Phillips. I'm here to speak on behalf of Ian Peak. Ian Peak is running for office in the state of Illinois. Ian Peak has been a long-time activist in the state of Illinois and with the Libertarian Party. Many of you know him. He has volunteered to collect petition signatures. He has run for office many times. He's chaired his local affiliate. He received 20% in his last race. This is a very winnable race for him. This is actually a two-way race. The Democrats are not running in opposition. He's got a website, and I had it up. but now I'm technically challenged. I believe it is, oh geez, sorry about this. It is peakliberty.com. How could I not remember that? If you would donate, if you remember, the state of Illinois won a lawsuit this year to get us all ballot access. So that's how Ian's getting on the ballot this year and how many candidates of Illinois are, but this is a winnable race. This is a very winnable race. Please go to Ian Peak and donate at peakliberty.com. Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to recognize Aaron Starr, then will be Kara Schultz. So Kara Schultz, if you can come to the stage. Aaron Starr, come on up.
Thank you, fellow Libertarians. We're having a great weekend. Thank you very much. So I am running for Oxnard City Council again. You might recall that back in 2016, I got about 12,800 votes. I lost by only 600 votes. This is a city of almost 200,000 people. And it actually looked like I had won 4 years ago. At first I was ahead by 700 votes, and then the provisional ballots came in, and 3 weeks later they figured out that I didn't win, I lost a little bit. I lost there. So we're trying it again, and this time I'm actually going up against the same person who I lost to. So it's like a next round. We're going to spend about $70,000 on our campaign. We already have $50,000 in the bank. We already have some pledges here that we'll be collecting on a little later today. I'm going to tell you that with my wife and I, we've qualified 5 libertarian initiatives for the ballot that people will be voting on in November. So we got some really great PR out of that. Yeah, thank you. The city is actually suing me to try to keep these off the ballot, but we're fighting back, and we're pretty happy warriors out there. So if you like somebody who's actually kind of in the face of City Hall and giving them heck, you know that I'm that guy. So I want you to go to starforoxnard.com. It's STARR FOR, Oxnard.com. So please donate there. Please send me an email just to join the list, because I send out regular emails about what we're doing, about the challenges we're having with the battling lawsuits between me and City Hall. It's a lot of fun. We've discovered a lot of corruption over the years. We've documented we can show you what that's all about. And we're going to win this in November this time. We came so close last time. We're going to win this time. So really appreciate your help. Thank you so much.
Next, I bring up the fabulous Kara Schultz.
So I don't just recruit candidates to run. I feel your pain because I'm also a candidate. I'm running for re-election to Burnsville City Council. Burnsville is a city of 63,000 in a major metropolitan area. I ran in 2016 and was elected then. It's a 4-year term, and it's at large, so whole dang city. Up for re-election this year. In 2018, I was able to help get another Libertarian elected to join me on council. So extremely excited. We also have another Libertarian running now for our council for mayor. So it is an exciting time in my city. I do ask, please support our candidates, whether that's through donations or volunteering. Anything that you can do to help our candidates is completely amazing. And I just want to say, being at convention is wonderful. I love you people. You are my people.
Okay, a point of information, Delaware Delegate Mula McVeigh. Microphone 3.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is Will McVeigh from Delaware. I actually have a point of information from my 3-year-old daughter, Julia. Julia, what is taxation? What is taxation?
I don't know.
What's taxation?
I don't know.
Is it theft?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That worked better than rehearsal. Thank you.
It's all good. I heard theft.
Mr. Chair, another request for information from Delaware. Where are we on ballots outstanding for
Let me check.
current?
The following states still need to submit tally sheets. Colorado. Oh, we have, wait, one moment. Okay, one sec. They'll get me an updated list. I'm just gonna double check, and I will read off the list of states that need to submit tally sheets. Okay. Let me just first recognize California Delegate Brandon Nelson, then I'm going to come back to Mr. Duke on mic 2. Brandon Nelson, California Delegate, you are acknowledged for a point of information.
Yeah, I heard Ian Peake's name brought up a moment ago, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if you had a ruling on whether or not birds are real.
Mr. Chair,
As an avid,
sure a lot of us are.
One second, let me answer the question. I have to point to the information. I have a pet cocktail who I love dearly, and in my heart of hearts, I want to believe he's real. So that's the answer to the question. Mr. Duke, mic 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Miguel Duque, Washington Delegate. In the interest in helping us save time and the rest of our business here, and if it would be in order, I wanted to see if I could move to suspend the rules, to limit speaking time for candidates that have already run for a role, that had already had 10 some minutes for nominating speeches, to limit their time to 1 minute.
Is there a second?
For subsequent elections.
Okay, there was second. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, let's have a vote. It's a suspension of the rules. So it's going to require 2/3 of vote. This is, again, a suspension of the rules to take candidates who have run for a prior race that their speaking time for future races is only 1 minute. So first, let's kickstart a poll online. So Mr. Fishman? Mr. Fishman?
Sorry, I was muted.
No worries, it's all good.
Beautiful singing earlier.
Let's create a poll to suspend the rules to limit the time for nominees who've already run for a prior race to 1 minute. Yep. Okay. So you get full time on your first race, and then you would get 1 minute for every race after that if you run multiple times. Okay. And then tell me when that poll has launched and ended.
It has launched.
Okay.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman, when you get time.
Point of information?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you might be able to announce, what events are going on this evening, what hospitality sites might be open, and so forth. Some of us, are just kind of drifting around, looking for things to do, and it'd be kind of nice to know what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. I will read what's officially on the agenda. As far as hospitality suites, I do not know those offhand, but I do welcome people who have hospitality suites to share that information if they want to be recognized on a microphone. But let me just see here. Let me bring up the schedule. Let's see here. Libertarianconvention.com. I know the gala is tonight. schedule. Thank you very much. Okay, let's add this to that list. Okay, convention, schedule. Oh, interwebs. Okay. And we are on Saturday. Man, time flies by. And let's see here. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. is the gala. It's the only thing that's on the official schedule. It's a ticketed event over there at the Executive Ballroom. And again, if anyone wants to share any hospitality suites that are ongoing this evening, actually, on that matter, I'm going to recognize Mr. Flores, who wants to speak about the Povertarian pizza party.
Thank you, Mr. Merced. You've done a wonderful job as chairman today. I'm grateful for your service. Thank you. Libertarians, tonight is our Povertarian Pizza Banquet. We will be holding it at the same time as the gala. So if you're not attending the gala, everyone is welcome to attend. We are accepting donations at our PayPal, or you can also hand cash to me as well. And all of your proceeds go towards the Povertarian Caucus cause. We use those funds to help provide a suite for delegates who cannot afford a suite in order for them to attend convention. We feel that your financial status should not bar you from participating in your politics. So please join us tonight, 8 p.m. in Suite 2156. Thank you.
Mr. Merced.
The PayPal is paypal.me/Povertarians. Thank you.
Okie dokie. No problem. Okay, and let me recognize, let me see here. Do we have an updated list of states that need tally sheets?
The poll is done, sir.
Oh, the poll's done, that's right. Sorry. Doing 5 things at the same time. Okay, so that is to suspend the rules to limit time 1 minute. So now that we have the online poll completed, all those in favor of suspending the rules to limit the speaking time for candidates who running for subsequent races, so they would still get the full time on their first race, but only 1 minute on future races if they run again, rise. Okay, cool, cool. All those in opposition, rise. Okay. Mr. Fishman, can you read me the online vote totals?
337 yes, 66 no.
That is 2/3. So that passes. Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Point of information, Mike 3.
Mimi Robson, California delegate. Is there any reason why we can't start the speeches for those that have been nominated while we're finishing up these last few states?
Not that I can think of.
I think that might be a swell idea.
I think that would be a great idea. That's a phenomenal idea. Let's do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's do that. Let me just rename. Well, first I have to get point of order.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Well, 1 second, I heard a point of order from microphone 3. That's Pick's privilege, so that's going to go first.
Mr. Chair, unless I missed something in the interluding naps I've been taking, I believe you said that we would keep nominations open until after the results of the chair, so we can't move to speeches until you have closed nominations.
Let me confirm if that would be in order.
Sir, that would be because the order of speeches is determined randomly from the nominations.
That would be correct. That is my point.
Point of order.
Got it. Okay.
Point of order.
Point of order? Where's that coming
Microphone
from?
1.
Microphone 1.
Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from New Hampshire. There is nothing that stops us from doing speeches for candidates before nominations are closed. It's not out of order in any way. It doesn't violate the rules in any way. It may disadvantage candidates that get in the race late, but that's kind of on them. So it's not out of order, and frankly, Mr. Chairman, it appears that it's been an hour and 25 minutes and we have gotten absolutely nothing done.
Well, point well taken. So I will rule it in order. We all agree that is correct. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a random order going of the candidates for vice chair, Again, if anybody else gets nominated later on, which may or may not happen, but at least we're moving forward. Because again, we still got secretary, we still have at large, maybe, yes, and judicial committee, and platform and all that. So let's do this.
Come on, resolutions and other business.
Please don't speak until recognized. One moment.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. Point of information.
Point of information, Mike 2.
Mike. Point of information. This is Mike Rufo from New Jersey. I would just like to remind everybody that we were very, very productive in the last hour and a half as we have raised thousands of dollars for local candidates running for office. And that is the only reason we actually work in this party is for the candidates.
Point well taken.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're only missing Maine for the second ballot of the chair. So Maine, please get your tally sheet in. Oh yes, gators. And other vicious animals. I don't know what, I don't know. Spiders and bobcats. Yes?
Mr. Chairman.
Is this a point of privilege?
Maybe. Stephen Basco, Ohio delegation. I was just wondering, since we're holding up on speeches potentially because of the results of this race, would Mr. Smith or Mr. Bishop Henchman be interested in seeking the vice chair nomination if they lose the chair race?
That is a good point. Let's actually. Okay, so give me that name, and I will. Let's ask that we can clarify this. Mr. Smith and Mr. Bishop Henchman, please attend a mic and tell me if you have any intention of running for vice chair if you do not win for chair.
Mr. Chair, I have no intention of running for vice chair. I think there's wonderful candidates already in that block, and I would hate to take a spot from them. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Mr. Bishop Henchman, mic 1.
Thank you. If I'm not elected chair, the DC Libertarian Party have told me I got to return and be chair there. So no interest in vice chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bishop Henchman. Okay, I think we might have one more nomination from Illinois delegate Sasha Cohen.
Hi, Illinois delegate Sasha Cohen. I nominate James Weeks for the position of vice chair.
Is Mr. Weeks accept the nomination?
I will politely turn down the nomination, and all cops are bastards.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks. Okay, and if there's no objection, I'm going to close nominations for vice chair.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Point of information from mic 1.
Has there been any effort to resolve whether or not Mr. Supreme intends to accept nomination for vice chair?
Well, Mr. Fulner said that he definitely probably would not. And what I did say is that if he came back to me before nominations are closed, I would allow it, but we have not heard from Mr. Supreme. I think he's at a speaking event.
Well, I figured since this was the moment, this was the time to ask to be sure.
Mm-hmm. So I think I'll ask one more time. Mr. Supreme, are you available to accept or reject the nomination?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Okay, with that, is there any objection to closing nominations for vice chair? Hearing no objections, nominations are closed. We're going to move on to speeches.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
What was the motion?
Point of information.
Point of information, go for it.
Yes, just Tom Arnold from Tennessee. Would Ms. Adams give us an update on the bid price on the trophy, please?
Ms. Adams, are you able to give us an update on the auctions?
She's going to check.
She's checking. So we'll get that information in just a moment. But I'm going to start rolling the dice so we can figure out what order people will be doing speeches in.
Mr. Chair, request for information.
Request for information?
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Was NODA put in the queue for speaking? For vice chair?
For vice chair, yes.
So NOTA will also have a die roll as to when that happens?
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Yes.
Point of information?
Point of information?
Yes, this is Daniel from Connecticut. Will anybody be speaking for NOTA? And with your indulgence, may I, if nobody is so inclined?
I will meet your indulgence. No one else has said they will.
Mr. Sarwark would like also to speak for NOTA.
You guys can both share the time. So we'll split the difference. Each of you guys will get 2.5 minutes to speak for NOTA. Okay.
Mr. Chair, request for information.
Request for information, but after this, I'm going to need to get this voting list ready, and I'm going to recognize Ms. Adams to speak while I do that. But what is your point of information?
This is Tyler Broughton, California delegate. The reason I jumped in is because we're kind of on a time schedule. I just wanted to ask, while we have 549 people on Zoom and I believe 300 people in the room, if the secretary, you could tell me if this is out of order, but if the secretary could write on her screen and we could put it up on the convention floor, if we could tweet at Joe Rogan and at Jamie Vernon, get Libertarian presidential and vice presidential candidates at Jorgensen for POTUS and at Real Spike Cohen on the podcast. If we could all tweet that at once today, that would be awesome.
Noted. I just want to remind everybody, points of personal privilege are more to address like the room's too hot or I can't vote or something like that. You can't use a point of privilege for every request that you have that's not necessarily affecting your experience as a delegate, because it does eat up time.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Mr. Goldstein.
Mr. Goldstein, that's me, Sam Goldstein from Indiana. NOTA gets 1 minute per the motion we just passed. NOTA has already spoken.
Okay, what? Because it's NOTA and we all love NOTA, I'm going to let it slide so we can have the 2.5 minutes. It's NOTA. We love NOTA, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Don't you love me?
Yeah, go for it. Go yours.
Hello again. Currently, the high bid on the Hospers reproduction SOP is $1,100, and the high bid on the trophy is $675.
Mr. Chair.
One moment, I am getting the speech cue ready for the vice chair. So please be at ease for the next minute or two.
Mr. Chair, is there somewhere we can see the auction items online?
Repeat that?
Is there somewhere we can see the auction items online?
Ms. Adams, if you have an answer for that. Ms. Adams is coming to the stage, so she will answer that question.
So you can see the auction items online by going to the Libertarian National Convention website, using the drop-down menu to select convention, and then the subcategory under convention of auction, and then each of the 3 items will be listed. There is one item we haven't been giving reports on because as of yet, it hasn't received any bids, but it's a really cool item, so I would urge you to take a look at it.
Okay. The stage is yours.
Hello, Libertarians. How's it going? Did you guys know we have a party tonight? Who's going to the party tonight? That doesn't sound like you're too enthusiastic about partying. You guys are Libertarians. You can do better than that. Who's going to the party tonight? All right. So, Steve Perkins, delegate from Ohio, has already put on the table that he is willing to put in $100 if you sign up for a lifetime membership here before we close the end of business today. That leaves a lot of room for you folks to come in and join this party as a lifetime member. And if you do, right now, in this hour, not only will you get a lifetime Libertarian pen, you will get a vintage lifetime Libertarian pin with it. So, as soon as I see your name come in my email that you have made a contribution that gets you to lifetime membership, you will receive both pins and $100 off your Libertarian lifetime membership thanks to
Tara.
Mr. Perkins.
Tara, John Phillips at Mike 1. For the first 5 people that take advantage of that offer, I will not take $100 off their donation. I do apologize, but I will add $100 to your donation. So for the first 5 people, if you buy it, I will give another $100 to the Libertarian Party in the next hour.
In the next hour. So not only will you get $100 off your donation, Mr. John Phillips will add another $100 on top of that to give this party what it needs to get us ballot access in all 50 states. Am I correct, Mr. Phillips? Yes, you are. All right,
Mr.
thank
Sisto,
you.
Mr. Sisto, what is that email address again that you can contact somebody if you want to obtain a lifetime membership?
That website would be www.lp.org/lifetime.
Or alternatively, if you're running through my program, and John's program now apparently, thank you, John, that would be Perkins, the number 4, Ohio, @gmail.com.
All
We
right.
will coordinate with Tara and we'll get this done. So contact us up, hit us up, take our money. We want you to take our money.
Another item we'll be auctioning off a gala tonight. Save some of your money after that for this Jorgensen for President hat worn by Spike yesterday on stage and signed by both Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen. So, I hope to see you at the party tonight, and I hope to see your name in my email box. Have a great rest of your party. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we do have results. But before we go to the results, I want to announce the speaking order for the vice chair nomination speeches. Going first will be Ken Molman. Ken Molman will go first. Number 2 will be Jeff Wood. Number 3 will be Tony DeRazio. Number 4 will be Jacob Lamont. Number 5 will be James Ogle. Number 6 will be Richard Longstreth. And number 7 will be Jeff Neal. So that'll be the order. With that, let's find out what happened in the chair's race. Yep. Repeat? Okay, I'll repeat it one more time. Number 1, Ken Molman. Number 2, Jeff Wood. Number 3, Tony DeRazio. Number 4, Jacob Lamont. Number 5, James Ogle. Number 6, Richard Longstreth. Number 7, Jeffrey Neal.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Point of information?
Nathan Wilson, delegate from Georgia. I did not hear NOTA in that.
Oh, and then let me roll again for NOTA. I'll get you an updated number, an updated list. I forgot to add NOTA. I forgot to do NOTA. We'll just roll again and put Noda where it would be, but we'll get a quick roll and I can put Noda where it belongs.
You bet. It's good for you. And now we're in an empty office.
Okay, so then Noda will actually now be second. Noda, so basically, let me read the order again because Noda got 16, putting it in second. So everything moves to third. So basically the new order is number 1, Ken Molman. Number 2, Noda. Number 3, Tony DeRazio. One second. Oh, I did that wrong. 1 second. Number 1, Ken Molman. Number 2, Noda. Number 3, Jeff Wood. Number 4, Tony DeRazio. Number 5, Jacob Lamont. Number 6, James Ogle. Number 7, Richard Longstreth. And number 8, Jeffrey Neal. So Molman, Noda, Wood, DeRazio, Lamont, Ogle, Longstreth, Neal. Okay, that is the
Point
order.
of information, Mr. Chairman. How long are the nominating speeches?
There will be 5 minutes for the exception of Jacob Lamont since he already had 10 minutes when he ran for chair. So he'll have 1 minute during his speech. Okay, with that, let's get to the results of chair. Was this a privileged motion?
Request for information.
Okay, quick request for information. Mike 2?
Rachel Johnson, California. We were told about 2.5 hours ago that we might have an updated credentials report by now. I was just wondering if there's an
Ms.
update on
Hogarth,
that.
is there an updated credentials report? Is Ms. Hogarth available? This would probably be a good time to do that right before we do this vote reveal. Ms. Hogarth. Oh, there we are.
Point of information, while we wait for that, can we get the results from the chair race?
Yes. Can we share the secretary? Well, secretary, Ms. Harlos, are you ready to start sharing your screen? Okay. So we'll start sharing the screen while Ms. Hogarth addresses the delegation about an updated credentials report.
I regret to say that in the time we were not able to do it. We're just it requires staff resources that are occupied in running the convention and credentialing resources that are occupied in dealing with delegate problems. So we were not able to do that. I apologize. It's going to have to wait for overnight. I did want to say, if I may, that I know when circumstances change, people get a little concerned. So every year we come and sit here in a hall and we vote, and the chair, I first went to a national convention in '04, Michael Badnarik, and my chair walked down the row collecting slips of paper. That system relied on the integrity of the chairs to make sure that they collected all the votes from their delegates. They knew their delegates didn't vote twice. Their delegates were voting in the right delegation. Relied on the chairs. This system that we're trying to work out now as we go along also relies on the integrity and the effort of the chairs. And actually, I did want to say, I wanted to jump up a few times, because every time delegates come to me with a question or a problem, the first thing I say is, go talk to your chair. And I just wanted to thank all the delegation chairs, because this is the hardest convention to be a delegation chair at, I believe. So thank you guys for all the work that you've done, trying to keep your delegates in order. Guys, thank your chair. Take them out for a beer after we finish, because we need their brains. So the process is not different in the sense that it relies on us trusting our chairs to do their job and deliver the votes and make sure no one's voted twice. Everyone votes in the right delegation.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege. Mike 1.
I would like to thank Susan Hogarth and the Credentials Committee, because they have had to deal with a bunch of garbage today. Thank you very much.
Hell yes. Thank you, Susan Hogarth.
Okay. So we have the chair's results on the screen. Let's take a look.
Can the secretary share to Zoom, please?
Most of the Tony.
Mr. Chairman, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Yep. Could you please announce to the delegates what you want to do as far as validation goes? Because you discussed a process with me.
Okay, so we were having some discussions around here. Mr. Starr brought up the issue of wanting to do a test run of Rule 3 to test the confidence of the vote, and basically what he wants to do is to choose a couple states to do a Rule 3 challenge on, in which what would require that the delegate, we would have to go to each delegate in those 2 states and ask them, did they vote, and confirm did they vote. And again, this is something that can be done by one person. Okay, so any one person can trigger this. And so
please don't. So, Mr. Chair, what I would suggest, just pick 2 states, you pick them. One which is overwhelmingly for one candidate and one which is overwhelmingly for the other candidate. And just get confirmation.
Don't waste the time.
I think I have the mic here. And just have the secretary poll and ask, did the person vote? Not how they voted, just did they vote?
Please keep scrolling.
Object to the consideration of the question.
One moment. Let me see that's in order.
Second the objection.
There is no question.
Yeah,
it was
there's no
just
question.
a suggestion.
No. I mean, it's an inciting of Rule 3 in the bylaws, which allows this to happen. And
point of information, Mr.
Point of
Chair.
information?
Mike 3. It's simple. Can we not?
I would prefer that we don't. How about this? Would someone suspend the rules? Would someone suspend the rules to not? We'll have to resolve this first, because this is going to affect the ability to scroll. So one more, we will scroll. I just got to resolve this. 1 second. Let me just see how this would work.
So just do Arizona because it was high for one candidate, Oklahoma because it was high for the other candidate. Well, I didn't want to test everything. Just do
Okay.
2 states.
So
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Point of information?
Steve Sheets, Pennsylvania. As we're looking at our numbers, the count is right. The count was verified by myself, by the entire delegation. I'm not sure what this is actually what problem this is trying to solve.
I understand that. The only way I can prevent this is if I can have. So,
Chairman said.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, first.
Mr. Chair, I was told here that I have to challenge the state. So apparently it's not something that you do, it's I do. I'm going to just pick 2 states just because I'll volunteer.
Chairman said.
I'm just going to pick.
Objection.
I'm just going to pick Arizona because it's overwhelmingly 1, and Oklahoma because it's overwhelming.
Objection.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
bottom line.
I have a right to make
Bottom line is this: sometimes you have to read the room. And right now, I know what Rule 3 says. I do, but the room does not want to have. No delegate wants to sit there and be questioned about their vote. And right now, you are hearing delegation chairs who can confirm their vote numbers are right. We should trust our delegation chairs. We should move on. I stand firmly against this. You can challenge me, but I just. I
Mr.
can't.
Merced.
I can't.
Chair Merced.
Mr. Merced, point of information, Mike 1.
So, Mr.
Point
Chair,
of
there's just no
information,
point having the
Mike
rule.
1.
Point of information, Mike 1. Aaron Adams, I'm the Deputy Delegation Chair for Oklahoma. Our tally is correct.
Does any other delegation chairs want to confirm that their tally is correct?
Mr. Chair, I would
Yeah.
California.
Mr. Chairman, Ronald Reimers of North Dakota, on our delegate.
Okay, order. 1 second. Mr. Valente, you recognize. Okay, raise your
Mike
hand if you're
3.
delegation chair. Florida.
California is correct.
Maryland is correct.
Okay, Mr. Starr, does this satisfy you?
Point of information, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Yes, Starchild from California. I am wondering if there's a way to do this that wouldn't involve taking the time of the whole body. I think election integrity is very important. I understand that we're short on time and that people want to move on. But, you know, if we don't, if anybody in the room has legitimate questions about the possible integrity of the vote, I think we really need to take that seriously. This is just asking for a simple spot audit of a couple states. Delegation chairs may fully have confidence that their vote's correct, but sometimes people make mistakes. Sometimes things are wrong. I think we should try to find a way to do this that doesn't take the time of the body.
Okay, let's see here. We have 5 states that have...
Mr. Chair, I'm going to save a lot of time here, okay?
Wait till I finish. We have 5 states that have confirmed that their counts are correct. When we take a look at the total count, it's 970. What was it the first time? 970. That is pretty consistent.
So, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Starr.
Mr. Chair, look, obviously this rule's not going to be enforced, and that's sad. But there's, let me finish. Please let me finish, folks.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
I've always listened to you guys.
Let Mr. Starr talk.
Okay.
It'll make this faster.
It'll make it faster. So what's clear to me is that 2/3 of the folks here, at least, are going to object to us using this rule. So in effect, I'm hearing that they want to suspend the rule to not use it. So I will suggest in the future we may just want to eliminate it altogether because it will never be used. But I will withdraw my request.
And I would agree with you. A good rule to remove. Okay, and again, Mr. Starr?
Yes, sir.
I just want to apologize for my tone. I do respect what you're doing, and I do respect the intention in which you do it. So I just wanted to express that.
Can I just tell you just a quick 30-second?
Go for it.
Okay. 20 years ago, my ex got elected. Got elected. Please, guys.
Just let him finish the story. Let him finish the story, or we're going to be stuck here.
Guys, we have a Libertarian in office today, and has been for the last 20 years, because of a recount, where she won by 3 votes. And we did a recount, we fought for that, and she wound up winning by 5 votes in the end when the recount was done. And it was only because we challenged it that we even kept that person in office today. So I'm a real big believer in election integrity. Mistakes happen, and I think it's worth having a system where one can test that. But if 2/3 of the folks don't want to do this, and I get it, we're just not going to do it.
Thank you. Okay, let's look at the results.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Who's speaking?
I have a question about my delegation in North Dakota. I'm at mic number 1.
Mic number 1?
Ronald Reimers, North Dakota. I just noticed that the count on North Dakota is off. They have 4 votes, 2 were for NOTA, but we didn't have any NOTA votes. We just have 2 delegates. So it doesn't change the vote total for either candidate, but it is off.
North Dakota. North Dakota. So we'll double check North Dakota. Can you come down to the teller's desk just so we can you repeat that to the tellers? And again, that's another reason why we have this on the board, so that way every delegation chair can confirm their votes. So there is vote integrity. We do have this available for scrutiny state by state.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Point of information recognized.
Nebraska Delegate Chair Scott Zimmerman. Nebraska's delegate count should be 8 total votes, should be 5 for Joe Bishop Hedgeman, and 3 for Joshua
Okay,
Smith.
so we'll take a look at the Nebraska one.
Personal privilege.
Personal privilege.
Mike Janice from Wisconsin. Wisconsin is yet to be shown on the totals.
Okay. Yep. We stop. So we'll scroll further. So. Okay, so we're verifying those vote totals.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
This mic 3. Look
Mic
this way.
3.
Yeah. I have one of Mimi's points of something. I was asked by Tim Harris of North Carolina to say that he has pledged $200 to the Libertarian caucus. He would like to apply a condition that none of the pizzas at their pizza banquet tonight in the Radical Caucus Suite can have pineapple. But I told him that was unacceptable.
Mr. Chair,
I told him that would not fly, and he said he would pledge it anyway.
Mr. Chair, as a representative of the Radical Caucus, I can tell you that the Radical Caucus endorses personal choice on pizza.
Okay, so let's.
Can we scroll?
Please scroll.
One moment. Miss
If you're doing the
Secretary.
math in your head, JBH already won.
One moment. Let me talk. Let me talk, and I'm gonna get the scroll. Okay, Miss Secretary, can you scroll real quick?
I'm just going to move to orders of the day. Yeah, this mic should not be live. Alex?
Yeah, we'll just start from A and work our way down again. So let's.
What?
Okay, just keep going. Just keep going. from where we are. Just keep going.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I rise to move that we suspend the rules in order to add an additional session tonight between 7 and 10 o'clock.
No, no one's gonna. Okay, you can read the room. That's not gonna pass. So I'm gonna rule that dilatory. Yes. Just go. Everyone wants to. Okay, everyone, just quiet and watch the numbers.
Well, I already saw the numbers. I know who won.
Scroll to the right.
Yeah, the lower end of the alphabet gave the election.
All the way.
Can we suggest they turn the mics off,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, we're scrolling. We're scrolling slowly so that way delegation chairs can look at their numbers. Be patient. Impatience is only making things last longer. Okay? So let's all take a breath. I know it's been a long day and we're all tired and exhausted.
Mr. Chair, Hawaii delegate online, Fina Benoan. I've been trying to get a hold of my my chair, and we have 5 delegates, but only 3 of them were counted. And I received a message from one of our delegates that she was unable to vote. And I apologize, but I just received this message.
Where's it? You're not unable to connect to your. Is the Hawaii delegation chair here in person?
Yes, our delegation chair is there in person. I'm trying to get a hold of him.
Where's the Hawaii delegation chair? Okay, Hawaii delegation chair, can you help resolve this vote? Your delegation's votes?
Let's go.
Scroll.
We already know who won.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair, request for information.
Okay, we're resolving the issue first. So they've been trying to contact you about resolving these?
I don't know how they were trying to contact me. I didn't get any text.
Oh, they're not getting any contact. How are you contacting the delegation chair?
I'm just going through Facebook Messenger.
So, how should they contact you?
I don't. Anyway, it's fine.
Okay, so
Can we finish the scroll because your point of order doesn't apply
I'll
to that?
respond to her.
Okay.
Unless-
Okay, sorry. Okay, everybody, we cannot scroll till we resolve the issues. Please be patient. So everyone, just relax, and we will get there. Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Tyler Broughton from California. We have 1 minute left on our schedule. If someone wants to make a motion to extend by 10 minutes.
Well,
that'd probably
there's
be
no
a
other
good
business
idea.
other than revealing this result, so that doesn't matter. That doesn't need us to be in session to reveal the result. So those who want to see the result can stick around We're going to resolve these couple issues, and we're going to see the results.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to request that we suspend the rules to extend this session until 7 o'clock.
I don't think that is necessary. I will rule that dilatory. Everyone's ready to end. We just want to see the result, and if everyone stops, okay, so let's cut the mics. Now, only person I want to hear from right now is the person who was talking from Hawaii online. Is that delegate still available to speak online?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I still have not gotten in contact with my my party's my state chair yet. That's there on the floor, and I do know that one of the delegates that are online on the Big Island, she didn't get the opportunity to vote. I mean, I have a text from her. I can.
Okay. Now, yeah, that's once the vote is done, it's done. But if there's people who had voted, and plus.
Okay, no problem then. If that's what it is, it is what it is.
It is what it is. But again, please, okay. But here's my advice. Please resolve how you guys are communicating, and this goes for all delegations. Make sure you have clear channels of communication with your delegation chair. Because if you don't get to immediately vote, it's your delegation chair who you need to contact. It's up to the report that your delegation chair resolve the vote. In this case, well, let's just get to the end. We're going to keep going.
Point of information. Dean Ahmed from Maryland.
One moment, Mr. Ahmad. Let's just finish the results, and then I will entertain the point of information.
I would also like a vote on extending for another hour or more.
I already ruled it dilatory.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Just.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay. Okay.
Orders of the day.
We're just about to see the results. Literally, people, let's see the results. We're already past 6 o'clock. We can't do any further business. We're already in adjournment. The business is done. You can't appeal the ruling of a chair because there's no ruling for me to make. We're already past 6 o'clock. That opportunity has passed.
Yeah, and I have auction announcements, so tell them not to leave.
Okay, so we have an auction announcement right after the results. Let's get to the results.
Would you like to see the results?
I would love to see the results.
Don't know how you're reading the online room.
Not even close, like I said.
That was a waste of the shit.
Yay.
Okay. Got it. So just okay. There's gonna be an auction update. So please stick around for 1 minute. But also, just so you know, tomorrow, first order of business, we'll have an acceptance speech from the winner of the chair's race. Then we'll go into speeches in the vice chair's race. So that'll be the first orders of the day tomorrow morning. I'll see you guys at 9 a.m.
Mr.
But here's auction.
Could I ask the AV people to turn off the our live stream? Because
Everyone hang out 1 minute.
People. I need to talk to the online people, but not to the room, please.
Mr. Fishman, I can't hear you.
If you could ask the AV people to cut our microphone to the room, because I need to speak to the Zoom people.
Cut the Zoom mic. Mute it. Okay, again, auction update. So if you care about the auction, stick around. We're about to get an update on the auction. And again, thank you guys all today. We got stuff done. I know we're tired. You guys have a great evening. I don't want to fight, but they make me fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 8 physical sets of platform tokens still out that need to be returned. Please get them to us.